the shit. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. The shit. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
What do you mean by insecurity?
When I say insecurity, you have, what's the word? You know, I got third grade education.
Well, let me ask you a question.
When you have a fear, when you have a fear of something.
Okay, now if so, you're saying a man is secure if he allows other men around his woman. He's secure.
He's secure within himself.
What makes him secure that he allows men around his woman that he know
that nigga
with his woman? What makes
if she choose to go that way with that man, then she's never been for me. That's up to her, and I move in the way that I move.
What makes him secure though? Because he knows that he can't control her, and so if she cheats, it is what it is. That makes him secure.
Period.
So,
damn, for real.
You know, I love you've been rocking with me when they had 10 people watching this motherfucker.
Go ahead, ask your question. What's your question?
Well, you know, just in terms of even an old friend, you know, just considering what was being said, I think Illa has a point. I think you guys have a point in terms of he'd been a friend for a long time. In my head, I'm like, the fuck that mean to me? You know, like that's just how my head, like when I be thinking this shit, I'm a husband now, right? Or I don't, what you did generally, I don't, it is what it is, right? But what can he do for her? Can she go to him for the support? Can she go to him for money?
None of that shit.
I'm gonna let you finish answering.
Can she go to him for money?
No, she can't. That's my job.
Can she go to him for spiritual guidance?
No,
that's your job. Shit.
Exactly.
Can she go to him for protection?
No,
like man, they go fight things of that nature. The strong boys would be taken and separated from their family, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were they're used to, yes, that's
okay.
happened.
So when we're criticizing black men, if you think it takes a couple generations to change, right? And we just went through some of the things you acknowledged happened to black men and were targeted specifically just 2 generations ago with your your generation. And then we come at black men like we did it all to ourselves. You don't think there's an apology of some sort in order?
Can I just ask this, Mr. Fantastic, what was the reason that you would mention your pension? Because she's not going to just do that out of nowhere. What happened to make her say, oh, I want your pension? Or was she looking to divorce you for something? I'm just saying, something that you may have done. She wanted to divorce you, and so she mentioned it, and then you beat her to it.
I've explained this at least. This is the last time I'm going to tell y'all this. We were living in 2 separate things called geobashing, right? She was the one accusing me of doing shit that I wasn't doing. I told her, if you go to this and you keep accusing me when I'm not doing anything. I was in her hometown with her people around all her folks for free.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear about something. I did not ask him for his pension because that had children outside of our marriage.
You left him for free.
Y'all always get on here. So shut the up.
You not
listening.
Always
get on here.
You not listening.
Try to dismiss women Stop.
You not listening.
Abusive relationships, whether it is
you are not listening.
or not.
Bro, if you had two people sitting there, right? They had a one night stand. He put the rubber on, and you got to tell one of them they was wilding, and one of them they was wilding. You would say the woman was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
She should have made that nigga put a condom on.
Yeah, especially because niggas' dicks be dirty.
Damn!
What level of responsibility? Well, not what the stats say. What level of responsibility would it be on? So he didn't put a condom on. She got pregnant. It's a one night stand. Who would you put the onus on for that happening more?
If I had to choose the woman because she gives the access.
Damn. So she should have made sure he put a condom on his dick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Like that. Wow.
Look like Mr. Fantastic was right.
Brother.
Okay. Damn. So putting a baby.
That need to be a mom is huge for women. So depending on who the woman is, a woman with a kid is less desperate to have a baby with any goddamn body.
Okay. All right. But you're saying she's 28. The clock starts getting louder and louder.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the danger comes in.
She have a baby by a homeless person. She don't give a shit. she ready to pull up on her bridge with no panties on.
That guy from he just came home, right? He just got out of jail. What's his name? Meeks. Jeremy Meeks. I think he was a prisoner.
Yes.
He got
good hair. Yeah.
He got green eyes and all that.
They wanted to get pregnant by that dude. Ain't got no job, no nothing. That's a perfect example. Yep.
Damn, man.
The dude with the green eyes, she wants her baby with. So that's what I'm saying. She find a whatever type of dude that would make a pretty baby. She online saying, I'm on birth control. You ain't got to wear no condom. Nigga ain't got no job, no nothing, but he got green eyes. She ready to bust it open.
Looks like we're telling the truth.
The problem, y'all come on these panels and you want to crucify black women. Your intention,
No.
as we talk about a lot of times, y'all talk about intention and you want us to follow you. We can't follow you if your intentions are not
I don't
good.
want you to follow me. You would get tired.
Here we go again.
You couldn't walk that far.
You're trying to make it about me.
You couldn't follow me
it's
because
about
you get tired.
On this panel, and you came on here to spew your hate for black women, and you are
Yes, ma'am, I
justifying it.
And it bothered you.
You're justifying it by coming on here and making it seem as if you are teaching us something.
I didn't say I was teaching a thing, ma'am.
You can't.
Did I tell you I was teaching you?
Any person that you don't like.
Did I was telling you I was teaching you? Did I say I was teaching anything?
Work that way.
Ma'am, did I say I was teaching anything?
No, but you got on this panel with the intention of telling us why men don't approach.
What I would recommend is you you get a job, right? You work it, maybe in an industry that you could thrive in. Learn it, right? Without the risk, build a foundation. That way when you jump into it, you're ready, Are we having a conversation? Are you here? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you responding to me, you think, or?
Who else am I responding to? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you what I hear. You asked what I hear as far as that question.
I know, but as I'm breaking it down for you, is it?
Move on.
Let
it go.
You are partway chivalrous to like you and yours. Is that truly chivalry? Is it just you protecting your investment or your asset, which is your life? And I want to go back to maybe that isn't as chivalrous because you're protecting your investment, which is your wife. But somebody smacks her
investment.
But the woman on the bus, the old lady on the bus is standing up with a cane, and you're gonna sit there and sit your happy hips, your wide hips down that bus, and watch her stand up on that with that cane the whole entire time. That's not chivalry.
Are you saying that me protecting my wife is less chivalrous than me giving my seat up for some old hag?
Are you
No.
Are you really chivalrous if you are only protecting your investment?
It's mine, right?
Right, you're protecting what's yours, but are you truly chivalrous if you don't give up the seat on the bus?
A woman that does things for me is enough. I don't need extra girlfriend.
Maddie, you made the point.
Yeah, let me make a quick point, right? I think this conversation can trigger women, but to be fair, right, to where Beans was going, because it's not a checkmate, but I understand your point, is that women don't actually believe that they're bringing value to guys like that, because otherwise they would be encouraging men outside their man to have more female friends, and they don't. They actually discourage. Hey, you don't need no female friends. But wait, women are so valuable and important. What you mean I don't need no female friends? It actually shows you what women think.
Even women think about that shit.
There's a lot of nuance there that you could examine.
That's a great point. That's clear. I agree.
That's from the biological standpoint.
Indeed.
Now they try to change that culturally into women don't have a definition. There's nothing that actually defines it. What ended up happening was this, though. The advent of feminism actually took away what femininity was by saying it was antiquated, it was old school, it was slavery, it was oppressive. But then they turned women into fake men. So everything that a woman do valuable is what men do. She go out work, she go out and make money, she go out and get a degree, she go out and get education, she go out and buy things, she go out and she can afford things. These are all the things that men have been using to measure themselves and whether or not they've been successful or valuable or things of that nature. Women had a different set of things.
Been only pursuing so much for the attention of women. This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it, but maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. B-Love, what's up? But it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How far are we willing to go to stand on it? Does your moral code have contingencies? You know, I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. You know, the double standards. How long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have like there's a reason for it.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Unlock the future of branding while outpacing your competition. Dive into the digital realm, transforming raw footage into video epics. Our editors redefine storytelling. At Prime Your Logos, where pixels become portals. Prime Your Logos. Unleash the unseen. Your brand amplified. Visit us at Prime Your Logos on Instagram. Or call 704-792-6345. That's 704-792-6345. Prime your brand. Prime your logos, where artistry transcends reality.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This might be risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
Yo. Net when I'm traveling. Yo, we back. DJ Hip to Stand people in the building. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute to everybody who's here earlier. That was a heartfelt episode. It's only right we came back with something a little bit more lighthearted. You feel me? Wow. This is something I've definitely been thinking about. I just dropped the link. I also put it in the Discord. Everyone to come join. Let's get it popping, man. I've been looking, seeing, and hearing a lot, man. And what I've gathered is, now I expect a decent amount of windmilling from specific ladies. That's what they here to do. Feel me? That's what they want to do. That's what the agenda is. No question. So generally speaking, when certain people comment, I know what they're going to say. There won't be any agreements at all in terms of what the men are saying. I get that 100%. But and I'm going to say hi to everybody in just a minute. But yo, when I seen some ladies convert to being tired of hearing us talk or what they may deem complaining, a thought popped in my head. Like, yo, they don't like us. She don't like you, bro. And this shit ain't helping. So even the ladies who seemingly side with the men on a decent amount of issues, like, all right, my nigga, like enough is enough. You know, I ain't saying no names. I ain't saying no names. I ain't saying no names, you know? Hold on, let me see if I see the other one. Let me say what's up to everybody and I can see what's what. So I got a couple clips that I want to show y'all. I dropped the link. I want to see what y'all think as well. Mel, you already know. Mel, what up? What's popping? Eyes in the building. E-Dub in the building. Nick, what up, my brother? I ain't see you this morning. Hope all is well. I got Mel already. DC was shaking. Miss Bell's in the building. Salute. Eyes, I see you. Callie Bev in the building, putting in work. My brother D always here, of course. That's what's up. Rose, what's popping? Thanos, my brother, back again. I appreciate you. How you say it? Rye, get it? I think. Salute. There he is. What up, my boy? Hope all is well. Always good to see you. Zagu, what's popping? Uncle Rick, what up? What's popping? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Ken in the building. Appreciate you, my G. Hope everything's everything. My brother PJ here. Strada here. Strada got the link. Hopefully we see him in a minute. Let me see. BJ, put your money away, big boy. Let me see. Miss Parker, what's popping? Matt, you already? We had to get it popping, man. We got to see what's up with this here. Melly Mel in the building. Melly Mel, you ain't a member. Stop being cheap. American Negro, what up? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, directioncyp.com. No. I don't know. I don't even know why I put that. I don't know. Homeboy, Shalom, Sozan, what up? Sapase, what up, my brother? Hope everything's everything, you heard? Let me see. I like the upgrades. My bad. Riri in the building. What's goody? Fifi, what's popping? TN, I see you. What up, my boy? Hope all is well. Uncle Rick, of course. Mr. Awesome, what up? Jerice, what's popping? Hope all is well. My Ak, what up, Samuel? Shalom, Aki, what's popping? Hope all is well. Sequoia, we see you. Maisie, what's goody? Nay, what up? Deshaun, salute. Buzz, what's popping? You all right? Mo List, what's goody? My brother Lawrence in the building. I like it. What's good? Kenny, I ain't seen you in a minute. I just thought about you, man. Hope all is well, man. Hope everything's everything. Impress putting in work, of course. I like it, man. Make sure I hit the like button for me. EJ, I see you. Let me see. No Country. Let's go. These nuts in the building. Lord Lou, what up, my boy? How you? Everything's everything? I appreciate it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So I got a couple clips, man. I've been looking and thinking of shit, bro. Let me ask y'all a question. Don't get mad at me. Does anybody appreciate a complaining ass nigga, man? Put a 1 in the chat if they do. Put a 2 in the chat if they don't. At what point does something become a concern and start to become a complaint? Essentially, if you're looking at something and you want it to change, but it's not changing, and all you do is talk about it and do nothing to change it, does it turn into complaint no matter how valid it is? Or as long as it's valid, it's not a complaint. And hopefully Relly will be here in a minute, but if not, we're going to cook. So what I'm asking is, let's say I got an issue, right? And all I do is talk about said issue, but I don't do shit to change it. Nor does my results show that I'm not dealing with anything different. So my results is ass, and I'm saying the same thing over and over as well. And nothing changes. Does it convert to a complaint? Even if it's valid? Can complaints be valid? Because I would assume that it becomes invalid or too, how you say? I don't know. Like beating a dead horse. So let me think through this. Not a complaint, but complaining. So you air a concern. You don't do shit about the concern. Are you just complaining at that point? So most people need to shut the fuck up until they trying to solve it. That's what I'm saying, right? A lot of time we converse or motherfucker, we used to march, and that's marketing, right? That's marketing. So we understand that you have to market a product, but then you have to produce that product. If you don't produce a product or make a change, then marketing means nothing. Oftentimes people see marketing as overhead, which is why when companies make cuts or cut back, the marketing department, gets downsized rather quickly, because people don't often associate marketing with revenue, right? They see it as overhead most often. Although you should see the correlation, but it's not as seamless as people assume, because people think that the salespeople can just do their own marketing. So how much of this shit is marketing with no action behind it? We had this conversation before. It was a pretty dope panel actually, in terms of we have complaints about different systems, but where's the legislation? Who's working on legislation to change those systems so that we don't deal with the same issues, right? And then our behaviors themselves don't protect us from them issues. They actually exacerbate the issues, right? So we exacerbate the issues that we complain about, and then we're not doing anything to change the issues either. So at that juncture, you're just complaining. I want us to understand, fellas, right? I think that the concerns we have are legitimate 100%. But I think delivery, timing, audience, right? What they think our intention is matters. And here's what I think they hear. I'm going to show you a couple clips. I'm going to show you a couple clips of what I think they hear and what they seeing it as. Feel me? So I want to show y'all this. John, what's popping, my boy? What's goody? My brother Harrison in the building. That's OG L Nix. Hold on, let me see something. L Nix, what's goody? Excuse me. L Nix with the $5. It's Happy New Year to the This Might Be Risky family. This is the year of growth. That's a fact. OG L Nix in the building. Appreciate you. You know what I mean? Let me see. I got Dottie. Dottie was popping. Salute, 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 salute. All right, TBE, my brother, what up? So this is what I think is happening, fellas, to us. We need to strategize. CJ, hurry up, Negro. We have to strategize because this is what I think that they hearing. Feel me? This is how I think they see us. And I wonder who is this actually? Lee, what up? Right? So now, I don't think anybody's going to admit it, but is this you? This is how they see, especially if you stay in the chat. They see chat niggas as niggas that's in their mom basement masturbating the majority of the day, playing video game, masturbate, and they do their IT job. I'm telling you, listen to this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Ronnie, what up? Hey, listen, we got a goal for 50 super chats. Green or better. We need to hit that goal. You heard? Let's do it, man. Ty G, what up? All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I can't DJ neither. You know, you got to be honest. Actually, Jackson was good. PJ with the $5 says it becomes an issue when there's never a solution, or every time a solution is suggested, the complainer turns it down without even considering it. I'm gonna wait for Strada to say it when he get up here. I'm gonna steal it. That's a bar right there, TJ. Hey Tiff, I'm gonna wait till you finish eating with your hands, and I'm gonna bring you up. Damn, Tiff eating like she. Are you from Nigeria? What's that shit they eat over there with their hands? What's that? What's that shit they eat? I forget. Free Zone, what up though? With the $5 says, a lot of this is cope talk, not solution talk. Ham, let's keep it a buck. Damn, our brother Lord Lou came with the. Look at Joe. Joe, nobody even said nothing yet. Nobody even said nothing yet, baby boy. Hey Joe, what's popping? We gotta hit this goal, baby. Mike Brown, my OG Mike Brown, hitting the goal. Creed coming through, of course. Salute the Creed who gifted 5 This Might Be Risky memberships. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain it. This weekend, I'm starting members only stream, so this is right on time. Man. You know what I mean? Let me see. I got energy now. Young Money, you was almost late. Dollar, what up, my boy? Miss C, contribution. Perfect. Appreciate you. All right, let me see. And Cree looking shiny, man. Somebody better holla at Cree. Miss Bell, salute. Perfect. Hey, Cree, man, let me know if you want to go on that date with Triple Black, cause sis been ducking him, you know what I mean? Dottie. Salute to Dottie in the building from across the pond, man. Gifted 1 membership. Whoever got blessed, please maintain it. Members only stream starting this weekend. So I can get my arm back right. Homeboy with the 5 says support, keep grinding. I got you. I didn't slander him. I didn't say nothing about. I said, yo, I'm asking, is this what the perception is? That's all I'm asking. DirectionCYOP.com, bro. Get y'all latest merch, man. Okay. Think so? Maybe. We'll see. All right, let me show y'all this, man. Hey, make sure we work towards the goal, man. Let's work towards the goal. We working hard over here. All right, let me show y'all this clip. This is me. This is my speculation about how the ladies see us up on there in these good YouTube streets when these conversations are happening. Take this walk with me. Let's find out. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Y'all remember this? So, this was pretty. Let me scoot to the right. So, this was pretty popular here. If y'all didn't remember this, I remember this is one of the first ones that kind of caught my attention. Hold on. L Nick's in the building coming through for the hood. My OG L Nick's in the building with the 5 gifted membership. Whoever got blessed with 1, please maintain. All right, so make sure you get y'all merch, okay? Do y'all remember this? So I was kind of just getting acclimated. I think this was like at the start of COVID, essentially. And listen to boy that's on the phone with Mr. Samuels here. This is what I need. In the chat, put a 1 if you think this is how the ladies think we sound. Ladies, put a 1 if this how the majority of niggas sound, both on the panel and the chat. Or put a 2 if you don't think they think this is how we sound. And a 2 for the ladies if this is not how the majority of the fellas sound.
And the only one I got behind me is my girlfriend. And I don't want to like.
Hold on. You invested all your money into starting this business?
Basically, yeah. I used to be a.
And you're unemployed? And you're unemployed?
Yes, sir. I kind of sacrificed everything to get one.
Hold on.
Okay, my bad.
How long have you been doing this business?
I just started. And
what does that mean? What does that mean? 3 months.
3 months.
And you've been unemployed for how long?
Ooh, close to almost a year. It's been kind of hard to get everything together.
What city do you live in?
I moved from Birmingham, Alabama to Houston, Texas.
This is unacceptable.
Yeah, I know.
I hope you didn't come here looking for sympathy.
Oh, no.
Do you have both your limbs?
Yes, sir.
Then why don't you have a job?
Because all right, so long story short, I used to be
no long story. Dude, you're 29 years old saying I'm a freight broker and I've invested.
No, I'm 27. Yeah.
27, whatever. You use words like invest in business. You're unemployed living off your girlfriend.
Now, I use stock options, but I made good money off stock options, but at the same time, I lost a lot of money because I get a little greedy from here and there. But it kind of helped out too. So it's kind of been like some stock options from that and some money too.
How much are you earning a month?
Ooh, shit. About under 1,000, depending on how.
Then don't tell me damn thing about stock options. Negro, you need a job.
Yes, sir.
Get off YouTube, get off Instagram, get off TikTok, get up your ass and go the fuck to work.
Yes, sir.
No, there ain't nothing else to say. And she must not have a daddy. Because if she had a daddy, no, he can't be about shit because he couldn't be around my damn daughter.
I mean, I'm the one that.
I don't want to hear it.
I mean, I'm the one that.
I don't want to.
All right, baby. Hey, Reaper, what was that name that you sent for that show, bro? What was that name? So most of the guys don't sound like that, right? Don't tell me y'all agree with that now. Y'all agree with that? For the show tomorrow, damn, what the fuck was I about to say? For the show tomorrow, for the conversation between Flow State and Miss Fantastic Reaper. All right, most of us don't sound like that, right? We good. We ain't him. All right. So we good on that one, right? Let me know. Dottie said no comp. Come on now. Y'all not saying we sound like Son right there. Okay, not most. Okay, all right. Maisie being honest. All right, cool. That was a test. Okay, all right. Now, what about this one? Let me see. All right, good. We don't sound like that. Niggas ain't talking about being broke. Wait, so men ain't talking about being broke and shit like that, right? We mostly be working and all that. I think even the leaders of you say that, you know, men should pay the majority of the bills if they want to get what they asking for. Okay, all right. So we good with homeboy. How about Son right here? Hey man, let's work towards that goal. Oh man, instead of buying that double cheeseburger, you feel me?
Hello.
What's going on?
How are you? How old are you?
I'm 28.
All right. What's the disagreement?
I don't feel even if black men reach the certain level that they're that we should aspire to reach, I don't think the black women will follow us. I feel like 80% of them will still shit on us and leave us hanging.
Why? First of all, you said I feel twice.
He should have told him. He's saying he feel.
See any issue with that?
No.
That's a problem. As a man, you shouldn't worry about how you feel. So we're thinking what we do. It's one of the things we talk about women all the time. They always say, I feel. So what makes black women biologically different than any other group of women?
Biologically?
Yes.
There's no difference.
Then
not from a biological perspective.
Then why would they not respond to the same evolutionary biology type things?
From what I've seen from anecdotal experience, it's like it's a temporary
What part of the country do
reaction.
you live in?
I'm in Atlanta.
Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
So why does the divorce rate drop dramatically for black couples as well over an income of $250,000?
I didn't know that.
Maybe because you're not part of that group. See, if you're going to say something like that, I'm going to challenge it. Because basically what you're putting out here is you don't feel black women are going to, okay, I'll go with that. But why? Based upon what?
It's what I've seen my entire life.
You know,
black women have been my enemy my entire life.
They've been your what?
My enemy.
What do you mean your enemy?
Whether it's me, whether it's people that I know or people that I'm even related to, if there are strides towards success that are being made, there's an active effort to get in the way of the progress of what it is that we're doing. Like, honestly, like,
what does that mean though? You come in and say black women have been my enemy. You're gonna have to give me a specific.
Okay.
There you go, man.
I recently dated a woman who was pursuing a dual doctorate degree in medicine and in chemistry. And throughout the entire relationship, the only time that we didn't have an argument or we didn't have any kind of ridiculous back and forth is when we were having sex. You know what I'm saying? Like, once the orgasm was out the window.
How old are you?
28.
And how long did you
28.
date?
I've known her for 8 years, dated her for 1.
And you dated her to what end? What was the intended outcome? To what end? Yeah. Dating has a purpose.
Hey Tiff, you better fix that shirt. Put her ass down there.
I was interested in marrying her.
You dated her with
sure.
me? Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a musician and an Uber driver.
What?
I know.
Are you serious? Are you trolling me? Ninja,
no,
what?
I'm not.
Ninja, what? You date your enemy is your pocketbook.
I know.
Don't come here and talk about black women. Man, see? I mean, are you being serious, bro?
I am, but the finances is definitely something.
No. A black woman who's dating you actually came in here to tell me that you dated a black woman who's pursuing 2 dual doctorates.
I'm a PhD.
And you're a goddamn Uber driver and a musician. That's not a problem, except you frame black women as your enemy, and your enemy is your inability to be productive on a serious level.
That's not currently true for me.
Well, here's the thing. I talked about what makes black women different on an evolutionary biological scale than any other group of women. You could not say that. I asked you about the decrease in the divorce rates over $250,000 for a couple. You didn't know about that. You said from your anecdotal experience, but unless you make that, your anecdotal experience has been, do respect yours.
Well, so outside of me, I have mentors that I work with.
My ultimate point is at 28 years old, you're too young to be trying to talk about getting married anyway. See, you haven't found yourself. And if I go with what you said, your failure in relationships are justified by calling black women your enemy instead of looking in the mirror and saying,
which all right, so what y'all think of boy, man? Do the boy sound like how we sound? Was he a fair representation? If Kevin was so annoyed with son, the women that we pursuing seemingly getting annoyed with that same information. So what you think? Did son have a point? Was he valid? Did or did he sound like he was complaining and he had to look in the mirror? Mo said that's a lot of niggas. So put a 1 in the chat if he represented the chat / the panel, or 2 if he didn't. Majority did. Now you got to consider the chat and the panel. So even if your consideration is more chat than panel, that's cool. You feel me? If it's more chat, because you got to consider all of it. So you got to consider the chat and the panel. And then if it's not, it's 2. It's fine. Easy money. What up? Elijah, what up? Zero tolerance. Salute. Black America was goody. Love C, what up? I think I see my brother Tony. Tony, what's popping? All right, Mr. Awesome said 2, 1, 2. Damn, it's like split. It's like split. Hold on.
Nay, sis, come on, bruh.
You stay out the chat. I read the chat.
Yeah, right.
Let me do this now.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. So still. Put prices on my head.
The cock my shit and I find
The bathroom is open.
As the sponsor of last week's show, let's go.
What you think? All right, so what you think of the first guy? Nah.
Bless his heart.
What you think of him? The first guy.
It sounded very familiar. It sounded very familiar.
The first guy that was living off his girl.
I mean, there is a tone called homosexual, right?
No, I'm talking about listen. All right, Tiff, hold on, because you're not listening. Somebody kick Tiff off until she start listening, please.
Yo, this is crazy work.
Because
Hey,
the first guy was complaining.
Let me see your shirt.
Tiff.
Did you make that?
Come on. All right, Tiff, I'm about to kick you off myself.
No, don't kick me off. No,
All right, stop. Don't start talking random. All right. So T Lee was popping. So the first guy said he got some business he trying to start. He been trying at it for a year, hasn't made a dime, living off of dividends under $1,000 a month, and he lived off his girl essentially and quit his job to do so. Does that sound like most of the men here on the panels in the chat?
No, I won't say most. No, minority for sure.
Okay, I didn't think I hear anybody doing that shit.
Yeah, that's minority.
Most often, the men even speak against social programs, let alone living off of a chick. What you think, T. Lee's, about the first guy?
Hey, how's my audio? I think it's glitching a little bit.
It's all right. Go ahead.
You said it's all right? Okay, cool. No, I don't think most dudes sound like that, but I look at it a little different, but I'm a wait until you move on. We'll come back to it.
Well, the first guy might be easy. So the first guy specifically, do most of us sound like that?
No.
No.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. That was a
But
test.
I don't necessarily think his situation. It sounds bad on the surface, but if you do a thought or if you deep dive it, you might be able to come out to some positive conclusions from it. But I can understand on the surface how it could sound like it sound bad.
Yeah,
So,
being supported by somebody else when you're trying to get your goals, you hustling backwards, right? It's hard to chase a goal like that with no means and then have to live off of someone else. That's not something that I would advise someone to do. Chasing your goal, chasing your dreams, manifest destiny is what women do. I think men, we work ourselves to a point where we can then chase destiny, goals, and dreams. But we have to work to a point where we have that luxury. To have that luxury off the back of someone else is unbecoming.
yeah. But we live in different times, and this is not me, caping for it. So I want people to understand this. I'm just speaking to the other side. Is that if he break through though, like if his girl make more than him, or she's supporting him, and he break through, that could be a viable situation, or that could be a situation. But I understand where you coming from, and I ultimately agree. But if he was to break through, she was with him while he didn't have nothing. So that's another point.
Yeah, I think what it is, it's extreme minority. I know a lot more rappers that ain't big than the ones I do, right? And so I'm just saying that I think it's okay to have those dreams, right? But you got to put it in perspective, right? So as long as you get you work yourself to where you can support your dreams. Somebody else having to support your dreams is going to be problematic.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do you believe that there are some women that date men on the potential of potentially you could,
don't mean nothing to me.
Do you believe the majority or the minority of women date men off of potential?
The majority of women?
Majority or minority date men.
Minority.
Okay. That's fair.
Minority. Yeah. I think potential gets you fired. We know that. There's always a lot of kids that you think, man, you should be better than this at 6'5" and 230 pounds as a sophomore. But he don't got heart. And you waste all your time pouring into him because he looked the part and think you got potential, and he never amount to nothing. Well, you could have been pouring to the guy with a little less size, but more heart, desire, and ability. So yeah, man. Okay. All right. So the first guy, we can agree that ain't him. That ain't us on the panel. The first guy living off his girl, making less than $1,000 a month, got a business that he's been working on for 2 years and hasn't turned any type of revenue or profit. That's not the majority of men here. Even So Solid. So Solid and I talked 6 months ago regarding his entrepreneurial journey, right? But he still works at the company, right? Learning the trade and the craft, has upgraded, is a leader there. So now when he converts to his business, the foundation is already laid. You see what I'm saying? T. Leaf? That's how we should do it, right? Make sure it's more of a sure thing, Mike, even Trigger Mike. I would venture that the business that he does with the arms and stuff, if he wanted to, and I'm just speculating, he might be able to live off that. Not at where he got it to now, but why? You know what I'm saying? Still go to work, So I think that's the key, right? You build it to a point where then you can enjoy those dreams. And if those dreams become a reality where you can quit the job, do so. We don't do it off the back of nobody else. That's what I recommend for men. That's all. That's all. All right. So the first guy,
I'm
we
gonna drop down. I gotta drop down real quick. My shit acting up. Can you
I'm
drop
gonna
the
drop
link
the
again?
link. Yeah, I got you. John, what's popping?
Yo, what's good, man?
What's goody?
Chilling, man. Just making sure that I heard you mention 6'5", 225. So,
so you hit the link?
I had to jump. Just for that.
You still trying to get in the ring?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna let y'all know when we do the next one.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a little bit warmer once we get past ATL with the field day. But that should be a goodie because we got a bunch of guys that want to box for the sport of it, and that's always fun, you know. I think that now that we got the boxing thing going, it's been a lot less physical talk. So there's always a silver lining, you know what I mean? I was hearing Saul get so many clips into me. Tell him, set it up, call him. That shit done died down tremendously. So you know. Okay, so the second guy. Right? The second guy who did y'all hear what he said? Black women been his enemy his whole life. No matter what he does, it ain't gonna be good enough for them. And you saw Mrs. Samuels take exception to that. Do you think the guy himself sounds like us on the panels and or the chat? You have to consider the chat as well when making your determination. The ladies, well, the chat was about split 1-1-1-1-1. I think most of the ladies said we sound like the second dude.
Now, when you say most of us, you mean are you combining men and women, how we both sound, or are you trying to make a distinction between the two?
It's the man talking. It was only men.
Just the men. Just the men. Okay, I got you. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I would say to a certain extent, that's how we sound.
So yes.
I mean, yeah, it might not be that extreme on his situation, but as far as it's all over the place. Yeah, that's how we sound.
Did you see it, Mike? You probably seen it before, but when I
seen it before.
Mm-hmm. Do we sound like son?
I agree with whoever was just talking. I agree with him.
John, there's only 4 people up here, Mike.
My bad. I was looking at my work, and y'all over here on this screen. My bad.
Oh, okay. So we sound like him. Now we haven't qualified if it's negative or positive. We understand that KS took exception with what he was saying and gave him a level of correction. But T Leaves, do we sound like the second guy? Panel and chat.
You saying sound? I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that's what it sounds like. I have to agree with that.
Okay.
It's not that extreme though.
Okay.
Look at 2025. Look at God.
Tip, answer the question.
Yes.
You sound like son? Okay. Yes. Was what son was saying, was he wrong, Mike?
No.
John, was he wrong?
Yeah, he was wrong.
Okay. Tea leaves. Now before you answer, don't give me no certain extent shit and all that. And I ain't listening to none of that.
You knew I was about to goddamn do it.
Was he wrong?
Nah, to me, he wasn't wrong. To me, but that's based on my experience. So I don't know.
Okay. All right. So Mike, Tiff, was he wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Mike, why was he not wrong?
Just so I don't get it mixed up between first and second. Second dude is
the guy who said black women been his enemy, even no matter how well he do, they ain't coming along with us. They don't want to cooperate, etc.
He's not wrong. He's 100%.
Damn. Why? You got now.
I mean, just look at it this way, man. Ladies, that's gonna be hard to accept, but at some point you gotta understand when men are being honest. You gotta we collect these gripes from other men. Men have collectively said stuff like that to me my whole life, even from as young as like 8, 9 years old. You know, from the issues with their mom, then it translated to the girlfriend, then it translated to the wife, whatever. They're just like, why is what I do, even when it's the exact replica of somebody that doesn't look like me, is done? For some reason, it's not enough. For some reason, you're laying me low, talking to me like you ain't shit. We see it on the internet. Y'all want us not to believe our eyes? That's exactly how the black man is treated by the black woman. It goes all the way back. If you read history, where it's like, why did you let Massa do this to me? And I will hate you just a little bit for the rest of your life because of that. So I've heard men say that, black men say that my whole life.
You agree?
I can't discount what they're saying to make women feel good. I can't do it.
Do you agree though?
I do agree.
Okay. You've been treated like that?
Absolutely.
Damn. Go ahead, John. I got a follow-up question.
No, I mean, I understand, Mike. I understand what you're saying. The reality is, women, the culture, the world now is just crazy.
Okay.
All women are women, black, white, Hispanic, Chinese. You're gonna get certain things. Now, yes, if you're becoming the best version of yourself, and you're still getting that, from my experience, something's off. I'm gonna just keep it 100. Like, most guys don't look in the mirror. On paper, we might say, "Yo, we doing everything right, and we doing this right, and we doing this right," but something's off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you saying, Tiffany was popping. Davey, what up? You late? Pumps and dumps. Salute. Appreciate y'all. So if men were doing the things that they're advised to do, this wouldn't be their experience, huh?
I wouldn't say you just gonna get it right. You always going like take a L. I'm not saying you won't take L's, but what we do, we go after, or we deal with certain Johns.
Okay.
That got the attitude because we think we could fix them, we want to change them and whatever, and we don't stand on nothing, to be honest. And I'll just say that's most guys, and that's why we get the outcomes, because it's just a lot of circular stuff. And then when you ask, like when KS asked the ball, like, you need to look in the mirror, we don't do that. We don't work on ourselves, or maybe we just corny, maybe we just lame, maybe it might not be for you.
Yo, chill, John, chill, because that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, she don't like you, my G, and this ain't helping. So John actually second those sentiment. Now, John, you know what I gotta say? What everybody thinking? Of course, John talking spicy. He got muscles. He's 6'5". He in shape. He dark skinned. He got the beard popping. Of course, John experience ain't getting treated like a poo putt.
Nah, and that's the misconception. I think the reality is, most guys, yeah, you're gonna get those special people, but most dudes take L's. Most dudes take L's. And even for me, yo, I had to work on myself. Like, physically 6'5" and or whatever, but personally, I was still dealing with certain Johns that I'm like, yo, I would never, ever, you wouldn't even be in my presence as far as speaking to me like that. But that's now.
Yeah.
But when I was younger, yo.
Yeah, but John, you just saying that you realized what you wanted to deal with and didn't. The difference is you had women to figure it out with.
Yep. Can I say something to him real quick? John, what I was trying to do.
No, it ain't your turn.
What I was trying to do was speak objectively, despite my experience. I'm not.
Nah, Mike, don't do that, beloved. I asked you
Yeah.
Is that your experience? You like, yeah.
Yeah. No. But that's exactly what I'm saying. Is
Hold on,
that
Mike, let me handle this
despite my
business real quick.
experience,
Let me handle this
I
business
don't
real
dump
quick.
on. Yeah, my bad.
Tiff. See you in 10 minutes, Playboy.
This might be risky.
We'll see Tiff at 3:39. Go ahead, Mike.
I'm just saying it's the objective of the situation, John. We can't take our experience, like, in fact, we can't take our ascension and ability to get over that shit and then try to beat other men down with it, like, well, y'all should just do what I did. Like, we do that a lot. Like, it's grandstanding. That's what I'm saying. That is the experience of other men. And let me just say it, when I said objectively, this is what I meant. How could a man be appreciated when the woman didn't even experience men the proper way, right? It is a 100% social deficit of the women in question. If you didn't have a man take care of you the proper way, raise you the proper way, how are you going to appreciate any other man? It's a lack of appreciation. That's all it is. So you're saying that they can have, despite not growing up, the largest group that grew up without fathers, you're saying that they can appreciate men to the same capacity other women who had their fathers in their life? Not possible. Right? So I'm just saying it's all relevant.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm not speaking. It wasn't like I had my pick of the litter. I still had to put in work. I still had to. That's what I'm saying. Like most guys, you can even get scraps. Most dudes who ain't getting no Jones, that's a couple. That's a few. But most dudes can still pick up something. And if you could pick up something, that's what I'm speaking about. Now, if you ain't getting nothing, then I don't know. But most guys are picking up something. So if they can take that something and then build upon that or learn from it, that's all you need. But to say we not getting nothing, and then it just I can't. I've been through too much to even with myself to recognize, like, so it's all women. Like, nah, yo, I don't think we look in the mirror enough. That's all I'm saying.
Damn. T. Lee, what side of the fence you on, Playboy? I forgot.
Oh no, I said you asked me if he was wrong. I said no. I'm just paying attention to what he said. I think at the end he said the only time that things is all good is if when the sex is good or whatever. So I just kind of look at it as like, okay, yeah, we focusing on his pockets and shit like that, but I mean, she got with him. Did she know that he was doing all those things? And like, if you with him and you knew he had all that stuff going on, why is there so much turmoil? Why is there so much,
He was single.
Oh, he was single. Okay, I thought he was talking about okay.
Second dude, black women are our enemies. They not gonna be here for us regardless of whatever. They not taking this route with us.
He was speaking in general, basically.
Yeah, and then once his situation was uncovered, he worked at Amazon and he a musician.
Right. Yeah. Oh, he delivered. He Ubered. I think he did Uber. I think.
Now you remember it when you were talking about the. Go ahead.
My bad. Okay. No, I was just saying, but all right. So for me personally, like I said, it's based on my anecdotal experience. I have too many stories to kind of share. Some of them are a little bit more personal than others that I don't really want to share. But I'll use an example of like when I ended relationships with majority of the women that I dated, they never ended peacefully. It was always turmoil. It was always something going on. It was always something negative attached to it when it didn't have to be. Because I was never the type of person that tried to end things on bad terms. I always tried to end things on good terms, but they never wanted to do that. And sometimes it got to the point where people was trying to tell people that I was doing certain things to them, trying to, like they was just making out, just making outlandish allegations, and I've experienced that throughout my dating life, the whole entire time. So I understand the enemy part is a strong word. Would I use enemy? No, but they definitely work against us. Our own people or our own women work against us a lot of the times. And when things could just be bygones, you go your way, I go my way. But why things got to end on bad terms? So that's just one example that I'll
So
use.
you saying the majority of time you dealt with chicks, it ended poorly?
Yeah. I'll give you one example. I ended this was a good girl too. This wasn't like she had no attitude or nothing like that. But in 2014, I wasn't in this space. I didn't know nothing about relationships, how to maintain one. I wasn't in the right space, right? But I realized in the moment, like I never cheated on her or nothing like that. But I realized that I wasn't in the right mind of frame to be with her. So I broke up with her. I broke up with her because I knew that I wasn't going to treat her good or the way she needed to be treated because she was a good person. And I mean, she made it a big deal. Just, I mean, boo-hooing, crying. Let me not say boo-hooing. She was just crying, asking why, what was wrong, things of that nature. And I tried to tell her, like, yo, I'm just, but then as time went on, I was finding out that she was telling people that I did something bad to her or I was being mean and shit like that. I was just like, yo, like why
Shit like that.
Nah, you wasn't being mean though.
No, I wasn't being mean.
Where's she at? Call her.
This is 2014, Hamp. Come on, bro.
Come on, because that's the thing. Like, so if you talk to my wife about an argument we had, I'm largely gonna be implicated, I'm sure. Yeah, but then if you talk to me, guess who's gonna be implicated?
Yeah, but I did the right thing, right? Oh, see, now come on, Ham. Come on, man.
Man,
look, this when enough ain't never enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I recognize in the moment, I'm not gonna treat you the way that the relationship, we already in a relationship. We calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend and shit like that.
Mhm.
But like, I can already see myself being attracted to other people and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, I don't want to put her through that. Like, I don't think that's a good thing. Like, so I was like, I'm gonna just break up with her, so that I don't have to put that type of energy on her.
Y'all better stop talking to me like it's my first rodeo.
Come on,
I'll tell you that now. Don't even play that. Don't even play that shit with me,
bro.
I ain't gonna dissect it right now. I'm gonna wait. Strata was popping.
What's good? Hey, panel, what's going on? What's good with y'all?
What's
Y'all
goody, man? Did you hear? We can hear you sound great. Did you hear the second dude?
I did.
What you think?
I think that's how a lot of men sound, bro. Like,
damn.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you why I say this though. Like,
now, all right, so they sound like that one. Do you agree with him?
No. No. These motherfuckers be wilding, bro. This is the problem. I'm gonna tell you what it is, bro. To have a valid complaint, you gotta have examples, reasons, and results, right? And a lot of times, I find that men are picking up crosses for other men in situations they can't even relate to. Like, bro, you got too much going on in your actual life, bro. Like, you trying to write music, you doing Uber and shit. Like, bro, what are you worried about what the whole entirety of women think about you? Like, my nigga, you gotta get your shit together, bro. I think that's what be fucking dudes up. Like, it's an entitlement that I think comes with us striving for success. So, for example, a dude work, right? He get his money up. Let's say he hit the gym. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doing all these things to get what he deems himself capable and ready to get a woman, but he ain't got no soft skills. He developed no type of game with the women. And so what happens is you get a sense of entitlement off of you thinking you deserve something now, but you ain't done shit to really prove yourself in the field. So now it's all men. Oh, these women ain't treating us. Man, they not doing right. Bro, you making raps while you delivering niggas food, bro. Why you worry about how the woman race treat you? Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, that's crazy. And I'm not saying that every dude reason ain't valid, but he was tripping, bro. Like, I was riding like, what the fuck he just say? And I was kind of with him, and he started talking some more. I said, oh shit, he one of those, bro. 2-3 layers deep. That shit don't sound the same, bro. I promise it don't.
Yo,
Just my thought.
I'm just saying, bro. They hear the conversation, and then niggas just turn around like, yo, man, they don't fuck with me. No kidding.
Exactly. What do you
Yeah, I
mean?
know y'all just made my point, right?
Nah, nobody made your point.
Y'all grandstanding, stepping on these niggas' heads.
Nah, he just saying, yo, you expected somebody to be feeling you when you ain't even at a point in life where should be feeling you.
Is that true though?
Very.
What you mean?
Relative to their other counterparts, is that true? Does he know a dude that he worked with that got a girl?
Based on his disposition, Mike, what you think?
That's what I'm saying. Is there a white dude that does the exact same shit he do, and that dude marry? Is there an Indian dude that do the same shit he do, and he marry? So relatively, drive Uber and write music. The answer is yes. That's all I'm saying.
With no wife.
Wait.
Come on, Trigger.
Yes, they are. The
Trigger,
Indians be driving cabs.
Boy said the women are his enemies. He said they always been his enemies his whole life. He said that they don't fuck with him. The nigga that's married, you would have to preclude from that synopsis.
Nah, what I'm saying is there are people relatively, mean his countrymen. He know men just like him. They got women, but they don't look like him. So relatively speaking,
how he look?
He's right. His women are his enemy because he doesn't have enough. So he ain't treated until he ain't gonna get treated right until he level up. So in his mind, why wouldn't he look at where he's at in life like they look at him like he ain't enough? That's all I'm saying. Relatively speaking.
Mike, he said they his enemies, bro.
Yeah.
That's strong. That's
Like,
strong.
listen, bro. Why are we not allowed to believe our ears? Look at the way they fucking talk to us on these panels. Look at the way they talk to us, bro. Wait. What I'm saying is, listen. Y'all, Anton did some shit. Like I just watched a clip of it. Look at the way they talk to the nigga that got everything. Even he ain't enough. The married dude, they got kids, the 6-figure job. They talk to that nigga like he ain't shit. So why isn't that dude allowed to feel that way?
Trigger, you know why?
I mean, objectively.
Yeah, you want to know why he can't say that? Because if you turn around and ask that same guy that was complaining in the video, when's the last time you soft approached a woman? When's the last time you say, hey, how you doing? My name is. He can't tell you. That'd be my issue with the shit. It's like the complaint.
That part's important.
You see what I'm saying?
Go ahead, Trigger. Go ahead. Finish, Strata. My fault. No, not you. I said Trigger by accident. Strata, go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, like it's that shit. It sounds good in theory, but then when you ask the same dude with the complaint, when's the last time you put this shit to theory? They get silent because they don't talk to women on a regular. They don't do enough to even have that opinion, bro. That's just how I look at it. You ain't done enough to even have an opinion about all women being your enemy because you can't tell me the last time you talked to one, even casually. You feel me? That shit sound crazy, bro. I don't know.
So basically, we gotta have it all together. Basically,
I ain't even say that. That's not what I said.
Hold on, Mr. Fantastic.
Hold on, Strata.
Let me mute this nigga here. Let me mute Mr. Fantastic.
Strata, real quick.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking like it's just romantic, bro. When he say women are his enemy, I took it all the way back. Childhood, school, right? Girls laughing at you, pointing at your dusty ass sneakers, even though you ain't got no job, and just because your parents are poor. I'm talking about all the way from youth, bring it all the way to adulthood. That has been cultivated in his brain to think that the women don't like him unless he got the top tier shit.
It sounds like men delusion to me, and I understand what y'all be trying to say, bro.
You're a victim.
Very delusional, bro. Outside in the real world,
hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead, Strata.
Bro,
and Arnold, speak to somebody. Tiff, you got static.
Okay, let me make sure.
This is delusion, bro. Like this is really like it's in your mind, bro. Like I'm not saying that ain't fucked up women out here. I ain't saying the dudes had some bad relationships, but I'm telling you, motherfuckers have lost their social muscles, bro. Like there was a time to where you could just pop off a casual conversation. We don't check each other temperature no more. It be a bunch of in your mind watching YouTube, putting shit together that you ain't been through in your real life. That's just what it is, bro. And we having these hypothetical theory conversations, and it's so fucking crazy, bro.
Yo,
I don't know. I need show your work. Let's put
I
it.
seen niggas. This is one thing that I had to correct niggas on before y'all jump in. Just in terms of what he's saying, right? And Mr. Fantastic could probably attest. And Mike, because he been here, and Arnold. I don't know how long Jonathan have been around, or T. Lee's or Tiff, right? But niggas was literally, I'm saying like on YouTube, niggas was saying the shit that KS is saying with none of the shit to offer. And there's a couple cats I had to correct. I said, beloved, you don't have a car. You don't have a house. You don't have ends. You don't have influence. That high value shit that he ain't talking to you. Not until you get there. Did y'all experience that? Mr. Fantastic, did you experience that? People touting those points without it being able to actually leverage them?
Yeah, the high value man conversation, of course. Yeah.
People kind of like using them again, but then they didn't have the result.
You don't fit the criteria.
All right, mute, Mr. Fantastic. Arnold.
But he didn't fit the criteria.
Tiff, mute, please.
Yes, sir.
Arnold, what's popping? Arnold, let me ask you a question.
What's popping?
Will it go over that other ear, or you think it's gonna snap the headphone?
I got to open so I can hear my phone.
Oh shit! All right.
It'll break.
Arnold, what's popping, man? You was trying to cut Strata off when he was talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, like it's somewhere in between what Mike's saying and what Strata's saying. Like, I don't think he needs to be defended. Either one of them dudes, right? They not soldiers in this army yet.
What you mean?
That they don't qualify to have this conversation. They not talking the big dog talk yet. And I feel like
That's
dudes
what Strata said.
But I'm saying, right, that's what I'm saying. Mike is saying that what he's saying, right, his sentiment,
Uh-huh.
right, may be cool, but he ain't earned it, right, to be able to have that conversation.
Okay.
Right? He getting what he deserved right now.
That's what
That's the
Strata
outcome
saying.
he deserved.
That's what Strata's saying, not me.
No, I'm saying that he not in this number yet.
Son in the video, right?
Yeah, the dude from the videos, both of them dudes, is getting the outcomes
That they deserve.
that are equivalent, right, to the output.
Okay, but Arnold, here's what I'm asking you. Okay.
But no. So, but the women, right, apply those profiles to all of us niggas.
Okay, but this what I'm asking you though. You saw him, so you could see. Okay, I could see why you doing poorly. But in terms of what he was saying, the second dude specifically, right? The rhetoric. If the women liken that rhetoric to us on the panel and the chat, would they be far off?
Because they're matching the rhetoric to the profile, right? So, you can't
So
talk
they
like
saw?
that, nigga. You know what I'm saying? They're matching the rhetoric to the profile.
So they seen them.
Every nigga that come up here got them profiles.
What you mean though?
So they say every nigga that come up on here is complaining, is broke, don't get no women, don't have no experience. That's what they're assuming about every nigga that complain.
Okay.
Right? And I'm saying that I know better.
Okay.
Right? Because look, they need the dude that's complaining to not get no women.
Oh, that way they can dismiss his rhetoric, what he's saying, because they not dismiss. What's the word?
Disregard. What?
No, it's a different word.
Defame.
No, it may not even start with a D. Pause. It might be when you render something moot, like
debunk.
No, either eliminate or
diminish.
Disqualify.
Yeah, disqualify. There we go. Yeah, disqualify.
Dang, man. Y'all niggas. Y'all say every word y'all never use.
They got a few of them in the chat.
Says the nigga that couldn't figure the word out.
The chat's still going.
It's my motherfucking turn. God damn it! Shout out to everybody. Listen. Now he went too far with the whole black women are my enemy type shit, nigga. This ain't motherfucking Star Wars. All right, this ain't the Force versus the motherfucking Sith, nigga. Okay, that's too far. But I think Trigger Mike's point is
fantastic. Didn't I ask you to mute?
Nigga, it's my turn.
It's not your turn.
You skipped over me to the nigga with the motherfucking size 9 fucking head.
Yo, I ain't never seen a size 9 hat.
I bet you Arnold got it.
It's an 8.
You a damn lie. You a damn lie. You finna bust the seams. You finna bust every seam out of that motherfucking hat, nigga. Yeah.
Arnold, you got it. You got any fitteds at the house, Arnold?
No, I don't
Nah, nigga. Snapbacks for life.
Snapbacks with the extension, nigga. Not just the snapback. He got the extension. He got the extender on that motherfucker.
That's crazy work.
Playing around.
Oh, god damn, son. Oh my god. You was up here for 5 hours yesterday, man. Hold your horses. Miles.
What's going on here?
The first guy, I think we could toss him. I think generally, even the women disagree. See, that's the thing. They disagree with the first guy, Arnold, living off a woman. They said that's not most of the men that come up here. But number 2 is in contention. I got one more. Did you hear number 2, Miles?
Yes, I heard number 2.
Do you think that's how they hear or see most of us in the panel and or the chat? You got to consider both.
You're talking about how the women see the men and how they complain? Is that what you're saying specifically?
Yes.
Well, I'll be honest. When we complain, it's more so to find a solution. When women complain, it's just that they're complaining to complain. So we're actually trying to help them to better themselves.
Where you get that from?
So, like, when women come to you at the end of the day and talk to you about how somebody at work was pissing them off and doing all this bullshit, versus if we come home and try to find a solution, like, to where if we're trying to meet a certain goal to go on vacation and then we're trying to dictate how things are going to go from that point forward, and we're trying to come up with ways to make the money, they think we're complaining, but we're really trying to find a solution for that.
Okay, so now the question that's on the table, though, when you heard old buddy number 2 talking how he was talking, do the majority of women see us on the panel and or the chat similarly to how Kevin Samuels addressed them? Because Kev took exception with it, essentially. Have you seen the second video?
No, I saw the second. I'm trying to think of how to articulate it.
That's a yes or no, brother.
Are you saying to how they see us? They don't see us as being like their mate. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, Miles. I said what I said. Did you see the second video, Miles?
Yeah, I'm saying I saw the second video to where he thought they were the enemy. He saw them as the enemy. I thought that's what
women.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, now Miles. You know I love you first and foremost. And the bounties are on. Okay, please answer the question for somebody kick your ass the fuck up off here. I ain't seen you in a month. All right, I wanted to get a chance to talk, but somebody gonna kick you off. So, do you think they see us on the chat or in the chat or in the panel like that guy, what he was saying, complaining like him, and how Kevin Samuels addressed it? You see that whole dynamic? Do you think
yes, now that yes.
Was he wrong in what he was saying?
I would say growing up from middle school to high school and just seeing how interactions are with each other, I would say for the most part, no. For the majority, no. I would say, his reaction is valid.
Is valid for most men?
Yes.
For you?
Yes. For me, no, because I just don't tolerate bullshit from other people, men or women. I don't tolerate bullshit.
But this be the problem, though. This is what Strada was articulating. We making these determinations, and now you play football. Oh, where'd you play at?
UC. I went to the college football playoff at UC.
Berkeley?
No.
UC Berkeley?
No. Bearcats.
But this is what I'm about to show. He played when they went to the college football playoffs, right? Who was on your team?
Remember Sauce?
Exactly.
Ritter.
Okay, then. Right? So this is his life, right? Division I football, college football playoffs. You know what I mean? He built like an action figure. You know what I mean? He can help you get in shape if you need him to. Right? So he ain't experienced this shit. And from what I know, football players hang around football niggas. Because we don't got no choice.
None.
And the majority of us don't experience this shit. So but you see what Strata point is? Either people come up here and talk for somebody else or talk about shit they don't even expose themselves to. And that's where the problem lies.
I will say this though. I know some guys that are like regular dudes. Like one of my dudes, he's like 5'8" and like $160 soaking wet.
Jesus Christ.
And yeah. I'm
Sorry,
helping
Strata.
him.
Sorry, Strata. I mean, no.
I'm helping him. He gonna get to like 185 by the time he's done with me. So he gonna be good. But his interactions with women are very different because that like size thing for women is a big thing and feeling protected. So I'm helping him in that lane to where he'll get curved off that shit.
Okay. What about other 6'5" niggas that you hang out with on the D line? Yeah.
Even the corny ones, they still get them because they 6'5".
Hush, Miles. You what you say?
That shit matters. That shit matters to women. When they say they don't like attractiveness and like size and all that shit, they lying. And
Even the running
backs.
But even the running backs, 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", do they have an issue?
No.
Especially not the running backs.
Hell no.
So
you think Saquon got an issue?
Hell no. Well, his girl, that white girl
She just regular. She regular looking. She just regular looking.
Like she turned to stone when the sun come out.
You're not wrong, but they just regular looking. I think Saquon really just regular looking. Besides his actual body, his face is regular looking. So I'm not surprised he got a regular looking chick.
And it ain't. It's 400 people here. They all don't play football. This shit sound crazy. She gotta chill. You talking about his face regular, but his bot chill. All right, just slow down a little bit. Mr. Fantastic, what's poppin'? Hey Miles, I love you.
Here we go with the bullshit, man.
Oh my God, man. Do you ever hear anything different that you might agree with?
No, man. Listen, I told you. I'm giving you credence in saying he went too far with the black woman of my enemy, especially with him saying he's in a relationship with a black woman. So those two things counter his, the point regardless, right? The thing though is more like what Mike is saying. Okay, so we're gonna set this unrealistic thing, and this Kevin Samuels, for y'all that don't know, was I think he was a Kappa or some shit. So he always had to be like the biggest nigga in the room.
He was a captain and a cheerleader.
Whatever. So everybody knew him, knew he had to be the thing. This is why the thing he did with the men was always, you ain't this, you ain't that, you ain't this, you ain't that. He was always shitting on niggas, right? And of course, niggas gonna only listen to you shit on them for, or whatever. And then you trying to tell them they need $10,000 to come to you to buy a fucking suit. All right. If y'all don't know the history beyond him blowing up, this is why it was like it was what it was, because it was mainly you not doing enough. You need to work 80 hours a week and nigga kill yourself for the bitch. And then when he got on, he told motherfuckers you need to be married in 6 months. Nigga, what? As a high value man, what fucking fool would do that? But hey, he had been divorced twice. Was it twice? I know at least once or whatever, so on and so forth. It is what it is, right? So Kevin Samuels was being Kevin Samuels, establishing his dominance and, making himself the successful nigga talking to the unsuccessful nigga. When Kevin Samuels said to himself less than 10 years ago, he was waiting tables at like late 30s, if not early 40s. So would he have not been fucking, and I think he was married at the time. So would he have fucking had the same opinion about himself before he blew the fuck up? Most certainly not, because if that was the case, you would have never fucking been in a relationship with a woman. We got to stop this bullshit to where there's a money limit to where a nigga can motherfucking even entertain women. That's bullshit. Okay? It's bullshit. Especially like Trigger Mike said, motherfucker, how the hell you think Sanjeet and them and motherfucking Ahmed up there driving all them motherfucking taxis? Them motherfuckers got the highest marriage rate. All them motherfuckers drive on the white tips. Stop fucking frowning your face up. You already old.
I'm listening.
So
what are you 2 years younger than me? Stop it. Cut it out.
I can't tell. Anyway,
Beloved,
so
because I
let's not
asked
do
my
it.
age and dress my age, and you don't know.
Yeah, let's
Fantastic. I don't want to do this in the new year.
we're not. So let's
What I
keep
said
going.
was not nice. Let me fix my face.
It's
I
cool. It's
apologize.
whatever.
I'm sorry.
It was
Let me
cool.
mute.
Like what I'm saying is
I'm
this.
asking. Fantastic. I apologize. Do you accept my apology?
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's whatever. I'm not taking that personal. I'm not
January 7th.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this: these men of other cultures, even when they make much less than black men do, they're not told, "Get your money up, nigga. Why you even trying to entertain a woman?" and all this other shit and so on and so forth. The shit Kevin Samuels said is out of pocket on the other end because how many fucking couples make $200,000 fucking dollars a month? He's talking about a very, very small percentage of fucking people in the first place. So now, in order for a nigga to have an opinion or to have a love life, you got to be in the fucking 1% of fucking, you know what I mean? What we talking about? Even him, and that's why I'm saying the expectation for black men is unlike anybody else on the fucking planet. You got to come. Dr. Umar said this. You got to come as a finished product. You got to already have the bag. You gotta be tall. You gotta be handsome. You gotta have swag. You gotta have a mouthpiece. You gotta be able to fuck a bitch like a porn star. As a nigga, bro, you gotta come to the table as super nigga, bro, for you to even be able to say something. That's bullshit, bro. Everybody not 99% of niggas is not super nigga, bro. You know what I mean? Even the niggas that are super nigga don't hit 100% of their shots. Everybody was clowning Drake when he got turned down, right? Drake tried to get on Ice Spice. Ice Spice hit that nigga with the Matumbo. No. Right? So that's what I'm saying, bro. We got to stop doing this shit. And it's this self-defeat is bullshit, bro. Self-sabotaging when we accept this premise that the black man can't say nothing unless he making fucking six figures and, you know, got is completely no fucking human beings that way. And he said it himself. The dude's 28 years old. He supposed to be making six figures at 28. He grinding. Like I said, y'all niggas love Mr. Let Go. Mr. Let Go said he was driving Uber and selling crack, nigga. Y'all was clapping. Y'all didn't tell Mr. Let Go he shouldn't have been out here fucking no hoes or dealing with no women because this brother saying that, you know, I don't know him. You know, he a loser and he this and he that. The only thing I see wrong with what the brother said was black women is his enemy. That's too extreme. That's too far. That's nonsensical. But everything else, bro, is just like the woman. Obviously, he was good enough for the woman that's with him. Even though she doing the 2 doctorate shit, she with him. He did not have no woman. Y'all talking like he didn't have no woman. He was with a woman that was highly successful. And we know it's that way. Why? Because it's to that area. He's in Atlanta. So a straight nigga in Atlanta, that in itself is fucking extremely valuable.
He was pursuing the woman.
I thought he said he was with her.
And wonder why he wasn't measuring up to it. And then you look in his background. See, the thing that you mentioned about Habib and all them is they marry within their class, right? That caste thing exists even when they get to here and start to marry because they pair them up. So you see what I'm saying? So oftentimes they are aligned 1-to-1. That is a very stark distinction that we have to make. Within a cast, they get with each other.
Go ahead, T. Lee. Go ahead.
No, are you saying they getting paired up? You saying that they're being paired up, or is that a two-way street? Like both
they being paired up?
They being paired up. Okay, all right.
Just because he mentioned those people, I mean, he used that name, so I would assume he was talking about the East Indian.
Yeah. So still, my question is this: so at 28 years old, is any man supposed to have it all figured out? Is that what we're saying?
No.
Right then. So what's the point? So that's y'all are missing who Kevin Samuels was and what he's fucking doing. He was shitting on the nigga as he usually does, and the man's working 2 jobs. He's fucking.
That's why this is. I think this is why.
Let me do this real quick. Go ahead, Jonathan, Arnold, and then True was trying to get in. I think he was trying to refuse something.
This is why I think, even though KS will always be cooking, I think he was bad for the majority because we take everything that he said and we we take it to the extreme, and then we miss. That's why you get all the average people start talking all this crazy stuff. The majority of people don't have it all together. You're right, but that's not what he's saying. When he was giving criticism to the guy, he wasn't saying you need to become a finished product. He was just trying to identify and highlight some of the areas maybe within his life that he hasn't thought about. That's all.
Opportunities.
That's all.
Yeah. So again, the only point I'm missing, or I'm guessing that I'm trying to figure out again is, okay, he drives Uber, and this would have been early, according to Hamp, you let him say it, all right? According to fucking Mr. Let Go, he made $100,000 driving Uber. He just didn't drive enough, I guess. In Atlanta too. Hey, that's the crazy thing about it. In Atlanta, right? So what?
Listen, man. Mr. Let Go is 101, my nigga.
Everybody else can't fucking sell crack and make $100,000 driving Uber. That what you telling me?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
But no, this is a thing, fantastic part. And so for
all right, go ahead, try that. Then I'm gonna get Hey Arnold then.
Yeah, so this is the thing, fantastic. I think you're right in what you're saying. I think that what made that last video go left was because once dude had a strong stance on women are our enemy, now Cass like I gotta check your background. It wasn't even gonna go there until he made that strong, opinionated statement, right? And so when he was talking to him, it's like, bro, for you to have this strong of a stance, I would expect for you to have the results to have this opinion. And so taking it to money that soon, I think that's kind of a mischaracterization of what happened in that exchange, bro. Like he came up there with a strong stance, women are the enemy of men, and then he started digging. It's like, bro, what's your life like? You feel me? He kind of asked him what's your life like, and it wasn't lining up to draw that conclusion that early in his life. You feel me? I don't think nobody says that being an Uber driver means you can't talk to women. I think the problem is that dudes don't have the soft skills that they complain and try to project it on the women because you ain't done enough to feel comfortable enough with yourself to even approach them. So in your mind, you think they the enemy because that's a you thing. That's not a them thing. Like if you feel like you on bullshit, like you feel like you're not on the right level yourself and you questioning yourself, you can't project it on women thinking you the enemy, bro. Like, bro, when I was
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I agree with that being too extreme. Somebody got echo. So I agree.
I'm sorry. It's me, fantastic. I'm sorry.
All right, cool. So I agree with that being.
Hey, tall nigga, why don't you let Arnold talk? Why don't you let an average height nigga talk?
Go ahead.
Yeah, speaking of average,
but Arnold's not average. Aren't you 6 feet? You're not short.
What?
Arnold not no damn 6 feet.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'.
No, how tall are you? How tall are you?
5'3".
You're not 5'3". I'm 5'5". And I know you're taller.
He's not 6 feet.
He's not 6 feet.
He's not short though.
He's average. We said average. Average.
Okay, you're right. I apologize.
Thank you for the
right. I
commercial,
apologize.
Tiff.
You're right.
Go ahead, Arnold.
I like this new Tiff. All right, so we going. He not so the dude wasn't even average. He didn't have average markers like as far as income and stuff like that. So him like expecting, oh, this is what he was getting. Okay, you probably gonna get that, but we're not having a conversation. Is the dude who has that still getting the same outcome from the woman? That's the conversation. That we get stuck right here. That's a broke nigga. He can't complain, and we never have the other conversation that the other niggas is having the same exact outcomes with the woman.
Okay, so he said black women have been his enemy since time immemorial.
Right. That's the part. If we was talking to him before, that's not the nigga we gonna let go up there, bro, because he gonna fuck it up by saying that.
And he could be talking about his family. He could be talking about his experiences.
It don't matter.
He's talking about everything.
But it gets stuck on the money. But it gets stuck on the money part though. Like
nobody focused on the money part.
But that's what Kevin. That's what KS did.
Have no
though.
credibility after that, bro. After you say that, he has no credibility.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
But I would have some.
Let me ask y'all though. Wait. Let me ask Arnold these questions real quick, right? Before we, Arnold, you heard what he said. He said more than that. You got you smart, so you got all of what he said. That's probably the most hyperbolic part, I would say, right?
Yeah.
And then Samuel start pointing out why he isn't successful. One part being money. Mr. Fantastic saying money shouldn't be that much of a catalyst to why you will or won't get women, but that's what it is currently. It's speculation to say other communities don't deal with that shit, right?
Yeah.
So now, do you think that if the women liking what we say in the chat or on the panels, do we sound like that nigga to them?
Yeah, that's exactly that's how they think we sound as far as like that. But they think that everybody is that nigga.
Broke.
That's the difference. They
Yeah.
can disqualify that nigga. If John Henry said the same exact thing, they would try to disqualify him for a reason.
Why did you say that? OMG.
So
That was mean.
but now here's the thing though.
What do you mean? No, I'm
He
just
didn't mean anything. He wasn't saying it as a slight.
No, he's framing it so we can see
He's
it.
literally saying John Henry's the exact opposite of that. He's got money. He's established all these different things.
And he'll
Oh,
say
okay.
No
Thank you for
excuse.
the correction. No, thank you for the correction.
now, but okay. But they will say the same thing to Mr. Fantastic though.
Yeah, because we never get to have the other conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the
No, nah.
We don't
I
get
don't
to
be
have- we
very
don't get to have
polite. There ain't nothing that a woman gonna say to Fantastic and John the same way. Now, come on, let's not be in delusional. Like, no.
Okay.
No.
What do you? Yes, you do. Listen, man, y'all. I'm not even gonna make it.
Fantastic? Are you really gonna insinuate that because you have a height advantage, you have the capacity? We've seen you now twice physically fight. We've seen you come back and win. We've seen you build a brand. That's not the same. Women look at all things, not some of the things. So you and John are not the same. And I'm not saying he's not a nice guy.
We know
but
that
you're not being weighed the same.
Tiff.
Yeah,
When
all
I
that-
used him. Let me just clarify, Tiff. 'Cause you gotta take this walk with us.
Okay.
I use Fantastic because Arnold and I are discussing, right? They can disqualify that nigga because they put his archetype on everybody to discount what's being said. But they know everything that you just said about Mr. Fantastic too. And I'm saying Arnold, they try to disqualify Mr. Fantastic also knowing that he exceeded those metrics. So that's what I'm saying. Is it about the archetype or is it about like, yo, they tired of hearing this shit? They see it as complaining. Now niggas just disqualified because they don't like the rhetoric or it sounds like complaining now.
Yeah, every nigga's an incel. Every nigga's broke. Any nigga that's saying they don't get pussy, you got what? Small dick energy. It's the fucking same shit. If you say anything criticizing black women, bro, you some lame ass nigga that can't get hoes. You got a bitch under your desk right now, suck your meat, okay? And you got kids. You ain't never had no pussy. I done heard some of the wildest, craziest shit, bro, simply because of what my message is. And no matter how many times I corrected to say, listen, I don't hate. I've never said I hate black women. I never said fuck them. I'm done. No. Okay. Other side do that shit, right? I've never said, delete female black babies. I never said no extreme shit like that, right?
You have been to South America several times.
You've been traveling a lot, but hey, that just shows that you're well versed and you have culture. I don't think that. Like, I know you're being hyperbolic, but I think in mass, the majority, I don't think that most black women feel that way. I do not believe that most black women feel like black men are the enemy and have some of these stark expectations. I don't think it's a real reality. Because if it were real, you would not have so many women having children with men that don't meet the standard.
I don't think Arnold and I finished talking to understand his logic, but
I apologize.
I think
I did interject. I apologize.
Well, is that a fair point, Arnold? What she just made, and then we'll get true in. CJ, what's poppin'?
I think so, but that's like to me, it feel like when they're saying some, not everybody the same. It's different, right? But we know that when it's a panel of dudes, they are applying the niggas is just complaining, and it's not the women are not the problem to every nigga.
Okay. Do they have a point?
I don't think so. I don't think they do.
Why not?
Because I'm listening first.
Mm-hmm.
Before I come on the panel, before I even say something in the chat, I'm listening first. So when I'm listening to the different profile of men, right, tell me about their different outcomes, because we could swing the ball from John Henry to Fantastic to Cheeky to Granville, right, to Strata, CJ, right. When we chilling, we talking, these stories are starting to sound the same.
But Arnold, what you're saying though is you're talking about men that may have different physical types, but because y'all are all in community with each other, there's enough connectivity and or sameness that y'all can exist in the same space, because there are particular creators that have not been mentioned in the sense of, no, I'm just saying, when there's enough to where you can associate and share company, is very different than somebody that is just like nobody's talking about Destiny, right? And I'm just using him again to be hyperbolic.
Tiff. He's saying that regardless of all that, we come from different places, got different look, and men are saying the same things.
And I'm saying, I think we're saying the same thing. If y'all are agreeing, and I'm saying the same men within this group and within community have enough connectivity and or status, then you are going to be seen differently than somebody that's less progressive. Like you don't have to be as forward as Strata, but the connection in Strata, a Tea Leaves, a DJ Hemp, and Jonathan can all hold space together shows that person has enough wherewithal to not be within like this really weird hyperbolic black women are evil. Like everybody is saying here, like we don't believe that. And in saying that, then a woman with some type of discernment can say, okay, I don't like everything that this dude is saying, but because of the company that he keeps, he is a good man. Because if he wasn't, he couldn't be in community with these men.
All right, landed. Granny with the 40 bosses. Hemp! Exclamation point. Have Tiff kick 3 people for 10 minutes each. If she doesn't, then kick her off for the 40 minutes.
My people are fantastic.
Tiff. Come on, man. I'm in the middle of reading the super chat.
You're right.
Come on, seriously. Come on now.
You're right.
She can't choose Fantastic, Arnold, or Hint! Exclamation points. Okay.
Choose me.
Thank you, Tea Leaves, for being a sacrifice. I love you, babes. You know.
See y'all later.
You'll be back, babes.
Tea Leaves at 425. Who else you got to?
The man with the glasses in the red square.
Miles?
I don't. Your name, like the thing is covering him. Him right here at the
Miles
bottom.
will be back at 425.
Who is that in the car? I can't see who it is. Who's that in the car?
That's true. He didn't talk yet.
Yeah, he can go because he didn't talk yet. So it's nothing personal. Sorry, True. You're just a casualty of war, babes.
I want to hear what. Now you also have Mr. R. Payne as a choice as well.
I have
choice. I just got here.
You got Mr. R. Payne, and you got.
I already did 3.
All right, so you sure you don't want Mr. Payne out?
No, Mr. Payne is an elder, and I never agree with him, but I am going to respect the fact that he's been on the planet. So, hi, Mr. Payne. How are you? Happy New Year, sir.
All right, True will be back at 425 as well. Okay, man, I want to hear what True got though.
Be done to you, man. You kicking me off.
Hey, what's good? I wanted to be fair, you know what I mean? Now, here's one point that's in contention, though. Well, let me ask CJ first, Arnold, right? Because Strata doesn't have those same sentiments. I generally don't have the same sentiment. CJ, do you have that sentiment? Do you share it? I don't think you do, but I want you to speak for yourself. What's popping?
What's up? Y'all hear me good?
Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you.
I'm so glad you joined. Hey, CJ.
I'm about to kick you off, CJ. I'm about to kick you off. Seriously. All right, so CJ, you ain't gonna hold that little mic like that for this whole show, are you?
No, I just had to make sure it worked. It's my first time using it.
Work, nigga, but you.
Relax.
Crazy.
Relax.
Okay. So
hold
what
on,
is
hold on. Before you ask your question, I didn't like the picks Tiff did. So with that $10 I had left over, kick her for 10 minutes because I didn't like her pick. Kick her. Yeah, get her the fuck up out of here. Hey, do the Nino one. Do the Nino. You hear me? Do the Nino. You hear me? Get her the fuck up.
I've seen you kill too many people, Nino.
This might be risky.
I'll buy it now.
Alrighty, I'll catch you guys later.
CJ, so what you think, man? You've been listening, obviously you've been driving home. Who do you agree with? Like, let's say hold the video for a second. And I got one more video we're gonna play for sure. I got you, JS Torres. Let me drop the link. You heard what Strada said, you heard Arnold say, you heard Miss Fantastic, you heard Jonathan. Where you sit? Pause. Where's your sentiments lie?
It would definitely have to follow with Strada. I just feel like some of these dudes, they lack the experience to do a whole lot of talking. Huh?
Minority of the dudes.
I'm gonna say majority of the dudes have that dumb mindset.
Okay, which is what?
The one where they talking outlandish without the experience. Half of them just talking as if they went through all that stuff when some of them ain't even been through that. But yet they talking louder than the folks that actually went through some of it.
So what is your synopsis regarding those guys who do so?
They need to shut the fuck up. Like, if you ain't been through it, you don't need to talk. Like, that's how I view it, because it's the fact that they doing all that talking that now people automatically assume that, oh, this must be how all men think, because they so loud. So I feel like they the ones that need to just shut the fuck up, and the ones that actually going through it, they need to talk more.
Okay. Arnold?
So, okay, I'm gonna take a wild guess. How many of y'all that don't agree have been or are successfully married?
I'm divorced now though.
Engaged.
Right. So would you say that? Do you say so? Would you say that there's a difficulty in finding a suitable mate?
No.
No.
One thing ain't got nothing to do with the other.
What?
Where did I lose you?
If you were divorced, bro, right? Respectfully, obviously, even though you found the right one, it turned out not to be the right one. Okay, and then we have to go to the stats and see as to where for Black people we're the least married demographic. Then you go to all the things that I'm not gonna repeat concerning the women. Right. How can it be possible to find a marriageable mate when statistically less than half of them are marriageable?
I mean, they could say that we the problem. Fantastic. I mean, I guess that's where the conversation. No, I'm just saying. I understand where you stand. I'm saying, but the women are saying that we might be the problem.
Yeah, and Arnold, I understand that, but Arnold, somebody just updated today. It's over 500,000 married black men, even though there are 1 million more Black women than Black men. That's impossible. That's what I don't care about somebody just saying rhetoric. I'm going off the fucking stats and the fucking data.
Hold on.
But here's the problem with
on his point though.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was about to say, I think that the reason why those two can coincide is just because I picked a woman and I was married and I was divorced. That then doesn't give me the right to pick up a cape and say, all women suck. I was married and it didn't work, so these women ain't shit. Like, that's not how that works, bro. Like, I own my shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like, two things can be true. I could have been married to a good woman and got divorced, but that don't give me the right to run around beating my chest.
Now say the other part. Now say the other part.
That's not. I feel like that's not most niggas.
Now say the other part. What's the other half though?
Of what?
You can't even say it.
No, the other half of what? I don't understand what you were.
The opposite of what you just said. You could have been married to a good woman and got divorced. What's the other half of that? Or what's the opposite of that?
Could have been. Ain't no opposite side of that. I was saying that in response to I was saying that in response to what you were trying to ask.
I understand that, fam. Listen what I'm telling you. We're so conditioned, Jay Strada, and it is no whatever, but you're proving my point. You didn't even bring up, and even not ask you the question directly, you could have been married to a bad woman. You could have been married to a horrible, and I'm not saying this concerning you at all. I'm just saying in general to any man, a horrible just bitch. Okay. When you look at the numbers, we are linked to the women that have the only demographic, man, woman, race that has a higher divorce rate than marriage rate. Again, look at the stats. More black men are married than black women, even though there's more black women than black men. We cannot be the problem. Black women, of course, are not going to take accountability for all of the negative shit that they have and say, oh, it's just the niggas. The nigga ain't making enough money. So when you go to the money argument, you know what I can do? I can look at motherfucking Jose and Pedro. Okay? Jose and Pedro make less money than us. They married more than us. Jose and Pedro make less money than us. Their households have more money than we do. Okay? So even though they make less money, the women still respect them. They still marrying them. They still having families. They still working together to be better off than we are in a household.
I got a question for you, Fantastic. Do you have a problem with women respecting you in real life?
Never. For the most part.
And I'm gonna tell you, this is where it gets convoluted for me, right? I think you're very articulate, and I think in real life, the things that like I can respect what you do, right? But I think that to the point, if without the experience of what you're trying to argue, it does fall a little flat sometimes because you're speaking from a perspective you don't even experience. You don't have these problems you talking about, brother. And so I think that in these conversations, it'll help the guys that actually do have the problem if you tell them what physically works with you versus trying to cape and articulate what you don't even experience yourself.
Yeah,
That don't
no.
make sense.
So that no, it does. It makes perfect sense, bro. Again, the people whenever you have a group that's being disparaged or a group that's being oppressed or whatever, I'm not saying it's just what I'm using for example. The people that are complainers, the complainers has to have somebody that's not in their group complain. I don't already said this. If I'm just some broke ass, ugly ass, short ass, little ass, fat ass nigga complaining, oh nigga, that's of course you complaining. Look at you, right? So you have to have somebody outside of that shit that don't fit the negative fucking shit to speak for you. That's has always been throughout the annals of time, brother. You gotta have somebody that don't have that all those negative things step up and say, nah, man, this is fucked up. And even though if I didn't experience, I got brothers, I got homeboys, I got cousins. My bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying condense it so y'all can have a good, you know what I mean?
So my retort to that would it be more productive for said men that you're representing to bring their issues to you, a man that don't have a problem, versus trying to go to women they already don't have any connection to try to change? And so if you're telling me that the men are complaining to the very woman they can't get to do the thing that they want them to do, why would you then take those grievances to said woman? I would, in my mind, I would go talk to somebody like Fantastic that don't have the problems I have, because that'd be more productive conversation than trying to take it to the very woman I claim I don't know, I can't figure them out. Why are you going to the thing you can't figure out to get the answer when I have a Fantastic, I have a Hemp, I have a Sharon, I have a CJ, I got an Arnold, I got an R. Payne, Jonathan. Why would I go to the thing if I want the result? Why would I go to the very thing I didn't get the result in to find the answer? That it doesn't make sense.
But they're not. Though, that's what I'm telling you. So just real quick, you got it. Yeah, they're not. They're not going to the women. They're coming here, and that's what we're saying. So when the men come here, you still disqualify them. Oh, nigga, you complaining on the internet. Men still out here getting to it, bro. Now, is everybody out here on women chopping it up, trying to get numbers and try to get dates and shit on the everyday? No. But again, we got to stop trying to put this incel niggas not talking to women at all bag on black men, bro. Come on. Again, y'all use the STD rates against us and all this other shit, and niggas don't use condoms. Well, if niggas not using condoms, who not using them? That means you fucking, right? So that's what I'm saying. Black men are still dealing with black women, and they're not bringing none of this stuff comes up in real life for the most part. This is, like you said, this is the digital locker room at this point. Brothers have grievances, issues, problems, and you bring it now. The thing now is just, hey, it's public, right? So niggas ain't walking up to it. What's your body count? What do you think about high value men and hypergamy? That now you got some one or two crazy corny ass niggas that does that, yeah. But the vast majority of men are never bringing these conversations to a woman, even if, you know what I'm saying, it's fitting or it's whatever.
So do you think it's more productive for them to come to you or said women that have an issue with? What do you think would be more productive them getting outcomes they want?
It would be more productive for them to have a spokesperson than you to be the person that's not where you need to be because you're going to be disqualified. I'm not saying I'm necessarily that person. That's why KS was who he was. KS, hey, he's established. He's this guy, you know, he's all these different things and so on and so forth. That's usually how you have to do it. You know what I'm saying? Just like the shit, like let's just us, right? So you got the wingman, you got the homeboy to get all the hoes or whatever. He bring you along. Hey man, she said she got a homegirl, bro, come through or whatever, so on and so forth. he know you can't really talk to, or you shy or whatever. So your man's put you on. So it's the same concept now. It just comes to things that are a lot more, my bad.
Well, so I want to make a point, but I want Arnold to get in. I want to make sure CJ finishes his point. Then we'll get Sharon. Sharon was popping, and then we'll get JS. All right, go ahead, Arnold. You wanted to make a point with them?
Yeah. So I don't think that they're coming to the channels or whatever to tell it to women, like to tell women off. They're coming to talk about it to see if am I an outlier with this outcome I'm getting from women. You right? So you talk to other dudes and they say, okay, they confirm or look, because we'll tell most of us tell them dudes that they sound crazy. Most of us would tell them dudes, hey, you sound crazy, bro. You got to kind of get your stuff together before you can go talking like that. That's how men would talk to men. But I don't think that the women who come to have the conversations are trying to figure the overall thing out. Yeah. They're not trying to. I don't think that they are trying to fix the community by saying this is what I have a problem with you, and this is what you have a problem with me, and let's fix it. They're not trying to have that conversation. They're discrediting all the negative things that men are saying.
All the negative things. I think because so this is the thing, right? This is my point of contention. If we continue to tell them how bad women are, right? That's what they latch on to, though, right? So where is the reprieve? Where is the correction? How do we edify them so they can understand them better, or maybe go to a different demographic if that so suits them? But a lot of times it seems to be an echo of they ain't shit and here's why, and then we leave it at that. Feel me? And then when they ask you how did they get them or obtain them, we say the same dumb shit. Us old ass niggas put on cologne, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, are we actually helping them? Feel me? I think that's the key. But I think Arnold, I understand your sentiment. You know what I mean? Like, so okay. But I don't want to take the mic over too much. So CJ, I don't know if you were able to finish your point, and then let me get Sharon in.
Well, you gonna get Sharon before you get the old man.
I think
Mr. Payne, when you go, we need to give you a lot of room to talk for a long time. So give it a second.
You go. I got
So CJ, did you have anything to finish?
Every second I talk, it's like 10 minutes to you fucking guys, man.
I think so.
It's really not that bad.
Yeah, it's like dog years. So all right, let's do this. All right, my bad, Mr. Payne. I just want to make sure CJ finishes and Mr. Payne can jump in.
I'm cool, man. Whatever order you got.
Salute to the good bros, right, Mr. Payne? Go ahead, CJ.
I feel like the dudes that are doing most of the talking, that aren't even experiencing it, they need to, like I said, shut the fuck up and let the ones that actually are going through whatever these issues or gripes or complaints, actually going through it, to speak up. But I also feel like the people that are listening to them, that are giving them advice, they need to first understand the source behind it. Because some of these guys, they're valid in why they're feeling that way because of where their actual environment is, where they stay. The women in their environment are the reason why they feel the way they do. But they're also lazy as fuck because they're not going out the way to better themselves or going to step outside their environment, step outside that town or whatever, go explore other areas. So they just bitch about the area that they're in, but they're not doing nothing about it. See, that's the part I don't like. They're crying and complaining. And even when you give them advice, half the time it's in one ear, not the other. So they're not really doing nothing. They're just crying and complaining. So they need to, the people that aren't experiencing it need to shut the fuck up. And the ones that are experiencing it, they need to take the advice they're getting by a grain of salt, but better themselves, step outside the environment that they're in where they're getting to experience the most, and actually notice that, hey, outside their town, their world, there's actual women that probably actually like who they like, how they look or how they shape or whatever. But if they don't do that, there's gonna be a bunch of crying ass niggas on fucking YouTube.
Yeah, but listen to what you just said. If it's outside of their city or their world, they're irrelevant. You can't get access to them. What are you talking about?
No, but
how can they not get access to them? If their experiences within their town, all they got to do is go outside of town. Half niggas don't even, their jobs is not fucking 10 minutes from their house.
Yeah, but CJ, but that would say, but like, are you saying that, okay, maybe, but are you like saying that means that those women where he lives, right, are not good enough?
He just said that. He literally just said that.
I did not say that. I didn't say nothing. First off, I did not say nothing about the women themselves. I said that the experience that these guys are complaining about with the women in their environment, if they're always negative, then simply don't deal with those women. Who knows if those women are good or not? They probably just don't like that individual. I'm still
the difference between you.
So all they got to do is step outside their environment and just find something else. That's it. Just stop bitching and complaining.
I understand. You and Strada are from like the no bitching, no complaining, you know what I'm saying, camp. Right? I understand that. I respect that. But I'm saying in order to say that, we got to have a whole conversation. Would that mean that maybe those women are not suitable?
I can't say that because it's only his point of view.
Why would you tell them to leave if they're suitable?
They can't do it.
First off,
wait,
I'm literally telling you, a person that hasn't experienced it doesn't need to do too much talking. So if I'm telling you, I can't experience what he's experienced, so I can't tell him, hey, those women are great women. I can't say that because I ain't experienced those women. So what I'm gonna tell him is maybe you just need to find a different area where there's different women. If you're only in this circle and you already acknowledge that these are the women in this circle, nigga, get the fuck out the circle and go somewhere else.
You're saying the same thing we're saying without saying it.
So what? Hold on.
Right?
Maybe y'all need to say it. Then you talking about we saying the same thing, but you're not saying it.
Let me organize it. All right. So CJ, hold on, Arnold, because y'all going back. So I got to get everybody else. So CJ, if the man makes the self improvement necessary to be desirable to women, he's still not winning in that particular proximity. You would at that point put it on the women.
I'm not. I'm still not gonna put it on the women. I'm not, because at the end of the day, if that woman don't want that man for what he is, she just don't want him. It is what it is. First off, y'all can't sit here. Most of y'all niggas is older than me on this fucking panel. I think all of you are. So you can't tell me at some point in time there was a woman that you was trying to holler at that did not want you. You did the slightest fucking alterations in your life, or probably didn't do a damn thing, and all of a sudden she wanted you. So at the end of the day, 1 minute a woman might like you, another minute she won't, and vice versa. What that man needs to do, he need to worry about building himself up. At least that way his options might increase. Nothing's guaranteed, but he's got a better chance of doing something to better himself than sit there bitching and complaining. You're not betting yourself by bitching and complaining all day.
100%. Let me give you the hypothetical one more time, and it'll be a yes or no so I can move it over. If he did everything necessary to better himself, to make him desirable, he stays in proximity to those women, they don't choose him. At that point, is he justified in saying, okay, it's those women, not me?
Yes.
Our pain was popping.
What's going on, gentlemen? How you doing? Hey, listen, man, put me on the clock, man, because what I'm gonna say is gonna be 60 goddamn seconds.
All right, go ahead.
All right. The first part really is when we were talking about perspective, like old fucking guy like me been married, and we talked about objectivity. A person who's going through it, the younger guys, I can only tell them from an objective point of view what they might be doing wrong. They could take what I'm saying and put it on the shelf, or take some of the shit that makes sense and keep it. That's what they have to do. But a lot of the younger guys just shit on people who have their shit together and they don't want to hear it, and they still go through a lot of the same muck and mire. But I do agree. I think men date, especially black men, without intention. If you just want to get some ass, that's different than a man who wants to get married. And the way you treat a woman when you approach them, you get some shit out of the way. If she doesn't fit the criteria, like I'm intentional, I don't want another girlfriend. I want something more. If the woman rejects that, you can't let your fact that she's talking to you say, okay, you don't want to marry me, but can I get some ass? That's what too many guys want to do. If she says, I don't want to get married, go to the next fucking chick. And not enough guys do that. So I landed there. So you could take that for how it is. You got to be intentional. You want to just smash? Be intentional about that. You want to get something serious? Find women who want something serious. And even the hyenas that we have and the women in our black community, you'll be surprised if you're intentional with them, what they might say. But too many men don't want to put them to the test because they think they're going to lose the ass. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I think that's slightly adjacent to what we was talking about, but
okay, I'm sorry.
That's why I said slightly, Mr. Payne, slightly adjacent. Because we are more so talking about the perception of when we say a thing, what is the perception, whether it be on a panel when you say it or from the chat when you say it, how we perceived. And I played two examples of men who maybe sound like us and maybe don't. But I understand your point, which is I'm just saying it's adjacent, but I understand it as it aligns with CJ's point to an extent.
Well, let me talk to your point. I think the fact is.
Well,
I was just going to respond to being a. Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Payne.
I'm just saying to your point that you're trying to make for the panel. If men are frustrated because the women they want aren't coming towards them, the fact still is these guys don't show their intentions. If their intentions is something serious, they behave differently if it's just to have sex. And I think that really matters because if you're serious and a woman's not, then she's not your candidate.
Okay.
Right? I mean, you could eliminate a lot of women by being intentional up front.
Hey.
Okay. I understand his point.
That's all my only point.
Hey, Hemp, can I? So just to CJ's point, right? Niggas already doing this, and y'all say they lame as fuck for using their passport. When niggas go and they say, "Hey, I can't find nothing in America that's fitting." Oh, you going over there to buy pussy? You going over there sex tourism? You going over there so you still lose?
Okay, all right. So, Sharon, what's popping?
That whole statement fell on deaf ears.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So I think this whole digital locker room talk is interesting because the locker room talk is supposed to be that you help the individual out. So we are in the locker room, so we saying that we playing football. He trying to go from the bench to first string running back. We all gonna give him special advice on how he could beat whoever is at the top of this football team, right? So it's going to be specialized for him. Like, so this idea that if somebody that's having a problem with a woman and we see this person, we can recognize whatever his attributes are. He's fat, slim, he's stupid, he can't hold a conversation. We're going to correct him and say, hey, this is what you need to do to better yourself in the movement in said woman. And for some reason, it falls on deaf ears here where we just saying, hey, listen, brother, you need to improve yourself. You cannot be like Fantastic. It's just not going to happen. And so for the star running back, say if Fantastic's the star running back, he cannot relate to the third string. He cannot do the things that Mr. Fantastic is naturally doing. He's going to have to work harder than somebody that's just naturally gifted at speaking to said woman. So, and that's the problem I think that we are having.
Okay. So you're saying that the advice has to be one-to-one? Essentially, right, for it to be well. So Sharon, let me ask a better question. I would agree to be most effective, it has to be suited or tailored to that person. However, do you think that the majority of running backs could learn from carrying the ball high and tight? You see what I'm saying? Pause.
So, like,
there's some advice that could just
what I'm
work.
saying is that Adrian Peterson can't teach nobody how to be a running back and say, hey, come and do what I do. Come train the way how I train. They're not going to learn. You're going to have to go with other people that's competing with you so you can actually get better. Because he's just at this high level that he don't even have to work as hard as the third string running back. So he's never going to be able to pick up and grasp what Adrian Peterson could just naturally do. So he's going to have to work his way up to get in competition with Adrian. And then now him and Adrian could work out together and ascend together. But as long as Adrian's at first string and you at third string, it is no conversation that y'all can have.
Okay. So because Adrian Peterson is uberly gifted, right? So you can't even do. But now what about Curtis Martin, though? So Curtis Martin got to the top of the league. You know, I don't think he was ever considered the best per se, but I think he's a Hall of Fame running back. He led, but Curtis didn't have any outstanding physical characteristics. But he learned how to play the position well, and he was tough as nails. You know what I'm saying? So could Curtis teach, even though he was at the top of the echelon? You see what I'm saying?
Right, because he was more of that worker bee type of running back. So he could say, hey, listen, I got here through this hard work, not my talent. Kobe Bryant can actually teach me because he also somebody said, I got here through hard work, not my talent. I'm not the fastest. I don't jump the highest. I don't got the best handle. So he's somebody that could teach discipline of working hard to get to next level. But Michael Jordan can't teach nobody how to do that shit.
Kobe can't either. What are you talking about?
But Kobe did.
Well, we just it might be a bad, but we know Kobe to be a hard worker. I think that's the overarching.
Right.
Kobe's major complaint that even though he wasn't gifted, people could not match his work ethic. They thought he was crazy. People tell the story about how Kobe told him to be there fucking 4:30.
Okay, that's a bad example. That's a bad example, though.
Hey,
right?
Yeah,
like,
can I
get
jump
caught up on the
that?
example so much as the understanding?
Can I
ahead,
jump
Sean.
into what Fantastic just said? So that's the problem. So it's a lot of men that is doing all the hard work and telling other young men like, hey, listen, I put in hard work to be the man that I am, to get the type of woman that I am. And you got to do the same thing to get the type of results that I have. And that is the issue. So when Kobe looked back and said, I told you how we got to work. Yeah, we could go out to the club at 3 a.m, but guess what? At 5 a.m, I'm back at the gym working. So therefore, these men got to have to get out there and work hard like Kobe did so they can get the results like I said, Kobe.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this real quick. So True was shaking his head. So True, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, family.
So True didn't get to speak yet. True was popping. So
What's going on,
how about
man?
you reply and then you can go into reply to Sharon, let him get a response, and then you can address what you wanted to address. All right, just to get everybody in. Jay,
Happy New Year, panel.
Luke.
I think okay. I appreciate and respect the perspectives. Have y'all ever dealt with a demographic of people who are just difficult? Just period. As men on this panel. Shaking heads, right? Okay, cool. I don't know why.
Sorry. The entire demo. Like, what do you like? Give me an example of the demographic.
Like homeless people, people who are overweight, people who are from a blue collar background. There's a demographic and there's a mental conditioning that happens when there is a uberly concentrated amount of process mentally. Black women as a whole have a condition of mindset collectively. Now there's differences, but we act like everybody on this panel have not dealt with difficulty from Black women. That's the part that I don't get. Nobody on this panel has said that. We want to make it seem like, no, you have to, step yourself up. No, F that. Why can't men hold they sack and say Black women are difficult? Out of all the demographics of women, Black women are difficult. This is just a fact. The statistics say it. People who interact with them say it. It is not something we're trying to bully them. It is fact. And the simple fact is that some men figure out how to endure the nonsense, how to know how to ride the wave and get past the difficulty. But when we're going to talk about women as a whole, there's differences in the exchanges. And I honestly think a lot of Black men are traumatized and don't even freaking realize it. Okay. I'll digress.
You want to reply, Sharon?
Yeah, I think that's complete nonsense, especially when this space was built on white women disrespecting their race of men first, right? So like this idea, like, hey, listen, if you having a problem with a certain demographic of women that's having an attitude, maybe you need to go to a different demographic of Black women. So if you are going continuously to this local bar that produces the same type of people and music, don't expect to have country music in there one day. It's just not gonna happen. You're gonna have to go to a different fucking bar. It is simple as that. So it is you, it ain't them.
Let me ask a question. Strata, where are you from?
North Carolina.
Have you ever had any difficulties dealing with Black women?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Fantastic. Where are you from?
Georgia.
All right. Have you ever had any difficulty dealing with Black women?
You know I have.
Appreciate it, sir. Arnold, where are you from?
Compton.
Compton. Have you ever had any difficulty dealing with Black women?
Yes.
All right. I just talked to 3 different men that are from different regions of America, sir. And you're trying to make it seem like it is just based on location. No, it is a condition of mindset when it comes to our culture. And I don't know why it is so difficult for us as brothers to say that our demographic of women just so happen to be a little bit more difficult, require different levels of skill set, have sometimes crazy desires. I won't even call them standards because they change. You do meet the mark, they change. You don't meet the mark, they change. And I believe every man on this panel has been criticized at one point or another for just being a man, a Black man, a decent man, or at least attempting to be. That's what I'm saying.
You asked the wrong question, though, brother. And it
All
was
right.
kind of loaded.
Mm-hmm.
I think that no one is ever going to give pushback when we say that women as a man trying to understand them is not difficult. We know that to be true. You asked the wrong question. The question should have been, if you compare my bad experiences with Black women to my good experiences, that's the better question to ask somebody like me. We know there's a baseline of shit that's going to happen, period. And I think that what happens is people that have no experience, they get caught up with the baseline of what women are. And it frustrates them because they have no experience with it. So that's where the frustration is. Black women, I can't get them to do this. I can't get them because you have no understanding of the baseline of what women are. Black, brown, purple. there's a baseline that comes with dealing with women. As men, we know this. The men that know that, they push through that. They understand how to maneuver and navigate to get what they want out of said women. Or you sit your ass back on the porch. That's how that works in real life.
I think that's fair if you utilize the perspective that they're dealing with a multitude of women. And from what I understand,
But you don't have to even do that though.
Well, you just said that it depends on the fact that we understand the baseline of women. Am I correct? Did I hear you correctly? Okay. So you can't take it and paint it broad and then narrow it down, because most of the brothers on this panel deal with black women. Most black men deal with black women. Nothing wrong with that. But I believe, and this, I could be wrong. I put myself in a position to potentially be wrong. Most brothers are socially engineered to deal with black women. And I can tell you from experience, being a black man, you have to deal with women differently based on their demographic, based on their class, based on a lot of variables. There is a baseline. They're women. But the way that they receive things, the way that they hear things, jokes, the way that you handle certain situations, I'm sorry, brother, they are not all the same. That's what I'm saying.
Black women say they have difficulties with black women. Black women are overly critical and tired of the bullshit black women do to themselves. What are we talking about?
Well, they let them go because they saying different points. Charlie, do you remember what he said specifically? Did you want to respond to that? And I'm gonna read these super chats real quick.
Yeah, sure. I think that it goes back to my original premise. It's like when you're talking about the difficulties that we see because we're black men looking at black women, it doesn't negate my original point, which was and still is. There's a baseline when dealing with women, period. Now, your experience from dealing with women doesn't have to come from you having sex with them all or trying to date them all. That's the problem. Men have lost their soft skills and understanding of black women, period, as black men. We're not curious enough. When's the last time you actually asked one of your homegirls, yo, so I got this situation with this old girl I'm trying to get with, and she said this. What do you think that means? We aren't curious. We literally stop at the fucking complaint. It's just a bunch of complaining, and I'm gonna tell you, bro, it makes it hard for when you do actually have a real gripe to be heard, because you have men that are actually trying to not get the results that may have a reason why they're saying what they're saying, and it's mixed up with men that have put no effort in, have no understanding, and it's all sounding bunched up to the very women you trying to get to change. They can't tell us apart because it all sounds like bickering and bitching. Not saying it ain't valid when it is, but this is where it just sounds like a fucking microcosm of men complaining about women, is because the men that actually have a valid point in complaining or even having something they want to fix with women are mixed in with men that have no experience with women with the same fucking issues. And y'all are championing shit that ain't happening in real life. This is why ain't nobody getting no real results, because the things you think about women, you can't show me. You can't show it to me in your actual personal life. Fantastic.
Can I co-sign something he said?
If I ask y'all real life, when you dealing with women that you actually like, women you actually deal with, do you have these problems? You're gonna tell me no.
Yes, no, I'm going to tell you yes all the time, and I'm actually
majority or minority.
No, majority. Yes, because I don't. You know why I started?
Let me read these real quick, Fatty, and then you can reply to that. Or well, let me see if True want to reply, and then y'all could jump in. I do want to get JS Torres in. Let me read these real quick. Joe with the 10 out says, those two dudes definitely needed to check themselves because there's something they were doing wrong. However, exclamation point, look in that mirror too much and take too much accountability. And now me. Carl Robinson with the $5 was popping. Said, shout out to Mr. Fantastic. I can tell my boy retired because he always showing up. Young Money, salute. Appreciate you. Jay Hayward was popping with the $5. Says, put this super chat money on the stocking change and let it appreciate over time. That ban Tiff over the appreciated value. Matt P with the $2 says, Hemp better chill. We about to Discord this shit up. Don't do it. Joe with the $10 says, what standards, Tiff? Those quote unquote standards only apply when she doesn't like the man. Ask those women on Kendra G with 3x3 if any of their baby daddies are the 666 they are now looking for. LOL. Opinionated Reality with the $2 says, what's the stats on long-term relationships? Do they have stats on that if people ain't married?
No.
It's kind of hard to quantify, right? Vet Life with the $10 says, salute fellas, exclamation point. From my experience being around brothers on and off of YouTube, most dudes have every right to feel the way they do because they have the experience. The no experience are the minority. Aaron with the $5 says, please go to therapy. The therapist ain't been through anything that person experienced. Only black people want a trauma bond. Okay, so Fatty got a spot, so JS Torres can stick around. Joe with the $10 says, location isn't always the issue. If you're a man that has never heard himself described when women talk about the kind of man they like, driving to the next street/neighborhood ain't gonna change much. SK Kizzle with the $2 says, black women are high magnifiers, bad energy or good. Mr. Payne with the $5 says, I think even the guy who betters himself may not get the women he wants. This is Bruiser, right? Bruiser was popping with the $5 says, I see some very smart brothers on this panel. Excellent selection, DJ Hamp. Nah, they blessed me by hitting the link. I'm gonna drop it again. I got my brother Terrence in the back. I got EBD in the back. I'm gonna get him one of my spots in a second. AC was popping the member for 8 months. Salute. That Life with the $5 says, true is correct, unfortunately. Y'all keep assuming we only talking about relationships with our women. What about your mom, sis, cousins, etc.? SK with the $5 says, if men learn self-identity and get around the experiences, 1 ounce? Once
no, he's like a young cat. It's over. I don't know. OV. I don't.
Once it's over.
Yeah, once it's over. There we go.
Worst thing she could say is no. You missed the bus. Go finesse a car, dog. At that 45 SK. Tony was popping with the 2000. Strata talking out his ass. He don't know what he talking about. You want to respond to this, Strata?
Actually, I do. That's funny. I think this goes back to the original point. When someone that actually has experience about the thing you say you lack in, you tell me I know what I'm talking about. So which one is it? Either you complain about the problem and listen to someone that you think have the results, whether I'm delusional or not about having my results. If I have something you don't have, then maybe me talking on my ass, maybe you should try that more because you don't have the results. Can't be both.
Can I co-sign something my man DJ said real fast?
All right, let's condense it, Mr. Payne, and then I gotta let True respond.
30 seconds. 30
right,
seconds.
Go ahead.
I've been married for 37 years, right? But I worked for 36 of those. I've been dealing with women who are my subordinates, women who are my equals, women who are my managers. I had a lot of conversations, and I wasn't trying to stroke them because I was married. That gave me a lot of insight of how women, their personal problems. I talked to hundreds of women without the thought of trying to bet them. You learn a lot of shit like that. So, a lot of people, they discount me because I've been married for a long time. But I have so much receipts on how women think and what they do because I haven't been trying to stroke them because I was married for so long. That shit matters. It really matters. That's the soft skills he was talking about. You learn that over the time. That's me. I think Mr. Fantastic.
I don't think that.
Fantastic. But
I don't think that's gonna hurt, Mr.
Because they ain't trying to stroke him is kind of wild, Mr. Payne. That's a clip right there, brother. Because they ain't trying to stroke.
Shout out to Skip Bayless.
I don't think that Strata was off on what he was saying in regards to the soft skills. I think that everybody could earn and grow from having soft skills. But I started my argument off by saying that the demographic, that's why I asked, have you ever dealt with a demographic of people who may be difficult? And I wasn't referring that just to women, even though I segue into women. When you deal with a class of homeless people, they think a certain way. When you deal with a class of blue collar workers, they think a certain way. When you deal with black women, I'm sorry to say, most brothers on here and who's listening, they think a certain way. This is just what it is. And this is across all demographics, white, Asian, it don't matter. So that's what I'm bringing credence to when we highlight our particular community. But our particular women, they are a lot more difficult than most demographics of women.
So
I digress.
So the problem with your demographic situation is that with you put the homeless people, the blue collar, it got multiple races. right? And so you putting those just in that one situation, but you putting black women as they are a totality of they all moving the same way, regardless if they homeless, regardless if they got mental issues, regardless if they successful. So that is the issue that you are having with this whole demographic conversation. Different class of people is going to act differently from a ghetto, you know, like it's just different. So you're going to have to choose what you accept within a woman, whether it's black, white, or yellow. It doesn't matter.
Jerome, explain how 92% of the women, black women, voted Democratic. That's what he's talking about. 92% of black women voted for Democrats, and they were all classes of black women.
I think the argument is they have a all don't mean all, but I think Sharon, the overarching point is they have a similar baseline of beliefs. And I guess Mr. Payne is still making that point by simply saying, look at the voting pattern. But let me get JS Torres in because he's been waiting. He got kicked on and off, and then I'll give Fatty the floor to respond to what Strada was saying, especially since Fatty single. He said he outside. So let's see what that means. Go ahead, JS Torres.
All right, salute everybody. Salute Hamp. Appreciate you getting me on.
Yes, sir.
Happy New Year to y'all. I want to.
Damn, that's crazy.
You dropped out.
We can't hear you. Say it again.
The sound went out.
Put your phone on.
Can y'all hear me now?
Put your phone on Do Not Disturb. That usually helps.
All right. So when Kevin Samuels was talking to those guys, and you bring those videos up to illustrate the point to like wasn't that second guy, he was in a relationship with someone, but yet he was down bad and he was depending on his woman to hold him down and stuff. Did I get that right?
That was the first guy. The second guy was pursuing a woman. The second guy was pursuing a woman who was pretty accomplished in terms of, at the very least, education. And then he mentioned his situation that didn't mirror hers at all. And Kevin was wondering why he was having an issue because he didn't measure up to what she accomplished, essentially. Just try to surmise it quickly for you.
Yeah. So, I mean, and pretty much everybody's making good points and everything. I'll just add to the fact that when you are struggling as a black or minority type of man, you gotta have priorities in line. I guess those guys that called into Kevin's program, it seemed like they didn't have their priorities in line. It seemed like they were just focusing on the wrong shit. So I guess what the premise is that, are we going to be able to talk to these dudes? Because we're out here on a panel, we're talking about these type of dudes, but are they willing to listen? Because a big problem in the community is that people don't want to listen to other people. Because when other people they try to tell them like, listen, fuck the women, get your money right, or get yourself together, try to get accomplished that way, and then the women will flock to you. Well, then it's like, oh well, you don't know my situation, this and that. They want to make. They also, I hear this a lot. They want to make excuses for their behaviors or for the circumstances that they're living in right now. So I feel as though once we get these dudes to stop making excuses and stuff like Kevin was doing, God rest his soul. I just feel as though that the guys that want to be able to accomplish the things that they want to accomplish, they can find a motivation to act right and get their priorities in line and go down the straight path. I'm a prime example of it. I used to be able to focus on women a lot, focus on like the wrong things and stuff, and having women to take care of me because granted, I was taken care of by women all my life. My father was in my life too, and still is to this day. But I'm the baby of 3 older sisters. So it taught me a lot about female nature from a young age and how my sisters always took care of me. And it kind of brought along to adulthood that, I was expected that women was just going to take care of me, but that's not the case. So I had to realign myself, refocus and focus on the things that need to get myself together to be able to acquire the type of women that I want to acquire. And I'll end it on this: is that go where you're appreciated. Plain and simple. If women in your community or neighborhood are not appreciating the fact that you are busting your ass, you working, you got it going on, then they don't appreciate you. Look at the ones that do see it, because there are some women that do see the fact that, okay, this dude's getting his grind on, he's doing his thing, and
so you
all
agree
you have to
with
do is go.
Yeah, so you essentially agree with what CJ was saying. Go where you celebrate and not where you tolerate it, and improve yourself. That way, you don't give them no excuse to reject you.
Exactly, but rejection is still going to happen either way.
Yeah.
Now, what does
And you better your chances, right? Based on what you're saying.
right? But a lot of these dudes don't live in abundance. They have that abundance mindset. That's another key point I wanted to put on. Is that the abundance mindset? You don't have to think about, oh, this one chick that's fine as hell. Oh, she don't like me, but then I'm gonna go and complain about why she don't like me. Instead of doing that, how about, you know what? There's like buses. Like there's another one come every 10, 15 minutes. So you just forget about her and focus on the ones that do like you, do appreciate you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. I mean, that seemingly that's what CJ was kind of saying, but I understand that you expounded on the abundance part, which is important. Okay. Fatty, what's popping?
How you guys doing?
What's goody?
Yes. So, question that's not to be answered. Why do I have to be extraordinary to judge mediocre people? None of you motherfuckers are in good shape. Y'all are either funny looking, you need 3 meals to get in shape. You guys are not what I desire to be. And it's very fair for you to say, Fatty, go to the gym. You need to be in shape. You don't need to be looking at Arnold Schwarzenegger to tell me to go to the gym. You just have to have a good head and say, hey, bro, this is what you need to do. And this is what you actually have to achieve to actually get there. You don't need to look the part. You need to have good advice. This conversation is the same I'm him conversation. Is the same conversation that we had with Real a year ago, where all of y'all were kind of, not all, but a lot of y'all were acting funny, right? Respectfully. Mr. Payne is highly successful, decades of marriage. He called his wife, never lost a discussion, never lost an argument ever. This is one of the most known moments on this space where Mr. Payne called his wife to talk with him, and she said, I never lost an argument. We had 4 arguments, and all of us, I won. There's several divorcees on the panel, several baby daddies. I don't like being respectfully. When Amp had that interview with his wife, Amp had probably the best year of his life, highly successful, have a good head on his shoulders, a bunch of kids over, still dealing with the same I've mentality, had to knock upside your head for you to understand the same thing that the regular woman being around, having the same talking points, all of that. Respectfully, please, respectfully. Y'all are not him. I am not him. And for that woman, you are going to be him until you are not. And just to address something that fake CJ said, sorry, Bazemore. Pay attention to this, right? I don't have results, I can criticize them. I have results, I can criticize them either. That's what you're on. That is metric. Be better, guys. Be better. Be all up there, and then you can actually talk about your results. You ask him if men with results can criticize women, he'll say no. So who can check this woman? Women are not checking woman. Men with no results can check woman. Men with results can check woman. And the only way Strada actually believes that we're not been through this is because Strada, and I love you, brother, I have very respect for you, Strada, the only way that you can deal with this woman and not having these problems is by turning off your brain when you talk to them, brother. You've been all day on this car talking with this woman. If you don't turn off your brain to talk with them, brother, you don't last 10 minutes. I'm dating white woman. I'm dating Brazilian woman. I'm dating melanated woman. Talk the same, walk the same, have the same rhetoric, no matter if they have 2 parents, 1 parent, all that shit. So what the fuck are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? We are all going through this, no matter if you're single, you are married, you are divorced, you have a baby mama, or you're not. And you want me to know, you want me to give you the proof? Get a married woman, get a single woman, get out of the room and record that conversation. They don't check each other. They enable bad behavior. They side with the hoes. They make all the excuses. And then they will have these men that instead of actually tackling as leaders, tackling the issue, pander to them and disqualify their brothers and literally send them to a burning building just because they want to feel good about themselves. This is incredible. If you have results, put your mother, not put your mother, put your mother, yes, put your mother. I'm going to actually use my example. Put your 65-year-old mother, put your sister, and put one of these youngins on the same room and watch him talk exactly the same. This is an issue on the West. White woman, black woman, Latina woman, whatever. If you guys keep denying that shit, wait until your son get to the dating market, wait until your brother get to the dating market, and after that basketball practice, after that jiu-jitsu practice, go talk with these so sad men with results and see what they say about their relationship.
Yeah.
So well, go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah,
CJ.
so I'm
Who
saying
is
that we yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Arnold. Go ahead.
Yeah, we understand that it's like a woman problem, but like it's not something that why like we probably want our women to be the outlier positively, right? So why wouldn't we want our women to be better than the average woman? If we talk about if it's a woman thing, right? Why wouldn't we have these conversations to try to push our women and ourselves, right, to be the outliers positively in these situations, and not just accept though this is a woman problem and shrug it off, right? We want to fix the problems because right now it being a woman problem is not working for us.
But we can't fix a problem if we're not honest that there is an issue that is within our particular exchanges with the demographic of women. Like,
but Fatty's saying something a little bit different, True, that it's a Western issue. And then there's a couple of times we had a show where we were, it was some type of points that were being brought out to where people started saying, oh, it's a Western woman issue, not just a black woman issue. Right? That paints the picture a little bit more. I don't know how they say it, but it makes more sense to me.
No. And shout out to Fatty, but it's not the same.
Can I clarify my words, Fantastic, before you go in? There's somebody said that when white people catch a cold, black people get pneumonia. I don't know how to spell. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. It's in level of degrees. I don't dispute a black American woman, so I can talk about it. But I'm just saying between all women in the West, depending on the community, you're going to have the same gradients of the same problem. Is a cold, is a flu, is pneumonia, but your goal is going to actually get the same because they all are being indoctrinated by the same thing. And the problem with this, Fantastic, I'm just giving the microphone. How can you fix your woman when you marry her at 29? That's the average age of marriage. That's the average wage that a woman will come to a man and says, you know what? I'm decided to get married. How do you fix a woman that's been 3 decades outside dealing with other men, going to college, having old friends and all that shit? You can't.
Yeah.
Either she's good or she's not. You can fix that.
Yeah. And this, my bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Well, I'll just be quick, right? And that's the point, right? Like when I had a conversation with my wife, they grow up in this construct, in this culture. They absorb all the same things, right? So that's why my point in that's why I don't even be listening to this shit. Because my wife don't celebrate Christmas no more. She don't eat pork no more. There's so many things that she do that there's a level of submission that niggas won't even understand. But she gonna say the same shit if I tell you what you think about this. She grew up there. You know what I'm saying? So Fatty 100%. And then remember Fatty, she was saying they build resentment.
Yes.
But they don't like doing it. but you expect it. You feel me? You expect to hear that shit. Like but I cut Mr. Fantastic off though. Feel me?
Well, no, and this again, this is the thing that and shout out to Fatty, but no, it's not the same. And until black men accept that, something like what Truth was saying when he was up here, we're never gonna get anywhere. Okay, black men do not have the same fucking things to overcome as everything else. Okay, as much as you niggas love saying this shit about racism and everything else and so on and so forth, this is the literal fucking dynamic when it comes to the most important thing: the family unit, the man and woman relationship, all of this shit, bro. All right, that's the facts of the fucking matter. The white man don't got to put up with what going on. The Hispanic man, the Arab man, the Asian man, nobody in the fucking West, bro, has to put up with the motherfucking shit that we got going on. Point blank, period. All right.
Maybe not to the degree, Fantastic, but Hispanic men do go through some shit as well.
No, they don't.
Maybe not to the degree and to the levels. Okay, but we still go. Every race go through that shit.
No, Jazz Torres. So let me address what you're saying. J.S. Torres, you're aware that Hispanic men make less money than black men, right?
I am aware, yes.
Are you aware
So
that
does that make it so does that make the degree even better for black men?
No, it makes it better for Hispanic man. If you let me finish, you are aware that Hispanic women make less money than black women, correct?
I haven't looked at the stats on that, but I'll
They
take your
are.
word for it.
So they do. So how is it that the black household is at the bottom, the very bottom of the United States of America? All right, household incomes, when you have a substantial amount of people, and they don't count Native Americans, because Native Americans, whatever, right? But Hispanics have a higher household income than black people do, even though black men and black women out earn both of their pairings on the opposite side. Do you understand what that's telling you? What that's telling you is, even though they make less money, they live together, they work together, they're doing more things, okay, together. For whatever reason, the black man is never fucking good enough. They don't want to do 50-50, even though fucking Mei Ling, Sunjeet, they doing 50-50 because they at the fucking top. When you have the women, the only group of fucking men that out earn Asian women are Asian men, okay? So you mean to tell me if these women were just getting the laps of luxury and the motherfucking soft girl housewife life, how could they out earn every fucking man except for the men they're attached to? That's the fucking problem. Black men are the only people being told, hey, you need to get your shit together. You need to have a bag. You're not making enough money. It's all you. And even when you look at people above or below, it's that they're doing better. Why?
But fantastic. That's why you are wrong. I introduced myself on this space saying this. The divorce rate in my country on the last 10 years is 70%. None of y'all can compete with that shit. I'm sorry. I live in Portugal, a 95 white country, 95%. 2010, 68. 2011, 74. 2015, 73. 2030, 70, 70, 60, 70, 70. So respectfully, once again, at this point, and I'm not denying my brother's opinion or stats, I'm saying at this point is the the victim Olympics. Who is getting the hardest? The baseline is not that the black man doesn't get it the hardest. The baseline is that everybody's going to get it. Before the black manosphere, there was the white manosphere. All the men that are dealing with white women are complaining about the same motherfucking shit. Even these Asian women, they are not even dating in mass. They're main men. They're dating the white man. That's what they want. So I will give Fantastic the parameters that he has. I'm just actually cleaning it out and saying that everybody's going through this shit, even married men, because the conversation started with, oh, I think it was the football player. Oh, we are not going through that. We can get woman, sir. It's about keeping them. Nobody, we are tired with this getting woman shit. It's about keeping them. How do you keep your woman for 30 years without some massive loss of income, property, losing access to your kids, losing the woman that you love? That's the conversation that we be having. And when it becomes to keeping woman, respectfully, we are not him anymore. Getting them, we can be him because you get it a lot. Keeping them, as soon as they are around you long enough, you're just John. You're just Clark. You're not Superman. Your name is Clark. I know you fly. Okay, good luck to you. But your name is Clark Kent. I know who you are. So the conversation to the I'm him by keeping woman respectfully needs to be done and needs to be over, because these 20-year-old marriages are going through the same shit that these new marriages have been going through.
I can concede that point very well, Fatty. I think that my question is, do you think that based on what you just said, if a married man like him, single men like us, men that are in relationships like us, if we're all going through the same thing, wouldn't it make sense to concede that there's a baseline of woman behavior?
That's what we've been telling you. They are hive-minded. Yes.
All right, so stay with me. So take the walk with me. Now that we understand there's a baseline of women behavior, period, right?
Yes.
I think that where we lose each other in this conversation is the men that are coming to the table. We don't all have the same intention. There are men on this panel that just want to fuck some hoes. There are men on this panel that want to get married. There are men on this panel that want to get married again. There are men on this panel that only want a girlfriend. There are men on this panel that want so many different things that I think that we do ourselves a disservice when trying to present it to the women, because it's hard to speak to every one of those intentions, but your intention matters. But if we're gonna concede that there's a baseline to women, that no matter your marital status, you're going to deal with it. Then I think the better conversation is, how do you get the results that you want from the woman you chose?
And you want me to be
understanding now, hold on. Let me add the last layer. Understanding that there's a baseline you're gonna have to deal with regardless. Is that at least a fair way to frame this combo?
It's a fair statement, but you got it backwards. Okay. I don't care what you want. I want your track record. Divorcee, 2 baby mamas, divorcee, got divorce raped, can't keep a woman, got 2 baby mamas, singles chronically. All of us are going through the same thing. The best way to predict your future is to look at your past. If you have these issues with women, you can come around and say, it's not me. I'm not having these issues with women. That's not what I do.
So, Fatty, is there layers to this, Fatty?
No,
is there layers to it?
Just 1 second, please. I don't care. We talk about this on Friday. I don't care if you label yourself God. If you are divorced, if you have baby mamas, if you have any type of situation where you can get along with women, you have the same problem that everybody else. I don't care if you label yourself, I don't have problems. Yes, you do, because you can keep them. And that's the problem. Most of men can keep a woman for a decade. It's not on our hands, it's on their hands. Because if they want to stay, they should go along for 2 decades, 3 decades. The moment that we understand that they are most of the percentage that dictates the successful of our relationship, we are going to be okay with this shit. But instead, we came here and we pretend we have any control about what is going to go on our household if our woman doesn't want to come along. If she doesn't want to come along, there's nothing you can do, sir. Nothing.
But I've already conceded that earlier, that is the baseline, that there's no matter the outcome of all the men on the panel, because we all come from different scenarios, all have different outcomes with women. If you're saying that the baseline of the women has been the constant in every one of these men's problems, I'm asking you again, don't you think it would be more productive to figure out where you want to be and the best way to get there for you, and then find people that are on that same road?
Okay,
because
so Strada,
I think it muddies the waters when
Hey, Strada. Strada.
Yeah.
I will engage in the conversation with you, right? I
Sure.
don't think you are. I don't think nobody's ready to do this. Are you ready?
Sure, let's do it.
I want a woman. I want to keep a woman for 2 decades. I need to use the dark triad on her. I need to put her on a yo-yo string. I need to eat her with the hot and cold. I need to ignore her, punish her, make sure that she's always very close to get me, but never catch me, so she can keep going and going and going and actually get a level of entertainment on her life, because women are emotional junkies.
Is that
now pause it for a second.
Okay.
Are you ready to concede that the best way to keep a woman is to be a kind of piece of shit, son of a bitch? I don't care about you. You like me more than you like. Are you ready to go there, Strada?
What I don't think that what you're saying to start your premise said you want to be with a woman for 20 years. So
no, is your premise. You said why?
No, I said my baseline was that women are the same. Go ahead.
You said, are we ready? Like, if these women have the same baseline and we have the same problems with this woman, wouldn't it be better to say who you are and where you want to go with and the results that you want to get? For you to get these results, you have to be this man. Because these men are the men. Because these men are because these men are the men that are winning. It's not the lovey-dovey, I love you, baby, I want to take care of you, I'm responsible, I have a nice job. That man is not keeping his woman either. So you are not ready to have this discussion about what we need to do to actually keep this woman in check.
You're over-pursuing the conversation. Slow it down for a second, Fatty. So back to the baseline. You said you wanted to find out, and again, intention matters. So you said you're a man that's trying to find a woman you want to stay with for 20 years. You know what I would do? Point you to a man that has been married for 20 years, if that's what you said you wanted. What happens is the men that don't have the results are grouping together and complaining to each other. What I'm telling you is we have all conceded there's a baseline to women, no matter marital status, no matter results of men. There's a baseline. If we all can start there, then again, you have to decide, where do you want to go? Who do you want to be? Do you want to be the single dude that's fucking hoes? Then be that. Do you want to be married? Be that. But you got to find a tribe of people that's got the results you said you want, bro. I'm not here to argue. That's the thing. See, you're trying to I think that what's happening is you were trying to argue a point I've already conceded. I've already conceded there's a baseline of women. I'm telling you that to get to where you want to go, you might want to get with people that have that result. But trying to bring us all together, to your point, when we come from different, we have different results, we have different outcomes, we have different things we want. This is what makes the conversation gets muddy. This is why back to the title of the show. This is why it ain't helping. This is why they don't like us. It's because it jumbles up. Because those that want to be solution oriented, you can't hear them over people that are just complaining.
That's the point. The solution is not the lovey-dovey shit that you've been spewing. It's the opposite. Because it's not working. You telling man, actually,
I haven't said anything lovey-dovey, bro.
Estrada, let me tell you this, right? I have a nephew. My nephew is 14 years old. If I raise him like all of us was raised, guy, buy him some chocolate, get him some roses, be respectful. I'm sending this man to a burning building. Young kid, there's a life in front of him. If I actually raise him and says, you know what? My daddy was married for 45 years. So you know what you're going to do? You're going to do the same thing my daddy did. This man is going to be exploited. He's going to be used for dinners. He's going to literally be bamboozled because we are not in control of this shit. And
you're being hyperbolic
and just to make sure that this actually gets clear, Strada, and this is your contradiction. On this panel, I'm single for 5 years. There's divorcee men, there's men that have baby mamas, all that. You would take advice from every single one of them. Tell me one man on this panel that you wouldn't take advice from.
There isn't one. I think that everyone has a
so why? So this is so. Think carefully to what you're saying. It's your words. If I have to go to a man that is married for 20 years, if I want a 20 years relationship, why are you accepting advice from men that don't have the results that you want?
Because the premise that you're laying out assumes that because that you don't have the end result, you have no experience at all. Meaning I can work for a job for 5 years and tell you exactly how to do it. Somebody can work for 20 years and give you a little bit more nuance. This is a nuanced conversation. This is a nuanced solution. You're looking for a hard, right, this is the way you're supposed to do it and do it exactly like me. And that's not realistic, brother.
No, the words are yours, not mine.
Hold on, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of something we just saw. You just said that Hemp has been married. He's successfully married. You made a point to say that, hey, I've noticed some things based on how him and his old lady talk. So because you saw that one conversation, if your brain automatically jumps to, well, I can't follow Hemp no more because his old lady said something I heard another woman say, that's a wild leap, bro. I think. Can I respond? Let me finish. I think that what happens is we have these conversations in hyperbole, and you expect after the conversation is over for anybody to feel empowered to fix any of this shit. And it's never going to happen.
So, Strada, this is your contradictions. I didn't say we can follow Amp anymore. I said that interview humanized him because we know Amp is killing it and he's still going through the same shit that somebody that is not. That's what we said. Humanize him. It doesn't make, oh, you're disqualified. He humanizes him. He makes sure that, hey, man, everybody's dealing with this shit. It is what it is. And we have to actually have measures to correct it. You said it, not me. You said, if you want a 20-year marriage, you will follow somebody that has a 20-year marriage. Em, do you have a 20-year marriage?
Mm-hmm.
Would you follow what Em says, rather?
Yes.
That's my point. You guys just talk. You guys just talk. You are telling me to go to that line of the 20-year married to get advice while you literally getting advice for somebody that is not 20-year married. My point is simple. Don't disqualify people. Again, don't disqualify people just because the label is there. See their thought pattern, the behavior, and what you want to actually get. You are doing the purity test that you yourself are not following. You are not following your own purity test.
But based on your logic, it sounds like you don't want me. You want me to have a level of template to follow the person that has results, but then in the same breath, you want me to consider the people that have the complaint. I think that's where it's not connected for me.
At this point, you know me better. Strada, at this point, you know me better than me. I don't debate people. You debate yourself. I don't exchange ideas with people. You exchange ideas with yourself. You contradicted yourself, and I'm pointing the fact that you told people to do X, but you are making Y. That's all I said. In my opinion, a bum can tell you how to run a business if he actually has incredible knowledge. Like we talk about the Priscilla situation. My problem with Priscilla is not what she's saying, is the flip-flops, the contradictions, the back and forth. This is actually what bothers me. But I got advice from people that are twice divorced. Kevin Samuels was twice divorced. Most of men of this space either dating baby mamas, have baby mamas on the side, have failed marriages. You don't disqualify them for that because the I'm in conversation, which was what CJ was doing. If you are not the fake one, if you are not, you don't have results, you need to shut the fuck up. What about the guys that have results? I heard your wife. I know you complaining every day after basketball practice. Just because in the facade you have a white picket fence and all the results and all that shit, it doesn't mean that you don't see 30 minutes on that car because you dread the fact that you have to go inside to your woman and you know she's going to do bah, 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 bah. We know this, rather.
So, Fatty, what's the solution? If everyone that you speak to, if you can find a contradiction in everyone, my question to you is, what is the solution to the problem that you see?
So the solution is actually treating women like people in the Middle East treat them. That's my solution. Change the laws. Make sure that you have enforcement with extended family. Make sure that you have enforcement with some level of religion, even though I don't believe in religion. And make sure society, like it was since the beginning of time, doesn't have you just as enforcer. Have your auntie, your grandma, the state, the cops, the laws, and the government. Is that enough good for you, Strada? Or
No,
are we going
I would
to
like
talk
it.
about?
Could you make it a little more micro? No, just
Huh?
make it micro. That was very micro, and I'm not.
No. One second.
I'm talking about for the men that are listening that have these problems.
Yeah.
What's the solution to them?
The solution is in that answer, though, right? And I think we said this numerous times, and I think the issue is, right, we speak in platitudes quite often, right? So, for instance, me and Trigger Mike make this joke all the time. He say all the women wear Lululemon to the gym, right? Whatever that shit is. Trigger Mike said his wife wear a big shirt. Fuck, she don't. That's why I make this joke that, yeah, my wife wear a jacket around her waist, and I found a jacket in the driveway one time. Ain't nobody wearing no fucking big shirt or no jacket when they spent $200 on the Lululemon shit, right? So we got to be realistic about what's happening. I think the baseline is in what Fatty's saying that can be applied, right? So if men standardize themselves with a belief system that doesn't allow them to waver, and then they get women, and the women either have to assign themselves to that belief system or move around. But if men don't stay on a square, you can't set no expectations for women. That's why I understand the religion argument. You know what I mean? Which is why I'm saying that my wife don't do X, Y, Z. So if I ask her a question, she'll answer based on what she's been indoctrinated with. But at the same time, there's several things she don't do that normally women do because of the religious baseline. And I'm using religion for sake of conversation.
And
so I can see that working.
So to make that micro, you would say that a man should have to lean more into his religious standards and find women that align to that religious standard. Would that be the micro for someone watching this, a man watching this? Would that be the micro of it?
I would say it different, not necessarily like so. Men have to have a baseline that they do not waver from. Then when you ask that woman and say these are the expectations, she can also refer to something that keeps you, that you submit to, in which case it leaves her with little excuse. That's why I like when he said religion, East, right? Because I think that religion is what governs them and governs the women too. Both of those people submit to the Most High. Fatty, I think that's the other
There's
key.
a healthy amount of fear.
The religion first.
Yeah, but Temp is using the words wrong. Micro
Yeah,
is on the personal note. Macro
yeah,
is the government.
macro.
Everything that is above. The thing about, and then Strada, before everybody gets, because I'm talking too much. You know, actually, the macro doesn't work. The religion, extended family, the government, the laws doesn't work because there's men like men on this panel. A lot of y'all, and I'm not saying names because they're not going to be messy, that are the micro that literally fought us tooth and nail so shit can keep the same. Don't judge her. Don't do that. Don't pass laws. If the American government can literally say the states can revoke Roe v. Wade and now you can get a baby deletion, why can't they change laws on divorce court? Why can't they change laws of joint custody? Why can't they can. We just don't want to do it because, once again, we're a pussy whip. Men rule the world and women rule men. They don't have to actually fight us. We are fighting each other right now. And every time I go to change a law, 7 men are going to say, you know what? I love my sister. I love my baby mama. I'll never let it go. That's what's going to happen. We are going to fight ourselves to a T instead of actually addressing what it is. Men by themselves can sense shit. They can. There's nothing Sharon can do or me can do myself to keep my woman, because if she wants to leave, she's gone.
Men fighting men, 100%. Yeah, 100. Like, you know, when we talk about women that are, like, for instance, if my daughters have more masculine traits, because I treat them how to teach them how to change a tire and all this other shit, right? Now he gonna have to measure to that. And if you want to get to them, you got to go through me, 100%. It's definitely men versus men 100% of the time. All right,
Amp
let's
is
do
worse
it.
than that, Amp.
Well,
Do you
hold on.
remember Jordan
Let
Peterson
me
with
get.
their daughter?
Well, go ahead, real quick.
Do you remember Jordan Peterson? Jordan Peterson is one of the most respectful
What his
men.
daughter do? I forget.
He's
He got OnlyFans.
He is the guy that said
No.
before you.
Oh, I thought his daughter.
He said before you fix the world, you go clean your room, meaning face your personal issues
Yeah.
before you try to go outside. Like he's a highly philosophical, intellectual, and all that. This man had the marriage for 20-something years, 30, like perfect. His daughter literally left her husband, went to Romania to fuck Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate, while literally she had a newborn baby. Even the most qualified father is going to fail if the
Yeah.
daughter is not
You
wanted
can't
to.
win them all. That's for damn sure.
That is
I got a
ego.
question.
I can control my daughter. No, you can't.
Let's do this. So, Sharon, how you doing? All right. So I just want to get a minute, see if he had any commentary, and then I jump. All right, he ain't paying attention.
So the product
Sharon,
is
you
back,
back?
what we're saying.
Did any commentary you wanted to add? Then I'm gonna go to Terrence EBD because you've been sitting for a little minute. And CJ, if you wanted to respond to anything.
EBD is a great dancer.
So I think men, this whole idea that men are fighting men and that this whole religion thing is gonna cure everything, is false because men are not willing to hold this standard themselves. So even if they had this God, man, and woman, they would still break the commandment. Because we see it, or we see how it was back in the days when they had religious and our marriage rates was at a higher level. Guess what? The men were still having babies across town. So men just gotta be able to hold their standard for what they need for themselves and what they see their family to do. And once they hold the standard, it'd be much easier to find a woman that is willing to be with them to hold that standard that he is holding and something that's higher than him. And so, like how you said and you spoke to earlier, is that if the man has something that's higher than him, he could say, hey, this is not just me talking. This is a high sense. So we could have a conversation about this book that we decided to follow together.
Yeah.
And so that's how come we keep trying on my show. I keep trying to tell men need to recalibrate their value system. They got to take out lust and degeneracy, and they need to replace that with God, leadership, integrity, so on and so forth. So this way they could always be who they truly are. Take that mask off and be yourself. Who you are can be good for your person. You are not supposed to be trying to be the best for every woman walking down the street. You're supposed to find yours and build up your family.
Yeah. So no, Sharon, and I think that's key. And that's why I said the submission to God comes first, right? And then that way, that's the baseline, and that man cannot waver if he wants to set those non-wavering expectations for that woman. And so that's the thing, right? When Fatty pointed out the Middle East, right? They all submit to the Most High first, and they align within that religion for sake of a word. So there's agreements there 100%, but that's the key. The Most High first, and that man can't waver. It can't be a man-made standard because that's what men are articulating that they're experiencing with women, is that women make their standard what they want and it can move. But if the Most High sets it, that shit ain't gonna move. And I think that's the key.
I think
The only Go ahead.
I think the only problem that argument happened, and I'll walk it back, is
go ahead.
You guys are right, but to Sharon's point, to Fatty's point, that's the region. It's not the religion. See, the women can move around here in this part of the world is because if it's not working here with this man, there's other men that have lower standards or no standards. But in that part of the world, they can't just move about that way because the standard's universal. So your argument is solid, but it's missing location because it's not unison over here in America. We all have individualism, and that's the problem.
And then, by the way, I didn't say God. I said religion for a reason.
You said religion.
Yeah, God doesn't enforce laws. The men do. So it's religion. I want men of religion. I want men of power. I want men in politics to actually clean shit up. He's not God to himself because this woman, God exists on the United States.
You're talking about
the word there, Fatty, that's key
punishment.
is the submission to the religion which generally includes a God. But I catch your drift, right? As long as
No,
they
it's just submission to men.
Yeah, but he's talking about punishment.
oh, because you're saying religion is enforced by men.
Yes, it's
Talking
the
about
enforcement method.
I
So
understand
God
your
doesn't
point.
enforce things, men do. So religion
Okay.
actually has a mechanism where people follow along to the
Yeah.
same direction. It's
So
not
that
fair.
would be so we don't need to argue that point down. That would be a difference in ideology. But I think that we can agree that the result is going to be the same. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
So it's go ahead, Sharon.
You
I don't want
cooking
to
it up.
monopolize. Yeah. So essentially, the belief system. I'm using belief for sake of conversation. Everything that you read in the Bible is ordained, given by the Most High, right? So when we're looking at the religion, that's because the Most High has created it. So when we're not saying anything different, we just know where it comes from. You saying men enforce religion, but the Most High is in control of everything. That's why we don't need to argue ideology, because the end point will still be the same.
It's not ideology, is practical. The two most Christian countries in the planet are Brazil and the United States. I will debate they export most promiscuity, most naked woman, modern woman, samba, twerk,
No,
everything.
100%.
Right?
And
So,
Patty, that's why the religion argument doesn't work, right? But the Most High argument does. If they followed the Most High, then it would solidify itself. But they're following these man-made Christianity religions, which don't hold you accountable. Like, for instance, people think that there's only 10 commandments in the Bible. There's 613. Right. So there's several things that we aren't doing, but Christianity allows that the Bible doesn't. You see? And so the Most High was gave us the Bible. He didn't give us Christianity. So that's what I'm saying. It's a totally different convo. I don't want to derail us too much, because your point's still valid, regardless of how we get there. You see?
can I just ask you one question before you move? Just one
go ahead.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Were these women in check before? Like before 50, 100, 200 years, was they in check?
2
For
years?
the most part. A majority. Let's go with majority.
It's hard with the gauge years. I say
let's go with, were they more in check than they are now?
Yes.
Did your God lose power?
No.
Did your church lose power?
The church never had any, but for sake of conversation,
did religion overall lose power?
Yes,
The organized religion?
yes.
This is what I'm saying. God's still there. God didn't went nowhere. What actually happened was this religion that had a monopoly on strength and enforcement lost power, so they got out of hand. So it's not about God, it's about the power that the religion, these churches and everything had. It's not God. God's still here.
100%. Now in eschatology, when you read the Bible itself, this is already prophesied that this was going to happen, right? So if you look at Isaiah 3 is eschatology. So end time prophecy says that the women would go this way. Because this is the penalties that the people of the Bible have implemented on them because they didn't follow the commandments in the first place. So yeah, all this was ordained to happen. Yeah. But I like your point. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't want to overrun it with that type of shit. Yeah, because I think your point, you feel me? Because the point is solid, and Sharon basically still manned it, and we all on the same page in terms of that. I think, regardless of how we get there, it could be I think this can be a solid point. Now, the truth point, there's a lot of freedom, carte blanche. And if I think the truth point, because I want to get Terrence in, I apologize. That's why I'm talking, because I want to just surmise it, right? Truth saying, yeah, I get it. But if Fatty, Sharon, and Hamp do it, and CJ and Strada and Fantastic don't get to run over there. So it's hard to standardize if the men don't have a standard that is across the majority of men.
But that's what you want from.
I just wanted to solidify it.
But that's
actually, and then I'm gonna get Terrence in no matter what. All right.
But that's actually what you want. If that woman cannot hold the standard that you are holding for yourself, you want her to leave you the hell alone. You don't want to force her to do something that is not in her spirit. And the problem is that it doesn't matter what laws or anything, that people are going to rebel no matter what they want to do. I don't care what part of the world it is. So you need somebody that is believing in an ideology that is greater than you. So this way now you can hold both of y'all to the same standard. So if I'm telling her, my woman, hey, look, we got to move like this. Let's just put a balance sheet. So I'm saying this is our budget. We got $1,000 to spend this week. We got to stick to that. And that is it. It is no straying from it.
Wavering. Yeah.
It is no wavering. This is the budget. We got to say, you got to buy the food, pay whatever it is. But once we open the door to say, hey, do whatever you want, then that is the issue.
You got a level of anarchy, right? So all right, let me do this. Let me get Terrence and Mr. EBD, and let me just read these real quick. Straight free thinking black man with the $5 said, Strada, you want to read it? You want to respond to this?
Yeah, Strata has some suspicious mannerisms, misgiving sisterhood. That's fine. I'll fuck your bitch. I'm the motherfucker that your mother wanted you to be. I can really talk crazy. I try not to, but my bad. My bad.
It's hard to fight from them super chats, boy. Vet Life with the $5 says, Jay Strata, salute my brother. I have results too, but that doesn't change the facts. We can acknowledge the problem even if we aren't necessarily affected.
That's a fact.
That's fair. Aaron with the $2 says, Strata want us to shut up and dribble. Mr. Grant, what's popping, man? I miss you. I ain't seen you in a month for Sundays. Mr. Grant with the 50 ball says, Happy New Year, young brothers. It's funny. The biggest defender of black women are the ones who are not with one. Big up, Hamp, and my boy, fantastic. Yo, man, salute. Mr. Grant in the building, man. I ain't see you. I thought about you like a couple weeks ago, man. I hope all is well, man. It's good to see you, man. Salute to Mr. Grant for the 50 ball.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like 25.
Salute. Aaron with the $2 says, when we gonna admit no one can check black women? I'll leave with the $10 says, that nigga Fatty speaking all facts, and I don't even know that nigga. He's speaking my life. SK with the $10 says, there's a reason why guys got no luck with girls. You take them too serious and you vanilla as fuck. Got no significant source, no fingerprint, lingo, hobbies, walk, voice pronunciation. Upgrade yourself first. I'll leave with the $5 says, somebody throw some water on that nigga Fatty. He on fire. Nate, okay. Dre Torres, but that was okay. So he should be back now. SK with the $2 can't change the world, just yours under your feet. And with the $2, I would like an answer from the men on my super chat. Well, I don't know which one it was. I gotta look for it. All right, let me so did you want to respond at all, CJ? Are you good for now?
No, I'm good. That was a basket full of bullshit. So y'all got it.
All right, well, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to Terrence and EBD, and we're gonna dig in that basket to see what bullshit and what wasn't, maybe. T.O., salute, my G. Salute my brother T.O., who upgraded the membership and a member for 13 months. Terrence, what's popping?
Hey, good afternoon, Ham. Good afternoon, panel. Good afternoon, chat.
Good afternoon.
How y'all feeling?
Regular. What's popping?
Regular, man. So is the idea is the solution that's being proposed?
Well,
women to stay in a relationship when she don't want to be there?
Nah, so you been here the whole time, or you need a quick synopsis?
I've been here for a minute, but I'm following what I'm listening to, and that's what it sounded like.
Okay, so I'll give you real quick. So I played a couple clips of KS talking to men specifically. A couple of these men who didn't have results that would yield a good have a good yield in regards to women. Like one dude was living off his girl. He made less than $1,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? He had some dream that he was trying to live and wasn't earning no money in the process living with her. The next dude, he was potentially a low earner, and he said that black women had been his enemy since time immemorial. He didn't have great luck with women. He was trying to date a woman that was simply more accomplished than him. And Kevin Samuels was kind of holding his feet to the fire regarding that. And so what we're simply asking, like, yo, niggas is talking, do we sound like them niggas? And if so, we should prize why women are like, shut up, or they don't like us, right? And so you heard the rest of the conversation. You've been here for where we got to. So that's what we were minding out. That's why Strata saying what he's saying, CJ saying what he's saying, Fatty, fantastic, etc.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, and I think it does sound just like that. And I think there's motivation behind it because a large portion of followings, as far as customer base, follow that thought process. Right. and it plays to the ear of the men that aren't able to get women. So it's reel them in, reel them in, reel them in, but continue to feed the bullshit, right? Excuse my language. Rather than what does it mean to be a man, right? And I don't think anybody here has the absolute answer to that, because it's a mind space thing. It's a concept. It's something that's a continuous growth, right? It's a constant evolution.
Okay.
And growing into that, it's like we begin to build on these standards. We begin to build on these values to establish our principles, whether it's in the Most High or no matter what it is. But at the end of the day, if there are a section of men that are getting with women and getting the results, you don't hear them complaining. And the reason we don't hear them complaining is because they've developed themselves to a point where honestly, a woman probably isn't even primary. It's more so that man focusing on his craft, doing what he loves, staying outside of the echo chambers to fall within whatever guidelines. Let's say the manosphere is pumping out there, go to the gym, work out, right? Not every man on this panel likes to work out. That doesn't take away from his ability to be a man, right? Whatever it may be, right? And in regards to I think I can land the plane there. And then in regards to the long-term relationships, from my personal anecdotal experience, the only time I've been with a disrespectful woman or have dealt with a disrespectful woman is when I was on bullshit first and failed to hold myself accountable for the bullshit.
Can I ask a question then?
Yeah.
Hey, Terrence, if a woman chooses to be with you and she doesn't follow you or your ideology, she strives from what you go, whose fault is it, Terrence?
Say that again, sorry.
If a woman chooses a man that has ideology, she sees what the man is about and she strives away from it, whose fault is it? Is the man or the woman that picked him?
Well, it's nobody's fault. They're not in a relationship. They're not dealing with each other.
And this is what I'm talking about.
So if they're not in a relationship or they're not dealing with each other, then
Me too. These women pick bullshit men. These men pick men that are trifling, are womanizers, and then they say, "I can follow you." So why did you pick him? Either you pick him and follow him, or you don't pick him at all, and you reserve yourself another man actually will.
Yeah,
What
and I
are you
think
doing, Terrence?
that's a fair point, and that speaks to the latter point of my conversation, right? When we start establishing those values and standards, and we stand on our principle, right? That won't be the case because that wouldn't come inside the circle. Now, when we start talking about men that are pulling in women and oh, he's misogynistic, he's a cheater, he's this, he's that, he's leading with deception. There's deception in there. There's an underlying tone, a seed that's been placed. And when everything comes to light and truth is put on the table, then she has every right to act the way she acts.
Terrence, that's Terrence.
Unless I might have completely missed it, Dan Fatty.
No, for example, if a woman chooses you and you make 40K, is it your fault that you make 40K? She chose you. She chose to be with somebody that makes 40K. So now she can complain about the fact that you're not a millionaire. It's like you get in with the hoe and then complain that she's not a housewife, right? We will put the accountability on the man and say, you know what? You are a dumbass because you picked the hoe and try to make her a housewife. You can complain about she's not being a housewife. So by the inverse, if we're going to apply the same logic, why are we blaming men for this woman literally choosing the most ruthless art, like they have nothing to give them other than a glass of water and some McDonald's, and then complain, oh my God, he's not a leader. Oh my God, I can follow him. It's her fault. It's their responsibility.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. But I want to address the former, right? The earlier part of what you were saying, not the latter.
Oh.
And what I'm gonna say to that is, if she's coming in and he's making $40,000, obviously there isn't a clear set expectation on what the future plan is, right? This communication. It's not just I'm making 40,000. I'm going to stay at this point. This is all I'm going to go to, right? And there's so many different nuances that fall within that, because if he's addressing the situation as this kind of man, let's say he's just throwing money. Let's say he's just throwing money at it, right? Then he's building that value system based on money. which means if she sees somebody else who's making more, he's capped himself out. He has sold himself to the next man who's making more bread. So there's so many different nuances when we try to apply certain circumstances to the situation and why it led to where it leads, right? And don't take accountability. We can continue to bring complaints and things like that, but that isn't the solution. That isn't what the men on this panel who are dealing with multiple women are dealing with.
Terrence, suppose his cap was 40, though. Suppose his cap was 40, Terrence. Suppose his cap was 40 and she accepted that. What's that scenario look like? There's women who accept men at 40 with no expectation he's going to do much better. What about that?
Right, that's very true. I mean, everybody's open to do what they want to do, but I think we don't have control over somebody's ability as a human. You know what I'm saying? All we can do as an individual is work on ourselves and do better.
I agree with that. I'm just trying to say it, but sometimes women choose guys who are dusty without expectation that they're going to become undusty. That's all I'm saying. So that's not the man's fault, right? That's not his fault. She wanted, she chose it. Is she hypergamous? I don't know. But for the most part, women do choose guys who are dusty and they stay with them.
Let me ask y'all a question though, based on a little bit of what Terrence is saying. Do women make decisions based off emotion or logic? Like, what is the sentiment?
It depends. Early in life, emotion, when they get to marry somebody, is logic because they are in business. They are not in love.
Desperation when they do that.
We all say that these women, when they want to marry somebody, they look at your credit score, at your bank account, to the accommodations, where do you live? Do you have a mom? They look at it. So when it comes to actually mating, they know how to use logic. Yes.
Okay, so 28 to 32, when they get proposed to, they get married. You saying that women are more logical at that juncture?
They are in business. They are not in love. Yes, they are not using their feelings. They are using logic to actually sort out. And they probably marry guys that they wouldn't marry if they were 21, because that's when they're using their feelings.
Okay. What does everybody else think? Logic or emotion at the average marriage age, 28 to 32?
I think at that point, I think mostly it's desperation, maybe mixed with some logic because they know their time is running out.
Is desperation emotion?
It's some logic to it because they're a little bit more.
But it's more emotional. That's what I'm asking. Is it more emotional or logic?
I think it's still more emotional.
It is more emotional.
Okay. Miss Fantastic.
Logical, emotional for who?
For the
women. The women when they about to get married.
Of course, it's emotional.
28 to 32, still emotional.
Yes. Even more so. That's a younger age.
Okay, I'm just looking at the marriage. You know what I mean? The gap. Strata.
It's definitely emotional. Yep.
CJ.
Emotional.
Sharon.
I think is logic because they date and marry for potential.
They marry for potential?
Yeah.
If he's emotional, why don't they marry at 21? They don't have emotions at 21?
Because most men
emotions at 18. If he's emotional, why they don't marry at 17 and 355 days?
Because women don't control the end result of marriage. They only control sex.
Oh my God, you're the fucking talking point. Was that my question?
Hold on. Let me finish this round robin real quick. True. Are they emotional or logical?
At that stage, I'm gonna say they're logical.
Okay. The marriage stage?
At 28 to 32, right?
30, yeah, just because that's the average. Me getting married. Do
I'll
you
say they're
guys?
Okay.
Now, this talking point from what I was edified on was taken from men. So, do you guys think that, like, women's baseline is chaos and unstable, and they make decisions in that way?
For the most part.
For the most part, everybody agree on that to an extent. Because basically, and I'm asking these questions. I guess basically, because I'm trying to understand Terrence's logic mostly. If a person makes decisions off the emotions and they're generally unstable, how can you, if we want to effectuate change, can you really put the onus on a person that's like that?
Yes,
or do we err on what Fatty, Sharon, I was trying to say in terms of men standardize and then hold the women accountable? You see what I'm saying? Because if we want them to make a change that's going to be more quick, more direct, more decisive, but then we say that their baseline is chaotic, how can we depend on them to do so? Wouldn't we just put the weight on ourselves?
Yes, you can, because they are logical at work. They are logical at school. They are very controlled of their emotions every
Yeah.
time they go outside to work for the white man. When they're meeting people that they don't want to disappoint, they only become emotional when you are in front of them. So respectfully, we are actually conflating things. Just because majority of your things are based on emotion doesn't mean that you can control them, because you work for 40 years for that white man and you never scream at him. You're always in time. When you get disappointed, you have a smile on your face. All of that. So
Okay.
you do business decisions too based on relationships. And for the most part, these women are making business decisions, not emotional
Okay.
decisions.
So you saying it's they use that baseline conveniently, right? That it can move when it suits. Okay, I understand that response. Go ahead, EBD.
What I was going to say was, I think that yes, women have emotional chaos, but I think a man's job is to bring order to that chaos. And either we can make it worse and make them really unstable, or we can completely change and bring order and structure to how they communicate and emote, and they won't be so such a wild card. I think the right man would bring that out in the right woman. But the process of that is dating, and dating just sucks right now in 2025. But that's pretty much what it is. You're dealing with any woman. For me, I'm dealing me being single now. I deal with all women. You're only dealing with one, which is the one you're in a relationship with, or you're dealing with all of them. So you have to, out of the dating game and the dating pool, you got to wade through and find out which one can you deal with, which one wants to deal with you, and then work from there. So I would say also another tool. I'm not sure if Mr. Payne can speak to this, but another tool that I was thinking about was the table conversation, right? The table conversation is about renegotiating the terms of your relationship, because the needs, the situation has changed. Excuse me. But yeah, these dynamics aren't really talked about because it's a newer generation type of thing. So these dynamics change, the dating pools change, everything has changed, and we're all trying to catch up with it. And the old rules of the old guard before social media and before being embarrassed on YouTube or whatever space, those rules don't apply anymore, right? Mr. Payne ain't got to worry about ever having his wife making some YouTube rant video about whatever, right? They're not a part of that ilk. It's the younger generation that are. So the rules and the game has both changed, and we're trying to catch up with it.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment on the question that I posed?
I just want to make a quick remark.
Oh, hold on 1 second, Fatty. I just want to make sure. Anybody?
What?
On the show, I'm about to say something. Or okay. Go ahead, Fatty.
Everybody was in love in this panel. The person, like, you are not going to love harder than you love when you got puppy love at the 20s, in your teens, 20 somethings, all that. You know, the man of most of these women life was literally on their early 20s, the guy that got away, all that. That's the most that she felt. On the balance of probabilities, a woman will love way harder at 21 than she will love at 35, because now she's been used to, now she's been to several men, now she had a bunch of experience, now she's actually doing more of a brain thing than a art thing. So if this is actually true, I ask again to the panel, why are these women not married? Their high school sweetheart, the guy that gave her the first heartbreak, the 21-year-old that they deeply fell in love, instead of marrying at 29, 31, and 35?
Oh, well,
if that would be
well,
logical, right? Why are they not doing that?
Well, I reject the premise of loving harder as a child, right? So I think that the understanding isn't there to even understand what that all applies, especially when you start doing. Yeah, so like when you start doing real life and things are really in the balance, and you really got to pay bills, and you're really out there by yourself, and you don't have the parents as a crutch, like getting with a person at that point, knowing that the risk reward factor really applies, I think love becomes much more real once you start getting experience in this here life, for sure.
Did you notice that you describe business and not feelings?
Well, you're talking about love though, right?
Did you notice that you describe business and not feelings? I believe that love can be serious things, making things, doing things for somebody, or feeling. We thought that women are emotional. What you described was business, was me doing something for this person because I want to be with them and I want to actually coexist for 40 years. If it was feelings, this woman will feeling way more involved with you instead of actually doing things of love. At 21, it's about feelings, it's about being in love. At 30, it's about decisions, actions, is about being in business. That's why the premise actually stands.
Well, love is an action, no?
It's both.
Yeah, well, it's an emotion, but it's definitely an action, right? You have to show love, huh?
Yes, and at 21, all of us loved emotionally with our feelings. At 35, we loved with actions because we've grown business.
Oh, I see. They apply more things to
Yes,
it.
we do
I
action.
love him because he could. I do love him, right? But then also he can provide, protect this, that, and the third. Now I really love nigga because he can because the actions.
We
Okay.
value.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think you're freezing.
Say again.
Oh no.
I'm good.
See about how 21-year-old talking about love and about 35-year-old talking about love. 21-year-old talking about love. Oh my God, he's broke in college, but I love him. 35-year-old, I love him because he's responsible, he's respectful, he pays the mortgage in time, he's a good father, he's a good.
Yeah.
There's,
It's not rooted in just the love part, just the love with nothing attached.
Yes.
That's fair.
So love's more emotionally strong when you're younger. When you're older, it's more practical.
Yes.
Okay.
I can see the practicality of it. Yeah. Because even for I mean, maybe especially for us, right? She got to be solid in a bunch of ways, you know? She got to be able to do the things that are necessary when necessary that you ask her to do, you know?
So when you're younger, you may know what love feels like more, but when you're older, it kind of seems like you know what it matures to be, right? Now you know what it's supposed to do.
I think it's just more substantive when you're older because more things are in the balance.
Right.
But it's purely emotional when you don't got shit to risk.
Right.
But Hemp, if you're putting all that practicality to it, right? When you're older, 35, is it even love? Or is it just that practicality?
Yeah, no, because love is action, 100%.
Yeah, it's a version of it. At 21, love is for free. At 31, love is a cost. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
21, love is for free. At 31, love is a cost. You better come prepared.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah, hell yeah. That makes sense, though, yeah.
Yeah, because yeah. When you're young, I love you no matter what. When you older, it's like I love you, but you got it. You're fucking up.
Let me ask, right? Is it inevitable, right? So complaining, the discussions, how we discuss certain things, etc., right? When we had these conversations, generally speaking, how does this affect our desirability in women's eyes? Not to say it matters. I'm asking, how does it affect it? I'm not saying I should be like, we should care. I'm saying, how does it affect it when we had these conversations? How do women say, like, these niggas stay complaining? I know there's a minority scene. Well, I don't want to qualify it. How do you guys think these conversations affect how we're seen by the ladies? Not to say that you have to give a fuck. I'm just asking.
Real quick, the conversation we're having today doesn't sound like the conversation that
all of like so those conversations, but just the conversations that you most often hear in terms of men and women back and forth, how we could be successful, what the complaints are, etc.
I think a woman in your chat or listening to this live is getting more out of this conversation we're having because it's balanced. We don't all agree, but I don't think it sounds like we're complaining, right? We're just trying to parse what, how we look at life in relationships. I mean, Fatty's going crazy a little bit, but still, I don't see how you can get some nuggets out of this kind of conversation that are beneficial. And the rest of them
let's do it. Since Mr. Payne ignored what I asked him, let's just stay on what Mr. Payne talking about. So he don't give me shit when I'm talking. No, it's all good. Usually do that to me, Mr. Payne. It's all good. I ain't that sensitive.
I thought I was on point, brother.
Don't worry about it. But you know what? You actually, I'm okay with the framing, right? So this conversation, how do you think we're seen then, based on how this conversation has flowed? Do you think that this left a poor taste in women's mouths? Is that a pause? No, I said women. We good. Yeah, women. Or you see what I'm saying? Like this conversation specifically, how do you think what women would view us when we having this type of conversation in this way? Negatively, positively, neutral?
Positive. I think it's more positive than negative.
Okay.
That's just me.
No, it's all good. Anybody else up top row? Niggas not smiling.
I think it's confusing. I think that the conversation gets a little muddy because intentions aren't clear. I think that two things has to happen. We have to make sure we understand what's the purpose of the conversation. That's step one. Step two, direct the message accordingly. So if we're having a conversation about men amongst men about how to be or do better, that sounds different than what are the issues that we need when facing women. The problem is that on an open panel, they see it all, right? So even us disagreeing, I think we agree more than we disagree. But I think how you articulate it matters to your audience, right?
So what do you think their takeaway?
I think it sounds chaotic.
Do you think they edified here? You think they like the men more after this conversation? You think they say niggas still complain?
No, I think they go back to their echo chambers with the same information they had prior to. Because they don't want solutions, huh?
CJ?
Yeah, I think it was way too many key points and statements being said by multiple people. It's a big basket of shit. So I think they probably picked what they could out of it, what they liked, what they didn't like. More than likely, they picked what they didn't like because that's the more interesting stuff that people like to talk about. So
Okay,
I don't think this gave a really more. I think it was a more negative impact than positive impact. We're talking about how does the women feel based off this live.
Okay, and now what's the shit in the basket? Because there was a couple key points made differently, but were at the very least parallel that I think was a good potential solution, right? I think True made a great point in saying, but if the majority of men don't do it, what's going to happen? Especially if the men that don't do it have means, right? Because the hypergamy thing still exists, right? So I appreciate that point, but that didn't add shit to it. It added clarification. And I think the majority would agree. If most men, if only 3 out of 10 do it, people take the easier path, right? So what's the shit in the basket?
I can't even remember. It was so much shit that was said in one thing that I can't even remember after that. To be honest with you.
You should speak up because I know what you're talking about. You're talking from the chat. Speak up. You got this.
Hey, hold on. First off, I literally said what I meant. I don't.
No,
You said so many different key points. You speak at times too. Like, no, you said a lot. I'm about to go back and rewatch this and then do a separate video explaining the certain things that you said that just to me was just like, yeah, nah.
Okay,
but
so
right
let me
answering
ask
this question, no.
All right, let me ask a couple questions. Well, let me add Sharon. Anything that you see as shit that CJ may be seeing the same? I'm just asking because you do content, right? So since we moderate, we try to remember more shit than most people. I have some points, but just to get everybody flowing in, is there anything that you see CJ could be like, you know what, that's bullshit?
One of the main things, if I remember right, is this idea that we are the men on the panel. We are making it seem like that the ones that have experience, they shouldn't talk higher than the people that don't have experience. I think that is a horrible argument that Fatty had made. I disagree with that. I think we should hold people that have experience to a certain higher level, especially if people that had worked through certain experiences as well, and then overcome whatever they did in the past to have a higher level of experience. So if you failed at one point and you overcame that failure as a person, whatever that is, whether it's business, women, relationships, YouTube, whatever, that person should give a little bit different kind of understanding to their advice.
Would you take business advice from Donald Trump on how to become rich?
Yes.
Why, if he was never poor?
Because he once was. If you know his story, he once was.
No, he was. His dad was a real estate mogul that inherited like 300 and something when he died. He gave him a small loan of $1 million. Why? Follow your logic, Sharon. It's you, it's not me.
Yeah, so he lost.
Why? If I have to go through something and go from rag to riches and get woman, get divorced and all that to give advice, why would you accept business advice from Donald Trump when he was never poor? He literally was born with the silver spoon in his mouth.
Because he failed at business and then he became successful again. and he failed at being in TV. Then he got positive in politics. So he is somebody that failed at something and moved forward and got better at things. So it's not just about if he started at the worst of the worst. It's about that he has experience through going through different changes in his life, and he could give me advice on what he felt, what he did, how he was able to move, and all the information that he gathered. I can respect that he moved through and he persevered.
I'm not
Well-
going to pursue.
Well, so are you failure? So what are we saying exactly? Does a person have to have the experience to speak on it?
Yes, I believe if you want to give actual advice, you need to have some kind of experience where you could. And I think this is the reason why men should not be speaking to women, because a man cannot really understand the feelings that she goes through. But me as a man going through whatever I went through with a woman, I can explain to another brother, hey, look, I felt that kind of pain before, and this is how I got through it. And I
Okay.
can relate to him. I can give him empathy or whatever he's going through and say, if I went through the same thing, and say, this is how I got through it. And hopefully that can help you see your path to getting through it.
So I understand this. The experience is the best teacher argument. I like that one. What about learning though? What about education, to where you are a Bill Belichick type, where you can see it and then convey the message to others based on what you've learned and studied? Is that
So
okay?
that's the part. And also, but still, even with a Bill Belichick, somebody that is now coaching that never played, he has experience of winning. And so now that he has a track record of moving through the ranks wherever he started from, whether it's high school, college, and so on and so forth, he had an experience of winning, where it was him not being, where he was just a defensive coach. Like, so he had points of reference where he say he is doing a good job. And this is that's a great, I'm glad you brought that up, because this is something that women do as well. The way how they follow the leader is by they man is showing good work and saying, I have a report of being great. I have a report of following my own words, which makes her follow him. If he's a healthy individual, she's going to tend to follow his healthiness. Usually, I would say 8 out of the 10 times.
And then reconcile that for me, that men shouldn't talk to women. What do you mean by that? I don't understand that.
To give advice, because I believe it's certain things that we just won't be able to understand with how a woman moves and thinks. So I think it's better off for a woman to find a woman that has the experience that she needs to get through things. And so a man is more versed to be speaking to another man, because he can explain to that man, hey, look, when you are feeling this way, you need to move like this, because it's this feeling I had before, and I had to work on that as well, because I'm not perfect neither. And I've been moving, and I have this thing that's higher than me. I recalibrated my value system, and I put God first, and I started to have understanding.
Okay,
That's
so
horrible advice.
Now
Horrible
reconcile. You can jump in, Drew, just 1 second. I just want to understand it. So reconcile, because we were speaking biblically, men having dominion over everything.
Right, but that's
right. And so how does he apply that? You see,
so men have dominion over the wife and a child because somebody has dominion over him.
At that point, he can speak on women if he submits to the Most High.
Correct, because he has something that is greater than him. He's not just going off his own idea.
Fruition.
Yeah, he's going off of something that's higher than him. So therefore, it is a rules that he is going by. He's not making it up as he going along. He actually has an ideology that he sees fit for him and his family.
Okay, I understand what he. Hold on. Let me just let True, because True would try to say something before. I was just trying to understand it. And seemed to where it was going. Go ahead, True. Did you want to rebut or?
Yeah, my rebut would be I don't think that that's proactive advice. I should have said that. So forgive me, my brother. But most knowledge comes from a male perspective as it is. If anything, she's echoing it 9 times out of 10 came from some man, whether that was dad, grandfather, or so on. So unless you're saying men shouldn't talk directly to women, I guess that's where it got murky for me. But we got people listening. They're going to take what you say more than likely and run with it. No, we should definitely be talking to women. We guide women. That doesn't matter if her emotions are calibrated differently. I don't think that that's very, very relevant, to be honest.
So who is the we?
What do you mean?
When you say we, who is the we that should be speaking to it? So any man is we?
What I'm saying is that as a man, if a woman is speaking and she's one of wisdom, 9 times out of 10, that wisdom came from some male perspective.
So
Go
the
ahead.
problem is that way too many men put themselves in other great men, and they didn't prove that they are great themselves. So just because Hamp is able to say some advice, and women are taking his advice because they believe on his track record, doesn't mean all of a sudden I get to say the same thing and say, why are you not taking my advice? I said the same thing Hamp did. It's because Hamp put something, he has a track record of who he is. So just because I regurgitate the information that Hamp said doesn't mean that I'm supposed to garner the same respect as him, because I did not put the track record in front of me.
Now, but that's not what I'm saying. And if I remember correctly, what you guys were echoing earlier to maybe your point is specifics. The Kobe's talking to people playing basketball and things of that nature. I think that to tell men and tell women that women should not be listening to men, or men shouldn't be talking to women, is what you said. I don't know if that's productive, because most of the time, if you're dealing with a woman, a developed woman, a mature woman, a wise woman, she 9 times out of 10 got her knowledge base, her education, her perspective from a man, regardless of if he quote unquote proved he was qualified. I think that that's dangerous rhetoric.
So the reason why it's not dangerous, if my wife wanted some advice, I would say, hey, you could go speak to Hamp's wife, not to speak to Hamp. Because she can give my wife insight on things as a woman.
Okay, fair.
Dealing
But
with a certain type of man, dealing with the children, dealing with getting out of shape, dealing with body weight, dealing with hormones, dealing with like she has insight to help another woman get through certain things that me as a man, no matter how empathetic I can be, I can never understand that.
But what you're doing, though, is you're giving credence to, I believe, what I'm saying. If that woman is under his tutelage, right? This is his wife, solidified. Whatever she echoes to your woman is going to come from some level of his influence and his leadership.
So this
even,
this is where you're wrong. So even this is why Fatty had referenced the conversation that they had. Even though she follows Hamp's tutelage and with eating bacon and so on and so forth, she is still would say some things as single women, because women can reference other women, have that empathy towards other women, understand what a woman is going through. So even though she got all that tutelage that DJ Hamp is giving her without eating bacon and so on and so forth, she still is a woman.
Well, I'll touch on what I said. My comment for it was more so the fact that you highlighted the emotional part. That's what I'm directly referring to. I don't think any man on this panel could ultimately understand how women process, because we're not women. But I think that to say that men shouldn't talk to women, I think is a bit dangerous in my opinion. But I digress.
That's just interesting, because if I can go to him to get the pure information, pure cocaine, why would I go to the street dealer that is going to give me an adulterated version of what he supplies? I can go straight to the source and says, hey man, your wife seems like she has a good head on her shoulders. Da, 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 da. How do you see these? Why should I go not to the preacher? Why should I go to somebody that is listening to what he says from the stands and might have a completely different interpretation of whatever the thing is going on? Like, women are going to be women. And Sharon, just a point to you. This is why you are extremely wrong. And by the way, congratulations on being religious and believing in God. I didn't know that about you. So thank you for converting yourself to the Most High. I don't know. I didn't know that about you. Can a beautiful woman give advice on how to get men and maintain men to an ugly woman? Do you think that experience is the same, that the Victoria's Secret model can come along and says, hey, precious, this is what you do to get men. This is what you do to keep men. This is what you do to be in a relationship. Do you think she has the qualifications to actually tell Precious how to do when it comes to relationship?
With the reference that you're saying that she's just a model and she looks good, I would say no.
No. Women are women. They have 2 legs, two arms, 1 vagina, all that, right? They're women. Your point, and Sean, is you said women understand women better, and this is why women should actually teach other women. And my point is, you are wrong. Because a woman that is pretty privileged can never tell a regular woman how to go through life, because everything is given to her. Joy Taylor can tell you, a regular woman, you just have to work hard and you're going to be an ESPN announcer. No, you have to have big titties to get where I'm at. So,
right,
how are you telling that women should actually tell other women give them advice? 1, because they are not the same. And 2, because most women give terrible advice to each other. What are you talking about?
So what I'm talking about is a woman of a certain caliber. So that's why I reference it towards a woman that is dealing with a certain kind of caliber, a man that is also, he's giving great advice. He is showing great leadership, and she can have a conversation with my wife that I want to have, that because I believe, so if I believe that I'm a great leadership and character and I feel like I'm very similar to him, I would say, hey, babe, you should probably talk to Hamp's wife because we got similar traits in certain things. Maybe it's only 6 out of 10, but he got similar things and she can help you guide through those similar things. The other 4, we're going to have to find somebody else that have those traits that can help you through that as well. So her experience dealing with somebody that I deem as having the same qualities, she would be able to help my wife if she was struggling with something. I would say, hey, you need to speak to that experienced woman in that field.
Makes sense.
But do you believe all married women give the same advice?
No, he's saying that they align, so the ideology of the men are close, and so that's why he would send her to that man's wife because 6 out of 10 seemingly align. So no, you're not saying all.
How would you even know that the 2 wives are going through the same thing without extensive amounts of years of knowledge and conversation to even say, oh, well, I know what you're going through? That would have to be a process of, just circumstance or happenstance. I mean,
so,
if I'm a guy and I'm trying to help a female, let's say therapy, right? Therapy, the most talked about profession, therapy. Everybody needs therapy, right? If I'm a man, I'm going to listen to a female and give her more grace and room to talk. Just as me being a man, I'm more going to be more of an effective therapist than
What are you
woman
responding to though, EBD?
to Sharon when he says men shouldn't talk to women because we can't give good advice. But the one thing that we do is hear their experiences all the time, and we give them enough room, grace, and leeway in order to let them say everything first, and then spit it back to how we say it or how we interpret it, things like that. Women like to talk to each other just to talk. They don't actually get anywhere. That's the difference.
Sharon's point is flawed to the point where if we assume that most women are modern, they are not going to search for Denzel Washington wife to ask what can I be to be like you. They go to Meg Thee Stallion, they go to Cardi B, they go because they're modern women. If they align, if we're talking about alignment, most of these women don't align with actually full, awesome woman that will hold them men down no matter what. They are not going to go to these wifey materials. They're not going to Savannah James. They are going to go to Drea and to Brittany Renner. How can I get a baby from this guy? How can I control him? All that. That's why wife schools have 1 follower, and How to Get a Rich Man have millions of followers.
So
these women know what they want. They were aligned with the woman that they want.
Okay, so Eddie, break this down from the premise that maybe I missed it, but what I heard was the men have the same ideology, and then that wife is pointed to the wife of the woman that align because the 2 men align. So it's not carte blanche. She's not finding her own source. Her source is predicated off of what her husband and the other man believe.
It's totally fine, but this is
okay.
This is what I'm separating, right?
Let's assume well, what about that premise? And then
it's fair. It's fair. So let's amp. We're going to assume that you are solidified. Everybody respects your business acumen, your wife, your kids, the relationship, and all that.
Hypothetically, yeah, sure.
Right? I put millionaire, 6'7", ball player with grills, gold chains, and all that. The line to talk with his woman and how to get that man will be miles across. The line to talk with you, to talk with your woman or with you, will be 3 people every 3 days. That's why you don't let women decide for themselves, because this is the problem. You are literally getting an adulterated version of what this should be the message, because they will pick and choose exactly where to go, and they will avoid your line to go to the 9 to the
100%. And I think that's why what he said is dips. So you agree then essentially that if the men had the same values and ideology, him pointing his wife to me, just in the hypothetical, makes sense.
Yes, but
because the men align.
Right? Yeah, but that's not what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He said the men agree, and then those wives talk to each other. So she's having an issue with something that the other wife doesn't, and then they talk to each other so she can figure it out.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that. Okay. I agree with the fact that men correct everybody. The man, the woman, the kid, and the dog. It's the man's job to actually give instructions to everybody in the family, including the dog. If the dog shits on the couch, I'm not letting you handle that. I am going to handle that, even though it's your dog, but I'm going to handle that. I don't believe in adulterated messages. Every time somebody gives me, imagine them that you give a course. I listen to your course, and now I'm
Telephone.
giving the lessons to other people. The
Telephone, right? So it waters down as you
Yes,
go.
it waters down the
Okay.
conversation.
So
Makes no sense.
just in the point of understanding, at the very least, if she's gonna go talk to a woman, that would make the most sense though. If me and you align, our women need to talk to each other to figure out what they got issues with based on our ideology. So that would make more sense. But you're saying the men need to give the directives to be the most effective.
Yes, because I don't trust
Okay.
married women either. Respect, like you're just buddy. You guys
But-
need to leave. You guys.
No, I got you. But at least you can see how that makes more sense than just leaving her to her own devices.
Yes, it makes like if somebody comes here and says, "I am a wife and I'm married for," and I'm going to be very honest. You look at the chat, you can married woman and single woman. You could look at the chat and see exactly who is who. You can see the difference. You can see the difference from the married 25-year-old woman or 25-year marriage woman commenting on the chat and the woman that is single 7 years in a row commenting in the chat. It's not different. You can see it. So I don't know.
Right. So you kind of all right, but I think sometimes we just argue to argue because at the end of the day, you actually agree with my sentiments, and I think it's fair. So I appreciated that. If me and Fatty is aligned on a point and we got wives, I think those two wives should speak because both of their men is very similar. And that's all I'm saying. Just to go give any advice from any woman is not what I'm saying. Just like any man should not be just getting any advice from just any man. It should be the type of man that he wants to be like, or he's trying to emulate or something of that nature.
Sharon, if you were in here, could your wife do your job 100%?
What you mean?
If you weren't here, not talking about financial, we're not talking about going to work, just the mental capacity, the disciplining, the putting things together, making things work. If your wife wasn't here, if you weren't here, if you migrated to Mars and took 20 years to come back, could your wife do the same job in the same efficiency without you here?
That is a very difficult question to answer. I would say no.
And that's why we go to Sharon and we don't go to your wife.
Right, but again, so that is fine. So, but if a woman was to come to me and trying to ask me about her husband, I would direct her to my wife because I do not want her to have the mentality of me. Because that would change her ideology of what her man is, especially if I could communicate better than her man. That could muddy the waters even worse.
Can you elaborate on that?
I'd rather her speak to a woman where it is no confusion so she can have an understanding. So when her, as a female, say, I feel like my man doesn't such and such and such, my wife say, hey, listen, well, what you are seeing and feeling is such and such and such because when I went through it, me and my this, that, and third, so she could actually understand the feeling. So I do not want to be her new leader.
So let's put this to the test.
The one that man that's in the house got to still be her leader, but she got to work with her eternalness, and she need to find a woman that knows how to deal with that as well.
Yeah, Sharon, let's put that to the test, right? Because you're going against history. Male pastors discipline men and women equally. The football coach, the teacher, discipline both equally. Like the male leader, the man on the pulpit actually talk with the whole congregation. It was not a church for men, a church for women, a teacher from like there was not like that. But actually, let's be pragmatic, Sharon, right? A woman comes to you and she says, Mr. Bracy, this and this situation happened. Advice. Tell me one thing that you can't. Tell me one thing that your wife can tell to that woman that you can't. Give me one practical example of one thing that your wife can tell her that you as men as Sharon you can. Don't say periods and all those things that we can do.
What my wife can explain to another woman is the feeling that she has as a female. How she feel like she might not be understood. She might not be heard. And she can explain to that other woman that, no, your man hears you. Just because he doesn't move or show love the same way how you do, you gotta respect the man how he loves you, not how you expect him to love you. And so my wife can explain to her that feeling that she is missing in reality.
Final question. Who understands woman feelings better, man or woman?
A woman.
And that's why you don't go to the gazelle to explain how to catch a gazelle. You go to the lion. The lion understands more about the gazelle nature and when they hide and how they do it and what to do than actually the gazelle. You go to the man. That's why actually we're having these conversations, because we say most of these men on this conversation, you can't trust woman feelings. You trust the man that actually understands those feelings, so you don't let the drunk driver actually throw your car again, out of the bridge.
Hey, Fatty. Jerome, can I just say something?
You can,
Just
but
take a point.
let me just finish saying one thing. If
Go
you
ahead,
don't
go ahead.
mind. I appreciate it. So the whole gazelle thing. So the problem is that I think that we are missing, right? So the gazelle talking to gazelle, that's about the feelings. The lion is a different species. So the gazelle is not talking to another gazelle how to catch a gazelle. And so the lion is in your, even though you know the lionesses is the ones who actually catch the gazelle, but it's going to be a lion talking to another lion how to catch a gazelle.
Yes.
It's not going to be a gazelle saying, "Hey, listen, this is how I think you should try to catch me like this." That's not going to work.
Yeah, hey friends, go to Priscilla and to Venus. Sorry, to be messy.
Just real quick, Fatty. The basic premise of what Sharon was talking about is he didn't want to de-edify the other woman's husband. That's why you send it to the wife. That's, you know, if I come in and she comes to me and I come up with this glorious answer, there's no way I can answer her if she has a problem with her husband without de-edifying.
Really?
There's no way I could do that, especially if she likes what I have to say. Right. So I wouldn't want to do that. I'd send her to my wife.
Are you about results, Mr. Payne, or are you about what makes people
No, but the result is not mine. It's the result is what the woman's supposed to get.
That was not the question. Do you, if a woman is having problems with abusive man, for example, would you rather her come to you for feelings, what she feeling about the situation and all that, or you rather come to you for results?
If a wife came to me for an abusive husband, I tell her to call a cop.
You see, I'm talking about. You guys can answer the question because you guys
could answer the question.
What was the question? I missed it.
The question is, Kasharon said, because the only thing my wife can do that I can when he's talking to a woman is about the feelings, because she feels things, so she can tell her how to feel. And what I said was, respectfully, men understand more about woman feelings than women themselves. We see the female content creators. We see what our girlfriends actually go when they go to their friends and they come with shitty advice, even though those women have relationships.
What was the question though? What was the question? I want to answer.
The question from Mr. Payne is, does he, if a person comes to him, does he have as priority results or feelings?
But that's not the question you asked me, though.
That's what you said. Call the cops. If an abusive woman, if a woman comes to you, if an abusive,
you didn't say a person. You said if a woman came to me,
a woman that is dealing with a man that is, let's go, verbally abusive, not putting her hands on her, is not committing no crime.
First, it was a woman and her husband.
Let him ask a fresh question, Mr. Payne, and answer the question that's asked. Go ahead, just re-ask the question.
Crimes are crimes. Of course, you go to the cops if somebody's committing a crime. But if let's imagine that it's a verbal, he's like he's gaslighting you, he's putting you up and down, put you through the ringer and all that, and he's all verbal, mentally and all that. If that woman come to you and she asks, Mr. Payne, are you going to prioritize advice that is going to get the results? Or are you going to tell her prioritize advice that prioritize their feelings? Give an advice that prioritize their feelings. Which one are you going to do?
I'll be looking for results, of course.
And this is why you go to men, because men are results driven and women are feeling driven. You know that.
The only thing I have, I mean, he asked like 8 different questions with, in that whole thing. The real point is I would be looking for results, but my result could be in the scenario the second scenario you said is the same result would be, hey, listen, call the cops if the guy's abusive.
I really told you it was not
that's a result.
I literally told you it was not a crime. Me calling you a hoe or me disrespecting you or me gaslighting you is not a crime.
The premise, though, the beginning of the conversation was a man and his wife, 2 men and their wives, right? If my buddy's wife came to me with a problem, and I'm practical. My practical answer would be to talk to my wife about that situation because I wouldn't want to de-edify her husband. Now, if it's not a man and a wife, and it's just some random chick who has a boyfriend, that's a different scenario.
So
Is that fair?
let me show you. So let me tell you this, right? So generally speaking, what happens, right? I don't know if you ever. I don't want to get too far into it, right? But if you ever see anybody being edified during street teaching, right, and a woman comes up, oftentimes if she's with a man, the brothers will clarify, "Hey, do you mind if we had this conversation?" He's not gonna. But and now the only thing that'll differ, Sharon, is he's not gonna go get the women though. He's gonna have that conversation with her with the approval of the man that she's attached to. You see what I'm saying? So there's a little bit of just if that could help illustrate.
I agree with that.
Right. The men agree, right? Because he asked for permission. They're not gonna go get the women that's sitting down at that point. He's gonna do the edifying with the okay of her husband. You know?
Right, and I would go talk to like, so that man trusts that other man to say, hey, we moving in a certain, so yes.
Yeah. And that shit happens all the time at a much lower level, even with kids, right? The mom would be like, I'm gonna call Coach Hamp, for teenagers. Or the dad have been telling the kid, hey, don't fumble the ball, carry the ball this way. But as soon as the coach say it, then the kid listens. You know what I mean? So you need a couple different voices at times. But I do agree, generally speaking, men should be able to edify everybody. I do agree with that.
Even more than that,
Sorry,
when the kids are fighting, it's the dad that can put a squash to all that. When it's a couple that's fighting, there's a man that can listen to both sides because he's not emotionally invested in either the woman's side feeling hurt or the man. He can wait. Men can emotionally disconnect from a lot of situations, which makes us better at being objective in the situation rather than just emotional.
Black Dragon, you actually moved the point. You actually checked, like you literally got the point. Hey, Shredder, who is better disciplining daughters, man or woman?
Men.
Damn. So you go to the men. That's crazy. Who would have thought?
I think this is a nuance that y'all missing from Sharon's point.
Men are better at offering correction to since young daughters to teenagers to grown women. Why are we telling women to
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna answer your question because in your original premise that you painted to Sharon, you had married women that were involved and influence matters. The reason why he said he would send her to his wife and he wouldn't answer is because it would belittle her to the husband in her relationship. That's why he said, I don't want to answer that because I don't need you looking at me no type of way, knowing you married too. That was the only reason why he said that. I don't think he disagrees with anything y'all said up to that point. I think we all understand that men are the final authority. Men have that. But in that specific scenario you gave, it would be wise for him to not cause chaos in another man's house, to send that woman to his wife and not correct. I think that's all he was saying.
She following you. You are literally adding an extra.
Think about it, Fatty. Back to the original point. If Sharon has domain and authority over his wife, he sends another man's wife to his wife, that's still his authority.
That's right.
Because she's following his rule. So to make that other man's house not messy, why wouldn't he send another woman to his wife? That makes sense.
You guys listen to each other.
Wait, so hold on. You know what? Let me just say
what you say.
Let me say this. So you know what? With that being said, hey, listen, fellas, if you having problems with your woman, send her to me for 2 weeks. I will send her back a wife. I got you. Don't you worry about it.
Can I say something? This is extreme. It's an extremely bad faith.
Ali? Good evening.
What's up? What's on? My light skinned brother let me down today. The light skinned coalition let me down. If I can't get her to listen to me, what the bad faith conversation is, how can I get her to listen to go to another woman? Y'all are conflating instruction with skill. With compliance. So it's one thing if she doesn't comply with you. It's another thing if she needs help with her skills. So Hamp, if I don't want to listen to you, can you send me to somebody to listen to you?
If you don't want to listen to me, no.
Yes. So this is a bad faith.
Well, I think
everybody's saying, "Oh, I'm gonna send it to my mama. I'm gonna send it to old girl. I'm gonna send it to this person, and she'll talk to her." If she don't want to listen to you, she's already not. It don't matter.
But
so
Ali,
it's one more thing. One more thing.
Go ahead, my bad.
It's a bad faith argument because if she struggles with being a wife because she lacks the skills, then that would make sense that you would send her to your mother, your grandmother, another woman, and that would make sense to help her learn how to cook, be with the children. That's a whole different conversation. This is a disingenuous conversation because she don't listen or respect you. She ain't about to go, hey, babe, go listen to Melissa. Go talk to Melissa so she can tell you how to be a better wife for me. She He ain't about to listen to you.
Now,
And in this space, the men give the best advice, the most logical reasoning in helping women to be better wives. What women in this space is helping women be wives? I'll wait too.
I think that
No, please answer the question, brother, before you move on.
Sure.
So in case I want to make sure the silence isn't because people don't know. What men are sitting here every single day trying to give advice, be solution based, and tell women how to be better wives. What woman in this space is telling women how to be better wives?
Well, so the
a
one
different question than the premise that was laid out earlier.
No, you, Strider, you've been doing this all night, my brother. Respectfully, someone
So-
says something and you derail from what they're saying when they're saying exactly what they're saying. You're
That's
saying
what you're
you're not
doing.
saying. No, you just did it again. No, I'm not doing it. Every time someone makes a statement, like you told Fatty, don't make concrete statements. Then you said, hey, if you want to be in a 20-year marriage, go talk to someone who's been in a 20-year marriage so you can be in a 20-year marriage. You're doing the same thing. So he's trying to give a solution and concrete advice, and there's nothing wrong with you doing that. But if we truly walk this down, it's not about the skill and instruction of the woman. It's about the fact that if she wants to listen to you. And another contradiction is, we give general advice to men by women and men on what men need to be protectors and providers. When y'all change it, oh, you can't talk to a woman if she ain't your woman. That's the craziest thing in the world. And if you can't do that, that means you should be the only one giving your woman advice. You shouldn't have to send her to nobody else. She's going to be on your page. No other man can teach her or no other woman to be on your page if it's individual based, and we can't give a general instruction to all women.
But back to the original premise, I think
You
that's where
didn't even answer, but you didn't answer.
But I can't because you were trying to have a retort to a premise that was already laid prior.
You're
to you
derailing, brother. You're not good faith
I can
conversation.
answer your question. No, I can answer your question.
Hold on. Good faith
Because
conversation
you
is
didn't
when
say
you
anything wrong. That's what I'm saying,
Oh,
Ali. You
no.
didn't say anything
But
wrong.
good faith
So
conversation is if
can't-
you're
I
talking
have
about
no
2 + 2 is 4. Let's get to how 2 + 2 can be 4. You're not addressing nothing that I said, and you're already moving on.
You want to know why I'm not though? I just gave you the reason why. The
Because
reason
you don't
why
want
was
to.
because- no, it's not that because I already conceded you were right. The reason why I didn't want to entertain it is because you're moving away from the original premise that got us here with Sharon. The original premise is this. Now let's start there. Let's walk it back down.
I'll walk with
you didn't
you.
say anything wrong. That's what I'm saying.
I'm
brother.
gonna
You didn't say anything
respond to
wrong.
you. I'm gonna show you how you do this. How you have the
All right,
discourse.
so
Go ahead.
in
I'm
the
gonna go with
original
you.
premise, Sharon has a wife, correct? There's another woman that's married. Other woman comes with an issue to the married couple that's Sharon and his wife. Should Sharon give that woman advice and guidance? Or should Sharon refer that woman, that married woman, to his wife? That's the premise.
Initially, based on y'all premise, you would say woman, right? You would say woman, correct? But what that woman should do is take her by her man and have a conversation like most healthy relationships. If something was happening, I'm almost sure it happens with you or any married man on this panel, is the man sits beside the woman and gives the advice. It's not just the woman by herself. It's not credible enough. It's what the man will respond to. It's what the man will instruct. Hey, babe, can you tell her what's actually happening in this household and what she can do to get her man to understand that she respects and values him and want to cooperate? You need the man there. It just don't show it with the woman there.
We're saying the same thing, brother. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. I said that the leadership of the man is going to fall onto the woman when he gives that advice to give that woman. But the reason why you do it that way is because we know as men there's boundaries that you don't even want to cross. I wouldn't even want another man's wife to look at me no type of way, right? Because all I'm gonna do is cause chaos in his house. That's not helping him.
But
That's
there's
not
not
her.
like that.
You
There's
feel
a
me?
problem.
And two things can
No,
be
no,
true.
no. I think y'all having two
What
separate.
you
No.
saying
Y'all having
what
two
you
separate.
saying was
No.
still correct. Yeah,
I
that's what I'm
agree
saying.
with. I agree what you're saying, but you and Fatty are having two separate conversations. Men should instruct men, women, and children. Women should only instruct the children and other women so they don't put themselves in harm's way with other men. You shouldn't be instructing no man. So that's why it's.
So for clarity, is instruction and advice the same thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, no, it's no.
There might be different levels by the semantics. They're the same thing.
Advice and if we're saying instruction and demand, it's completely different than advice. A woman shouldn't be telling a man what to do, but a man can tell women and children what to do. Because even when we spoke on different panels with Sharon's not okay with men giving women advice. And a lot of men on this panel ain't okay with you giving other women advice, but you're okay with a man protecting a woman that's not yours. So we can't be able to protect these women and be there for other women, and they're not our women. But then you can't give a woman instruction or advice on what to do as well too in public.
If I'm
Not
gonna
this product.
protect you, then I'm gonna give you instruction.
Yes.
But this is the problem with we moving too fast, or we actually going to the final product, right? This is the glitch on the matrix that is there, and we are not acknowledging. Women are terrible diagnosing their own problems. Women do terrible diagnosis of their own problems because they are parsing that shit through feelings. When a woman comes to you, for the most part, either be your brother, your sister, oh, I have this problem, what she's going to tell you is emotionally charged. A man dismantles the problem, takes the emotion out of the way, takes it out of it, cleans it up, and says, this is your problem, and this is how you solve it. The problem is, if a woman is talking to another woman, and we know that women are emotionally by nature, I don't think the woman that is listening, even if she has a good husband, is going to be able to disassemble the emotionally charged conversation into putting on A's, B's, C's, and this is what you do and move along. And this is why I actually use that example. Couples on these panels, and when they talk together, you see the man being very concise, very logical, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, and the woman is, what about my feelings? What about my feelings? What about my feelings?
Everything is a negative, right?
Which is why
other woman problems, because she can even solve her own problems. She is emotional.
That's why you would send them. That's why the men. That's why I understand the overarching point. Sharon, did you want to respond? Go ahead.
Yeah, so like, so here, me and you meet, we hanging out, we know each other for 6 months, right? Your lady know my lady, vice versa.
Okay.
If I would see your lady in the street, she's getting into something, you expect me to protect her.
Yeah.
Right. And at that point, that is all you expect me to do. You are still at that moment, still not expect me to give her instructions at all.
Well, if you're protecting her
of violence, but as in your relationship, that instruction shit is not okay for me to start now. Hey, Hemp, I did protect your woman the other day, so I think that you can be moving like this in your household with your wife. That is not something that is going to be.
The coaching that wouldn't make no sense. But I'm just saying, you're saying I'd be like, hey, go. If you see, let's say you saw her doing something, right, not in danger, that you knew was unbecoming, then you should be able to say, hey, go sit the fuck down somewhere. Right?
To protect her.
And now, even though men be sent, right, niggas might take up umbrage with you saying sit the fuck down. If it's justified, sit the fuck down. You see what I'm saying? That type of shit. I ain't saying, hey, make sure you do this in the bedroom. That'd be nuts. But yeah, you should be given a level of instruction when you see somebody doing something unbecoming, if you're willing to put in pain for them as well. 100%.
Right. And I think that's where the conflation is coming in. They're not able to have the nuance on what instruction is to versus I'm instructing you within your household as advice of you having a problem, right? They having instructions out. If I see your woman and down, like, hey, sit the fuck down, let me handle this. And they are conflating those two situations as advice or instructions. No, that's just me being a protector, a natural male protector, somebody that I know, versus if she needs some advice on how to deal with certain responsibilities as a wife that my wife have that skill to do, I would say, hey, you need to speak to my wife because she is versed in that. You should not be listening to me unless, like how you said earlier, me and you have a conversation. You're like, hey, Sharon, you need to speak to my wife, please, because you are better at communicating. And then that's that's another nuance thrown into the conversation. We act like it's just one way and it's like that. That's not how human beings work. It is so many nuances within the occur. One word could change a person's advice.
And this is how you get divorced. You go with the woman because she's married for 20 years. And you go to her and she rules the relationship. She's the boss, like most mamas, like most aunties, like most grandmas. They actually were the ones setting the rules. They are the ones that by default are leading the relationship. So you go to her and you ask her, hey baby, you are married for 15 years. Can you help me with my relationship? Because you seem like you have a good husband and all that thing. And she's going to actually, instead of giving you you should follow and should understand him and you should do this to him, demand this, get this, do that, because that's how they're moving. Like Sharon, like most relationships of these women are, no matter how many years, they are not followers, they are not submissive, they are not listening. They are actually going to tell that she needs to be more domineering, more ruthless,
but this part,
more. Don't go ahead.
But this part, right? So we understand the modus operandi of the women, right? Because that's what you're painting.
Yes.
But right? And I know we can't exclude that, but we just want to understand the logic and see if it makes sense. Let's say we could change the behavior and the modus operandi of the women. Then with the logic that he wants to employ, could you apply it?
Yes, but there's
Okay,
there's a
so it's
there's
sound, but depending on what but since we're dealing with a archetype, you can't employ that logic.
yeah, there's a shoot. There's not reality.
Okay, at least I understand it, but because of what you have to apply it to, it's
so.
okay.
So what he's saying is a big shoot, right? If woman were would you do it? Looking at the reality of most women that are married, a woman going to another married woman for advice is.
Yeah, you're saying the
Look.
danger is just is
Yeah,
a
good
lot
luck.
is going to single woman.
Hey,
Yeah,
Fatty.
no, it's a big if. I just wanted to understand it, right? But I always say if your aunt had a dick, she'd be your uncle, right?
But what I was going
If
to ask
is-
was like, do you apply this to the same issue as far as regional and religion? Like, think about it. If we're taking it out of the context of the West and putting it into the East, like two the same scenario: two husbands are married to many wives, or whatever the scenario is. She comes to another man and says, you know, I'm going through this. Would you find that context a lot more because the women are more, you know, their thinking is different? You know what I mean?
No, we are
You
talking
see what I mean?
about.
But hold on. The biggest disingenuous part about this conversation is there men coming on these panels correcting men?
Yes.
Yes. All the
Yes.
time.
Who's correcting women? Y'all tell women to go to women to correct them. Who's correcting women? What women you seeing correcting women collectively or as a masses? This is why it's a disingenuous conversation. Women aren't correcting women.
Ali, let me ask a question if you don't mind.
Hmm?
Is that true or we just know what we know? Like, so as an example, like I'm looking at like Crimson, she showed me a lot of support and shit like that. I
Mhm.
see her making corrections. There's this other lady I saw.
Mhm.
So I clicked on it one Saturday. She was dressed kind of provocatively, but her message was pretty solid.
You talking to women who call picnies?
I think
Who
so.
the women are calling them picnies?
And that's the point.
You talk about the woman who women collectively.
No, I ain't trying to drop, but that's her. That's the one I saw, Fatty. I did see. That's the one. And
But
then
her
I seen her right here. I seen her right here.
Yes.
But
Her
men support.
but
Men
that's not
support
what they
Crimson
want.
Cure.
But what?
I was just
No.
about to
But
say,
this
River.
take
I was
this.
just about to say
Let
that.
me. JS, you could jump in right quick. I just want to. So when I'm speculating is, if I know them three and I'm not as versed, is there a lot more? And if so, is there correction being had? You see what I'm saying?
No.
Ali, 1 second. Ali, 1 second. So, but this is the reality versus should. We are not saying there's not woman actually correcting it.
Understood. Yeah.
I know several content creators. You can talk about pink book lessons, take heed, a bunch of women that actually doing.
All don't mean all. Yeah.
I'm just saying if you put those women and you put one big booty, big titty, whatever woman that is actually telling you how to get a man or how to get a certain type of man, women are not going to flock to them. They don't want to be Crimson. They want to be the Nika. And why they want to be the Nika? Because she looks the way she looks. That's all. Because if she didn't look the part, they wouldn't listen. That's why we're.
But Fatty and Ali, you could jump in too, because I knew I was trying to both answer. Does the aesthetic matter that much if the message is cool?
You know, we talked about it.
We had that with
the problem?
What's her name? Who the girl the woman I interviewed?
The rapper, right? I think you were saying.
Come on, man.
What's her name?
I forget her name.
Oh, no, you say the name. You say it.
No, I'm trying to think of it.
No. You say it.
I know who you're talking about. I was there that day. I was watching. The rapper though, she was really.
Ali, remember we had the whole 4-hour show. Love Dorsey.
Yeah.
Salute to Love Dorsey, man. So the imagery matters more, all right?
Absolutely.
But the women don't even believe those women because most women conform to what it looks like in public, but in private, they putting you through the ringer too. Most women connect emotionally with their man, and in the background, they making that man go through it too. The man's who are him is going through it too. They just don't talk about it in public, and we see it every single day.
Okay.
So I think the problem is they want all women to change, and that's just not.
Hey, Sharon, before you finish, this is what I want to do. Hold on, yeah. Before let Sharon finish, and then let Strada jump in, and then y'all can respond. So let them go back to back.
One
The fact,
Yeah, you could get the mic back. Hey, your camera look good, Playboy. Like you got some money.
Hey, you hurt my feelings. You was picking on me the other day. You was talking about my
Boy.
camera was dusty. You like, that's that new camera, nigga.
Hey,
I was like,
I said,
I gotta
now-
go get me a new camera.
I said his car got red seats. Ain't no way his camera should look like that.
I agree. It looks good. It looks really good. Shout out to the upgrade.
It's that 4K shit.
All right, Sharon.
God damn, I can't even give a compliment without a side eye. That's crazy. Damn, that was a legit compliment. Hey, shout out to you. The visuals look great, by the way.
Thank you, Sharon Bracy Jordan.
So if the fact that it is some women out there doing it is it's just the fact that most men are not just following female content creators on a mass situation. So the woman that she is meant for, that is needing that learning, that is who we need to be concentrating on. The women that are not ready for marriage, the women that just want to be in it, we do not want women to just be faking it till they making it out here. We want women that really want change. They seen the wrong things with themselves. They look themselves in the mirror, have some self-reflection. They decided to change and go look outward to go find somebody to help them through their tough situations of moving through the dating market. That's all we need. So those people that want to find it, at least it is a woman out there that is willing to give them the advice, and they have experience to give that advice.
I talked to this woman named the Queen Maker, and ever since she dated a woman, she said women don't like men. She said women are evil. She said women are wicked. She said that women are trying to make men they slaves. She said men jump through all these obstacles to conform to what women want, and it's still not enough. She said women are worse than men. So if the woman is saying it and the man is saying it, how can you say that we all wrong now, Sharon? If the Queen Maker is saying it, the women with the cult following is telling her followers that women are the problem.
So
and Ali, this is why Ali, you don't go. Oh, is
Ooh,
it
hot dang! It's a new day.
This is the thing. I got a question for you, just from an observation. So I think that when the perception of people are watching us, there's going to be a divide because of the way we naturally think, right? When I think in person, all of us will get together and we'll probably agree more than we disagree. So my question to you is, for those that might think that my messaging is off, and you might think my messaging is wrong, and I don't have the solution, because based on what y'all saying, I contradict myself. You know what I'm saying? So let's take me off the table. Remove me. Don't listen to me. What would be the advice to the people that don't think like me to get these men the results they want? Remove me. I'm gone. Y'all saying that what I'm saying don't make sense. You know, you got a question. So remove me from the scenario. How do we get it so that the men that have these valid complaints get the results they want? Remove
We
me.
don't. We don't.
So you
Yeah,
don't
we
have
don't.
it.
No, because hold on, this is the reason why, and I'm not being facetious. I'm being realistic, right? I'm being serious. So the problem is, you guys keep telling us to make a solution that there isn't a solution for. Okay, specifically for black men. We've told you guys, right? And y'all still turn around and blame. Well, you're lame. You're corny. They just don't want you. Go and to say that for black men, you got to go where you're appreciated more than anybody else, right? When again, you fit all these things. Oh, them white women just want you because they fetishize you. Them Hispanic want you because they fetishize you. So hold on. So all these other women fetishize and we this and we that and all these wonderful things and great things. And y'all get mad when the NFL players marry the fucking black men. And, you know, as soon as you get on, you leave ass for a white girl, all that shit, right? So the problem is you're telling black men to make themselves better, but better still ain't good enough. I told y'all, ain't, can't, don't, won't. We the only motherfuckers, bro, to where no matter what you do, it ain't enough. 100K ain't no money. 100K ain't no money. What? How the fuck is 100K ain't no money when fucking the median income of an individual is motherfucking what, $60,000? So if you as one man just by yourself, huh?
Or
what?
Not today, at least. We didn't say that
who's
today.
Still saying that? Oh, 100K ain't nothing. Who's still saying that?
Bro, again, like you said, y'all listen, bro. Y'all don't do this content shit, or y'all purposely ignore the shit that gets said out here so
It's
much.
all over the place, man. It's all over TikTok.
It's all over the place, bro. We're not making this shit
JS,
up.
no,
Not in my real life
J-
living. I
J-
don't hear that shit.
JS, they'll say it as a minimum. What they're saying is $100,000 is something that should be a
starting
minimum
point.
to date them.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's what they say. We're hearing them. We're not making it up. We're not
We're
putting
having a
words in their mouth.
conversation
Then
today.
as soon as
Why
a
are we
woman
talking about
says that
things
to
that
me,
we didn't talk about today?
afuera, me voy. I'm out. So
Okay,
what does
so
it matter?
JS Torres, this is what we telling you. So this is what y'all. So y'all basically just telling niggas just ignore all the bullshit, man. Ignore all the bullshit and and keep striving.
That's why I said remove my whole thought premise
Bro,
idea from the whole. I'm off the
answer
table,
is this,
brother.
bro.
What's the
Black men are doing this. Black men are being the best version of themselves they can possibly be, and they're starting to motherfucking go other avenues. That's that again. A black woman has said it. More than one black woman has said it. You're gonna have to leave motherfucking black women alone. They're gonna have to see the best of us, the most successful of us, go and make families with other fucking groups of women in order for them to give a fuck. It's not enough black men doing it.
So
Can I ask you a clarifying
And
question?
you see, to your point, when motherfuckers go out and make families with other races of women and stuff, you see the backlash. Who's doing the backlashing?
Well, I think
What do you mean?
There's a lot of black women are backlashing.
Yeah, exactly.
So
But I don't give a fuck.
let them backlash. Who cares?
I
That's on
agree.
them.
But what are you saying, Shada?
Yeah, so I think that my question would be this, right? So I think that with the advice you're giving, I think it is sound. Like you said, you pretty much saying go where you celebrate it, even if you have to go out of the culture. I think that where it hits my ear a little funny though is like it's almost as if would you date outside? Would you date or would you marry someone that's not black? Fantastic.
At this point, I would consider it. Well, I'm not getting married to nobody. I'm not getting married again. But if for a serious relationship with a woman other than a black woman, I would consider it. Yeah.
Okay, that's it. That's all. I just needed clarity
but
because
he
I
already-
wanted to make sure it was
he
consistent.
already-
That's all, brother. You good?
Fatty gave you a solution involving the laws. That wasn't good enough. He said there is no solution. That wasn't good enough.
I'm not saying it's not good enough. I was just asking.
No, it's not. I know. No.
I don't
but
agree
hold
with
on.
it.
I'm writing a research paper. Okay, I'm debating myself. Right.
I got
women said men want hoes. Do women want to be virgins?
No.
Okay.
But they also say so. Ali keeps like I like. They also say. Okay, you gonna go to virgin?
No.
Well, no.
Add what you gonna say?
Yes, sir. So essentially, they also say men don't want virgins.
Exactly. But also, when we say men don't want hoes, Fatty already broke it down. All they have to do is have sex 1,000 times with one guy instead of having sex with 1,000 guys. They don't have to be hoes, right? So, women say men don't want to get married. Do women say they strong and independent and don't need men? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Women say men all men want sex. Do most women want to cook, clean, and submit to men? Yes or no?
No.
Say no.
No. Women say men don't got no standards. Do women say when men set their standards, it's archaic and part of the patriarchy and you're being controlling?
Yes.
Yes.
So what is the solution to you, Strata? If everything that a man is trying to do or expecting a woman to do, she says she's not going to meet those standards, what do you expect brothers to do? What is your solution, brother? Because even when you ask who can be, men are easy to be pleased and you can make men happy. And we're at a place where a man goes now, they go, hey man, just don't cause me no problems and give me peace. They don't cooking is offensive, clean is offensive. It's slavery. They call it slavery. Who do you think I am? I'm not your mama. So if men can't get women to conform to just the simplicity of things and some peace, what do you think the solution is, brother?
I got you. That's a good question, Ali. I think that solution is going to differ for every man. You want to know why? Because I think that if we keep shining a light on how bad women is, it's gonna literally confuse those that really want solutions. So I think the solution is you have to figure out who you want to be as a man and stand on something no matter who you dealing with. And you got to be willing to let it go. See, that's the thing. Y'all want every woman to be uniformly the same, and it's not gonna happen. I only gotta find the one that's rocking with me.
Hold on.
So, hold on.
Right.
You asked me for a solution. I'm giving you my solution. So my solution is be consistently you, stand on your fucking square.
Okay.
There are
Well,
things that you so there are things that you might waver on that
that's
I might
good,
not.
Strata. If you're a
That's it.
righteous brother trying to
Yeah.
look for that righteous woman,
Mm-hmm.
is it going to be very difficult to find a woman?
Absolutely. No one
If-
says it's gonna be easy.
If you don't have no principles, what Fatty was talking about too, you don't give a damn about what they think. How much women are you gonna get?
You actually get a lot. You want to know why? Because the moment
I just wanted you to commit to that. Most of
Yeah.
the brothers on these panel and off these panels are baby daddies, not because they couldn't possibly be a good man. It's because even the men those women open their legs to, they don't cooperate with. The more savage you are, the more unrighteous you are, the more women you get. The more righteous you are and stand on code and principles, you ain't gonna deal with no woman. You might as well become a monk. Every man on here, when you ask them, hey man, how were you doing all that? Every man on here, hey man, I want a good man, man. I was savage, man. Getting the most women they ever got, getting babies left and right. Soon as they become righteous, man, they ain't got no women. So brothers would rather do wrong and get women, aka Adam out the Bible and follow Eve, than to do right and get no women.
But you don't
No,
need.
but you took it too far, though, Ali. You took it too far. The guy who's righteous doesn't have as many women. He just has to go through the cherry patch to find the one he wants. I mean, that's it. And it's going to take you longer.
Slow it down. Slow it down a bit, right? Because think about what he articulated, right? The men. Let's just use, and this is hyperbolic, right? But I'll just use it, right? Can we agree? Righteous and unrighteous. Is that fair, Ali? Just to make it easy to get through.
That's right, because you told me it's hard to do the good.
So
it's subjective.
Indeed. So the unrighteous has all the access. There has to be a reason for it other than just his conduct. Those actions must be preferable if he has access to that many more women, right? So then in the inverse, the righteous, not only because of him, but because how he conducts himself is less desirable. See, those two things, they have to coincide to an extent if we're going to be honest about what we're being presented with. Because remember, here's the premise of what we're doing. Ali said he's doing a research paper. See, that's what we're doing. We're understanding the logic. We're not just like, nope. Let's walk it. Right. So those things would have to inverse and be synonymous to an extent. Like they would have to coincide, I guess.
Well, see, but that's not so, it's not as deep as we're trying to make it. I mean,
well, hold on. Well, if you don't want to go that deep, that's also what she said.
You're right.
Let's see who want to go deeper. That's
Hey, hold on. Ask them. Hold on. Hey, R-Pain. No, R-Pain. Since it's not that deep, what standard? And we keep asking this every month. R-Pain, hold on. I'm asking you directly. I'm giving you the mic.
I'm saying a statement.
I'm gonna give you the mic. Go ahead. Go say it.
I mean,
get it out.
When we talk about the righteous and the unrighteous, right? It stands to reason that if you are righteous, you're going to have less pickings because there's more unrighteous women out there for the unrighteous man. That we always say the women pick bad dudes, so they're unrighteous dudes.
So you're just staying on the surface on purpose? We already said that. That's what I said. So okay, so
it's not.
I would like to. When y'all paying attention, I would like to address it as well.
So this is the thing.
Whenever you get it to go around.
Yeah, and this. So just hold on, right? Because this is what is annoying about the conversation. He's writing a research paper. So why can't everybody up here and on the panel write or in the chat write the fucking paper? Okay. We're not saying we instantly agree with Ali. We're saying we're building on a premise of the research paper, right? So that's why I qualify first. Can we use righteous and unrighteous? Right? Yeah. Now I'm almost regretting it because now it's right. But that's why I made sure to ask.
But we move so fast. If it's
and we don't have to, right? Let's slow
conversation. I asked them who wants to be a virgin. Let's start. Our standard is virgin, young.
No. But Ali, you're good there. You're good there. Because now we're at the unrighteous men have more access, right? So we can't just preclude their behavior. The behavior has to be something that is enticing, right? We can't just say it's because the women are unrighteous. They also must like how that man behaves. That has to be included. The aesthetic and all that. But hold on, Ali, because I think it's clear enough, right? How we stated the premise. Go ahead, Sharon, and then Ali, you could jump back in, right? Because it's your premise, and then let's get somebody else.
Yeah, so I think the problem that people miss with the unrighteous man getting multiple women is that the unrighteous man is a liar. So he is lying to get these multiple women. And the righteous man, he's being truthful and honest of what he is. And usually a righteous man that's being honest, he do not want multiple women. He want one righteous woman. So that's why he doesn't have multiple women.
Do liars get better results than honest men?
But no, it's Fatty. That's a good question. But let me just say this though, right? Sharon. Now, remember, this the research paper, and Ali's building the research paper, right? So now, what is Ali's response? Women want to be lied to.
Yes.
So it literally a lot. See, that's the part why it's interesting just to keep applying it.
It's a false premise that women want to be lied to, because if women wanted to be lied to, they would stay with a liar. But majority of women say they want to be with an honest man.
Sharon, what women say and what women do is different. That's the point. If they react better to liars than to honest people, what should men do? Lie to them. But y'all not ready to have this conversation.
No, so it's just not true. So like just because a scammer
so you reject that premise.
Yeah, because just because a scammer makes more money, that doesn't mean
nobody's committing crime, Sharon. Lying is not a crime.
Money likes a scammer more, right? Like that's not how the universe works. A liar and a scammer, we could put them in the same boat. So if you're out there lying to people, representing yourself as something else, so that woman is liking that representation of you. So that's why you are getting a result. Not actually you being a liar.
Well, but Fatty, he's saying. Well, let me just clarify this, JS, and you could jump right in. He's simply saying that they only fall in front of that man under the guise of the lie. He rejects the premise that they want to be lied to, but since the lie is influential, they go. But they wouldn't if he didn't lie.
No, that's fine. So when you are feeding your kids and they don't want to eat veggies, and you put the bacon around the broccoli so they eat, are you lying to them?
Bacon.
Yes, you put bacon or like some meat paws around the lettuce and around
beef bacon.
Yeah. Do you that lie to them?
No.
There's not lying to them, selling them that they're eating actually meat when they're actually eating something that they need, which is the veggies that you just eaten.
No, I wrap it and say, eat this. Lying, omission is lying. So yes.
So why would you have to lie to them? Why don't you give them just the spinach or the broccoli? Because they don't want.
But they won't eat it otherwise.
Exactly. You do what works, right? Why don't we do that to women?
So first thing is this.
So
let Ali reply, and then So because I was waiting for Ali to come back because I wanted him to reply. So Ali, can you just keep it condensed the reply as much as possible? Then JS wanted this.
Quick. Good guys finish last, and bad guys finish in her face.
JS Torres, go ahead. God damn. This Ali
so Sharon, so question. So like, okay, so when you throughout your life, let's make it anecdotal for you. So you're saying the lying part, right? Have you lied to women to get what you want out of the dynamic? So you were always honest with women.
You about to laugh, Sharon.
Come on, bro.
And so what? So when you met your wife, right? You was totally honest, 100% with what you were saying to her. So, in what point did that honesty yielded a good result for you from her mindset?
I've been with the same woman for almost 2 decades.
Right. It's married.
Man,
okay. So when you, like I said, you've been with her for 2 decades. Okay, so
almost
in the courting stage, in the dating stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
You was always upfront and honest about what your intentions were with her, and then she just conformed and complied and was like, okay, I can deal with that.
Correct.
Yeah.
How many women in today's modern world are doing that?
Why does that matter?
I think he's leading to a
this
good point.
is what we're all been talking about, right? We're talking about.
No, you're not. So again, if you are a man with intentions, it doesn't matter how difficult it is. You need to go about your intentions. You cannot go about what every other man wants.
No, I'm not
you
saying
gotta
it's
go
difficult.
about what you want for yourself. I cannot look at JS Torres and say, hey, this is what Torres wants, so maybe I should consider what he wants as well. No, me, I'm my own individual. I took my mask off and I'm being 100% myself. Me, I wanted a certain type of human being. I went and got after that certain type of human. When I seen the characteristics, I seen the value system. So when I recalibrated my value system, took away degeneracy and I took away lust, replaced it with God, and put in some trust. That's when I got what I was looking for because I
So does it work in 2025, Sharon?
wanted.
Does it work in
Ali, are you
2025?
really writing the paper?
Yes.
But
Thank you.
does that
Just
work for
say it.
everyone?
It works in 2025.
Yes, because
Sure.
everyone, if you was to be who you are, yes, it will work for you.
You just got to go through more.
If you are somebody like Travis Hunter, that like a woman that's out there going to the strip club while you sitting out front and waiting for her patiently while she go and twerk her ass off, and that's what you want, you go ahead and get that. It doesn't matter what Ali and say how bad that woman is. That woman ain't for Ali. That woman's for Travis Hunter. That's what he wanted. You should not be basing. I should not base what I want on what Ali is saying about a woman. So once men can start being men and say, I like what I like, go chase what you fucking want for your life, that's when things would change for you.
My turn.
But I can do that all I want, but it's not going to yield in. Typically, it's not going to yield in the result I want at that quick of a time.
Yes, it would. You only want
So
one
that's
woman,
my
right?
argument. But I hear what you're saying, and you're not wrong.
It does every time.
Well, wait. So let me ask this question though. When people see carte blanche is the overarching issue though. If we're telling, hey, chase whatever it is that you want, that's really gonna be whatever he can get, right? And so, because that's what it, right? You don't get to determine everything that you want in life. This stuff is not guaranteed, right? So, man, I think niggas generally think they want a 9 or 10, but they gotta settle for 8, 5 because that's what's in their realm. Like we have to also be realistic though, and so here's the premise, right? The product is not good, right, Sharon and Strada, right? That's the premise that the women overwhelmingly are not good.
Can y'all hear me?
And so, are we telling men just to go ahead and get whatever they can get, even if it's bad? I wouldn't coach my son in that way. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Not at all.
So we've been doing these shows collectively.
Okay.
On Fatty Show, the women keep saying, "Be who you are. Tell me the truth and let me choose." What that means is put your standards and expectations out there. If it doesn't meet their demands and what they need for you to supposedly follow you, but it really to lead you, they're going to go choose somebody else. What's happened over time with intelligent brothers is the man who's lying is smashing, because if a woman doesn't accept your truth, she's typically a 304 who try to control you and leverage you with sex. That's what the truth is. So if she followed you when you put down your expectations and standards, that woman wanted to cooperate and actually want to follow the leader. And then a man could get that woman to cooperate with them because she wants to cooperate with them. But anytime we ran into women that say, be who you are, they don't want you to be who you are. They want you to acquiesce to them and follow them. So tell them what they want to hear. And they learned and adapted. I'm almost done by telling you what you wanted to hear to get the relationship. Then they became who they really were when they got into the relationship. That's how they finesse us. But men are outsmarting women now and going, okay, I'm gonna tell her what she want to hear, because as soon as she try to change what I'm saying, she wants control. So I'm gonna smash and dash, because that's the only way you can connect with women. They don't want to follow men.
All right, let me do this, Sharon. Let me do this. You could get the mic right away. I just want to read these super chats, and I know Strada wanted to say something as well, and then Terrence was trying to say something. If y'all don't mind, let me just read these real quick. T.O. salute my G. Salute to my brother T.O. who gifted 10. This might be risky memberships, man. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain it. Salute. Aaron with the $2 says, the who can check black women want him. All right, we might have to get to that maybe on another show. Salute to T.O. trying to make it go. T.O. with the $10 says, Terrence, so since you can get women, all men should listen and follow you? I'm gonna reply to this real quick.
Yeah, I can reply to that. You can follow me if you want to, if you like what you hear. You know what I'm saying? Why not? If you don't, move around and keep doing what you're doing.
I'll leave it at $5. Says, if women and men who pander agree with you, you're wrong 99% of the time. On God. Aaron with the $5 says, if women sick of men complaining, why they always in the spaces men complaining? It's because they're negative energy vampires. Aaron with the $2 says, so therapists have to go through what patients did?
Damn.
Bruiser with the $10 says, she would be getting her information and insight from her covering, which inspires her discernment. Aaron with the $2 says, are black women checking each other's behavior? I think we got a couple answers to that earlier. Striking it rich. What up though with the £5 says, men are not meant to have public conversations in front of women or it becomes performative and men start saying what women want to hear to score points. Striking it rich with the £10 says, if we take it to a logical conclusion of only, quote, the most qualified, end quote, people should give advice, then we should only let people who have been married 50 plus years, we should have been married for 50 plus years and nobody else should be talking.
Well, he's wrong because I can't say shit. You know.
Can I add something to that too? You realize the brothers never tell the single pandering men to correct their own women. They only tell it to men they disagree with. But if they pander and they single and baby daddies too, they never tell those women to correct your own women.
Nas with the $5 says, experience, quote unquote, is subjective as it is relative. It's being used flippantly against objective observations and peer comparative data beyond stats. Aaron with the $5 says, we had a women's POV show and both married and single women said they don't like correcting each other because of the pushback. What y'all chatting about? Uncle Rick with the $5 says, the conversation when the lie is told is this, quote, my man don't do that. That's why you send her home to her husband. Y'all shit ain't the same. Nas with the $5 says, does an old fool have more wisdom than a wise person who happens to be very young? How can you tell who has more quote unquote experience to disqualify them? Fair. See, this pals with the $5 says, I do not agree with the husband sending his wife to another man's wife to learn how to fix problems in his own home. Please, guys, see how crazy this is. My brother Jay Miller in the building with the $10 says, just showing love. Salute my G. I appreciate you as always. Joe with the $5 says, if a woman's preference doesn't include you, leave her alone. You might be cutting a lot of women off, but at least you keep your peace. Striking it rich with the £5 says, I can see Strata secretly agrees with Ali and Fatty, but he just can't admit it yet. Off camera behind closed doors, he agrees 99.9%.
Let me respond. Yo, this always been this truth, yo. This is what it is, man. I think the reason why it's so easy to agree with them because they're not lying. It's just that what I said earlier, there's a baseline to women that they're acknowledging. So I can't put back on that. I understood that. They do too. And this is what makes this whole conversation funny. Because we have this conversation kind of in jest, bro.
You know it too well, bro.
Outside, we all get results, which makes this whole conversation hilarious to me. I can go out with Ali. I can go out with Fantastic. I can go out with Fatty. And if we really wanted to entertain and get women and get the quote unquote results that y'all say women out of hand, we won't see this in real life. And y'all know this.
We gonna find wives.
Keep him, not get him. Keep them.
Yeah, I think
if your goal is to find a wife, yes.
Then why most of the people don't got a wife? If it's
that's not their goal.
That's not their goal.
Man.
All right, let me read these, y'all. Jay Miller says, bro. Didn't Queen Najee make a song called "Lie to Me"? Sharon is cap. You want to respond to this?
I don't know if she did. I don't listen to women, goddammit. I listen to men.
Joe with the $10 says, if being yourself was actually good enough, there wouldn't be whole droves of dudes that talking about looks maxing. Getting in the gym and getting your swag up to get women. Stop the cap. HQ with the $5. What's up, HQ? Women have to deal with men baseline of bullshit too. Ask mammies. Grace for the baseline is ignored by men just like they ignore their own bullshit. Black women deal with. Is that
I don't know. BL.
HQ with the $5 says people stop swimming in the wrong pool. Find your level and plenty of fish should be there. Yeah, hit the like button. Damn, man, I'm having fun, but I ain't. And somebody got to extend the show, man. Because it's a lot of paper. We still writing this paper.
Are you really writing? You really writing?
Ali is really writing.
I'm writing a book.
You on
So
mute.
what? We
You
all
on
doing
mute,
something.
Ali.
You on mute.
You on mute, Ali.
In
There you
in
go.
a book. It's called hold on. What's the name of my book? It's called hold on.
Yeah, what's the name of your book?
Elephant in the Room: Gems for Women. But when they read it, they think they about to get something that's like supposed to be all sugar coated and stuff, like Sharon does. But it's
Hey,
gonna
make
be
sure you go pick up my
hardcore-
book. By the way, I did.
hardcore
That's dope,
information.
man.
You know what's funny?
Hey, Ali, I did publish a book, so make sure you.
I
shout
like
out
what
my
Sharon,
book
what
as well.
Sharon just said. Does
That's
a man
inspiring.
It's on
listen?
Amazon right now. You can go pick up my book. Look up Sharon Bracy. I have a book. Goddamn it, go pick your damn thing up. Pick up one
Man,
copy. Go ahead,
ChatGPT works
Elkan, Ali.
fast as fuck.
So
If
Ali,
majority of men, if
are
majority
you
of
are you lying to women about the type when you put the title on? Are you lying to them?
no, you want look elephant in the room. If I could hold on, elephant in the room. Can you see that?
I wouldn't broadcast that now until you get
Elephant in the room.
Yeah, I wouldn't grow that.
I don't care, man. Hey, listen, we create talking points.
Yeah, man. Y'all gotta extend the show. We need
we the
need
creators of
$100.
talking point. They be like, get your
We
own
need
talking point.
$100 to spin the show. I'm out of here, nigga.
But hell, that's what,
Yes,
what
sir.
Sharon said. If we all a man sitting in a full in a room having a logical conversation, and most of the men are agreeing with each other, and the man keep listening to the woman, does he lose credibility when the man is just listening to the women?
Yes, under the premise of we seemingly agree majority, and he
Yeah.
continues, he would be labeled a contrarian at that point because
Right.
oftentimes we do have very similar experiences, right?
Right, so-
Now if he can disagree, Ali, and make a case, the other men would listen. But you can tell when somebody's
Yeah.
being obtuse purposely,
in a room,
which case
in a
people would
room
agree.
with logical men and intellectual men.
Yeah,
If majority of time he agrees with women, we say he loses credibility, right?
yeah, I would say so in that room.
And that's what a lot of be happening in this space. There's be a lot of men who just listen to women.
No, they,
And then
but-
and what's
wrong.
worse is when that women do something that they don't agree with, they treat that woman just like how the man was treating that woman.
Ali, you're wrong because they don't agree with women. It's just performative. They just
Oh, of
pretend.
course. You know what I'm
It's-
saying. You know what I mean.
And you know
Kevin.
what's funny? I am like actually related to something that you do, right?
Mhm.
We glorify these Coach Carter and Remember the Titans as the street coach that does whatever he needs to do, being the meanest motherfucker there to get their kids to comply. That
Okay.
works. When you tell, hey, can you be Coach Carter with women and do anything that gets you, be mean to them, do everything that he needs to them to comply to get results? Oh, I think we need to do another things and to be ourselves and to be different and do all that. We do that to our pets. We do that to our kids. We do that to other men. Every time we offer correction, we don't care about tone. We go to what it works all the time, every time. And instead of actually having the deep conversation, which was rather ask for solutions and actually stick with what it works, the woman with is going to be very unpalatable. He's not going to be YouTube friendly. He's going to have a bunch of things that are a little bit dark that we shouldn't be talking about. Everybody moves past it and pretends that actually is not what it is.
All we
Like,
gotta do is ask one question.
Huh.
DJ Hamp,
Yes,
would
sir.
you tell your daughter to get her and marry a mean man?
Mean?
Yep.
What's the definition of mean?
Oh, now we need the definition when they be saying
so-
be mean to women.
I want to answer clearly. I want to answer clearly, Sharon. This is what I would tell her. I wouldn't recommend she wear a nice man. I recommend she marry a kind man.
I understand that, but right. So therefore, we understand that we would not ever tell our child to go ahead and be with a mean individual.
Yes.
And so this idea that these men are saying that women want mean men is asinine.
So
No, it's not.
Sharon,
Hold
now
on,
this is
what?
let me finish.
Yeah,
Let me
what do
finish
you
answering
mean?
the best I can.
What do you
Let me
mean
finish-
mean though?
Let me
Oh,
finish.
now it's all of a sudden. Now they want
guys. Hold on a second, please. Let me just answer. So here's the thing. I will want him, right? And I've heard this before. I would almost prefer him be mean to everybody else but her. So is he mean? You know what I mean? Like, so I guess he is me. You see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to process it because you know what I mean? I guess. But go ahead.
You know, Sharon,
Here's the problem. So
give me just 1 second.
Here's the problem. So when men get challenged, right? All of a sudden now, because they see that what they are saying was incorrect, and it has an actually chink in the armor with this whole mean idea. All of a sudden, the men like, what's the definition of mean?
No,
that wasn't a challenge. That wasn't a challenge. Wait, hang on.
That wasn't a challenge. I was just trying to clarify what you mean by mean.
Let's organize it. Fatty, 30 seconds. Let EBD and then Mr. Fantastic was actually supposed to go. I cut him off.
Yeah. It's just like he's responding to me. This is why you know Sharon is a fraud, right? He says to woman, I'm sorry, Sharon, not a fraud, the very disingenuous man, right? He tells to men, listen to what your woman says. Listen to what your woman says. Listen to what your woman says. I don't agree with that. This is Sharon's point. Women say, I love men that put me on my place. I love men that put their foot down. I love them. So now, Sharon, all of a sudden, you tell us to listen to women, and now that we're listening to women, that they don't like a pushover, that they like a man that puts their foot down, puts them on their place, tell them what to do. Now you have a problem with the men being mean to women. Get the fuck out of here. You are a liar.
I think there's other. I think if I just. The thing is, there's other words that could be put in place, and they don't have to be mean to get those results.
When they say put it on their place, amp is a very strict.
You got to put your foot down.
Baby, please, can you know it's not a man that's going to.
I understand. I'm just okay.
He's
I understand your
going to tell
point.
you what to do. There's no sympathy here. There's no be nice and.
I understand your point. I understand it. Hold on, Sharon. Hold on. Let me get EBD. Go ahead, EBD. 30 seconds.
If I can. No, but totally misrepresent like what we mean by the bad boy archetype that they're attracted to. Women are attracted to the bad boy archetype. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that they're, don't tell your daughter to go with a mean man. You can, as a father, I'm going to tell my daughter, hey man, don't go with an asshole, don't go with a mean man. But I don't control my daughter's attraction to them. They are attractive for a reason because they don't give a fuck. If you don't have any responsibilities but to yourself, that means they have more time to spend with you. They have more money to spend with you. All of these things are attractive to women, and they tell us over and over and over again. I was attracted to him. I met him. I messed with him on the first date. Yeah, this is thing that women tell us. We don't make this shit up. So if you're asking us to listen to women, and then we're telling you what women are saying from all regions of the United States, like your argument falls flat because it's coming from the woman's mouth, not ours.
Right. Hold on, Mr. Fantastic. I gotta let him respond. Now that was a long-winded thing, but it actually is kind of a good question, Sharon. So essentially, women say they like the bad boy archetype. So we're listening to them by having a level of meanness that they're attracted to. So if you tell us to listen to them, then mean makes a lot of sense.
Right. So the problem is that
just in terms of what EBD said with 1,000 words.
Yeah. So the problem is there's a lot of men that's they are lovers of men and not actually speaking to women. Majority of women, they are not following and dating and being with these so-called bad boys on motorcycles. The majority of them are not. Majority of them are meeting their boyfriend that's a good school kid that graduated. They go get a ring before spring. We know all of the talking points that these women are actually going to find a mate. Majority of people find a mate at work.
Hey,
not some goddamn local bar with him beating up some dude, and then she's like, oh my God, the way how he whooped some ass. Oh, I can't wait to be with that bad boy. That is not legit what's happening. And it's clearly that some men, they just in love with other men so bad that's why they say the 6 foot, 6 this, handsome, this a jawbone. That is you, that you are fantasizing about a man, not the woman.
So that was not even this is why we a lot of times shouldn't be jumping on other people's points. That was not my point at all. Sharon was smart enough to actually go to the EBD shit, the bad boy and the guy that no, I'm talking about the man that has cojones. I'm talking the man that is a non-nonsense man. It doesn't mean to be an evil man. The man that means what he says what he means. If he's go on the corner, go on the corner. I want to talk with you now. That man. Now, Sharon, should we listen to women and the men that they want, or should we not listen and do what the fuck we need to do?
So I believe majority of women would say they want a man that's assertive. And I think the problem is that when y'all have y'all talking points, y'all want to say the man that is assertive is a mean person. And those are two different things. Yes, a woman want a man that is assertive, that that he demands control of the room, that he understands and he can read the room. So all those things, yes, I agree 100%. But calling him mean just because he is assertive, I think that's just the wrong. Maybe it's your English, you know what I'm saying? So maybe that's what it is. However,
let me
assertive,
all right, let me. I'm gonna ask my wife if I'm mean. That's interesting.
You know you're we all know you mean.
You know you're mean.
Needle bastard.
Any man that lives with order and principle, any father since the beginning of time has always been the bad guy. And any man, the one who sits, who has order and the enforcer of those rules has always been. That's why, don't tell you, don't tell your daddy. Don't tell your daddy.
Don't maybe tell your daddy.
Until your dad gets home. Wait until your dad gets home. There's a nice guy. No, he's
always ain't no one woman want no nice guy. They want the mean guy. All
right.
One more.
Let brother 3 times get in, man.
Is Sharon known to be nice or mean?
Mean as fuck.
A sucker. And now it's my turn.
Come on, y'all. Come on.
Listen, man. Listen, bro.
Leave, Mr. Fantastic.
Listen,
put him to sleep.
Listen, dog. Like we said, I just showed you the other day. Asian doll said a nigga gotta have 3 bodies before she even entertains him, right? She like killers.
3 bodies?
Yeah, 3. She
got like catching, like parking niggas.
Yeah, 3 dead people. 3. You gotta have 3 bodies under your belt for her to entertain. Asian doll, some rapper, King Von, old girlfriend, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's some big shoes to fill. Now, people are gonna say, "Oh, that's not real. It's not the internet." It's but the thing was that the number of black women that liked it, 2 million, right, in the positive. There was a nigga that in 2022 or 2023, triple homicide, 3 life sentences, killed 3 people. He went viral, Hamp. Oh, put me in there with him. Oh, let me put money on his books. You know, it's crazy, Hamp. You know, the Prince fella talked about the group of however many men in another country. She didn't give you that because, you know, Telegram is based out of another country. It's not an American site. And if you say anything along the lines of harming women, your ass will be pretty much locked the fuck up and tracked down all these different things. That's another thing for another day. Now, you know what's legal, Hamp, in this country? There are Facebook groups. There are literal groups of women that want to sponsor men. Love After Lockup. Remember, they made a whole show about it, right?
Yeah.
All right. And all women do it, of course. But again, the ones that promote it the most are who? That's what I keep trying to tell y'all, man. Black men do not have the same plight as everybody else has. Okay. The mean guy is the guy they want. And even though every girl wants the mean guy for some point, black women want the mean guy, the literal mean guy, motherfucker that's taking lives, poisoning the community, not taking care of their kids. I mean, you know, that's how all these men out here getting all these women pregnant. Well, bitch, how you end up being baby number 4 and number 5? You fucking
right.
them, right?
I don't even think
So
it's necessarily being
those are the guys. Say again, brother.
I don't think it's being mean.
Well, how not? I mean, you killing a person ain't being mean.
Well, I mean, I think that's one use case that could justify the narrative, but on a mass scale, I don't think it's being mean.
Being a criminal is not being mean.
I think it's more so. I think it's more so having a backbone and not being ran over. You know
being willing to take a man's life over not protecting your own is we justify that?
I'm not going to the extreme. I'm just saying on an.
We have to use it. So, and I'm glad you said that though.
What's normal?
It's not the extreme. It's not the extreme when that's what black women say that they want as the norm. So something that may be an extreme, right? If you have a substantial number of black women
that is not 2 million people liking that, by the way. Fuck? It's not 2 million people. This man is a liar, man.
No views. What are you talking about? You said how many views it had. That was the other day, and that's a different thing. I can pull the one up. We just did the show Monday.
This is Asian the Brat, and it looks to be her, the prettiest and rawest forever King Von. She said, "Please have at least 3 bodies before you talk to me, boy. I like killers." This is October 2020. It has 1,600 shares and 3,000 likes, and 100 people bookmarked it.
Liar. That's what he is.
3,000 is
but the fantastic point. All the guys on here, when you
No, tell him he's a liar. Go ahead, be a man and say, you know what?
He wasn't talking about
either
money. I'm a liar.
Liar, or you
Bet
got
money. I'm a liar.
He
Well,
could
let's
got it
see.
wrong.
Let him see if we can.
Bet money. I'm a liar.
Let us see if we can find the other one.
I'm a liar.
Hold on, slow it down.
$1,000,
Let's just see if we can find it. I'm gonna
Outside
keep
bet.
looking. I'm gonna keep looking.
As I'm saying, 2,000 and 2 million is a vast difference. It's either he misinformed or he's a liar. It's one of the two. You
Okay,
could
bet money. I'm a liar.
You know what? I'm giving you that. You could be misinformed, and you miss.
Bet money. I'm a liar. That's not what you said. You said I was a liar. Bet money. I'm a liar.
Call him a liar, Sharon.
What we just seen, that would say that he.
That's not the only source, right?
Yeah, this is just her Twitter.
You're right. I said.
So you think those 3,000 women, whoever
if it's proven that you're correct,
Jay,
you're
all
correct.
the men on
It is
the
what it is.
panel, honest to God, truth. Did you get your best results from women when you're like, I care so much about you, you're so beautiful, or when you was stern and ended up mean? When did you get your best results, y'all? Like honestly, every man on this panel. Did you get your best results when you were nice and loving and so caring, or when you was mean?
to the bubbly white girls, yeah,
Probably.
that was nice.
So it looks like she posted it in 2020. It looks like the same one, but I don't know if she's less popular essentially, but it looks to be the same, kind of the same numbers. But I think academics now there's 70,000 likes, 60,000 likes right here. So it could have been the reposting of what she said. So I don't know if it has to come from her directly for people, but if academics posting, look like people just liking it because they're like, holy shit.
And they like that. When you got mean with them girls, they like it's the craziest thing. You be like, why I gotta be mean to you for you to be like this? The craziest thing.
Is there an option to dislike or thumbs down on that
This is
hand?
what I'm saying, that men
not
are just
sure.
lovers of men, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like, y'all can't stand on nothing, even when it's in your face. Until you could produce the evidence. I don't know. But
let's just say
even
that he's
after
wrong.
y'all see evidence of somebody as being disingenuous about a topic, y'all would just like,
It's disingenuous,
No,
man.
Sharon, let's assume that he's wrong by the numbers, right?
Okay, yeah, that's a possibility.
And let's
That's
assume
possible.
the worst case scenario, right? Do gangsters on the United States get women? Do the members of the cartel get women? In Brazil, the guys that are on the favela, do they get women? Do the Yakuza get women? Do the El Angels get women? You go all across the world, no matter what is the nationality, what is the culture, whatever. The mean, the rough, the most ruthless motherfuckers get all the women. And as soon as they try to settle and be nice and be respectful and all that shit, all of that go away. Right? So
I think
one second, please. So Sharon,
you act like I'll be interrupting.
Sharon, can you at least agree with that? That when we are outside, when we are being demons, when we are actually, I don't give a fuck, I don't care about my kid, all that. Oh, please come take care of your kid, please, 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 please. But as soon as you actually care about him, they're going to use it, weaponize it against
games
you.
begin.
They will never do to the asshole.
Clarification.
All right, gentlemen, I gotta go.
All right, Mr. Payne, we love you, man. Be safe.
Mr. Payne.
So, Fatty, one point of clarification. Well, one question I would ask when you start naming the people: is it power or is it meanness?
No, it's not power because they like.
Those men are powerful. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because if you are a clean-cut, nerdy, like a Steve Jobs prototype, Steve Jobs is mean as fuck. I shouldn't be using that man, right? But if you actually are a respectful, nice, or the good guy that they say, the guy that actually acquire power by economics, finances, but he's still on the meek, lame kind of side, they don't react the same way. They use that dude. So
it doesn't have the same feel.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird that we keep having this conversation when we literally talk about the Pookies, we talk about all these people that should be not rewarded technically because they are not righteous, they are not nice, they are not doing things that are conducive to society, and then turn around and pretend that women don't gravitate to this type of men when we got most women, that's what I was saying, when we didn't care. I don't see men that don't care about their kids being weaponized against them because they don't care. There's nothing you can do. Come see your kid, please come see your kid. You know, actually, the men that are actually getting through the ringer, the men that care about their kids. Because now I can do shit to you. The good guy is not getting rewarded. He's the bad dude. So why are we talking about this?
So
that's a good point.
And those the standards.
That don't have nothing to do with what we talk about. It's not a good point. It
really is.
No, it just exists. That
well,
doesn't.
well, let me ask a question. So, Sharon, like when you hear this, do you hear the stuff, right? Do you surmise it as complaining? Like when you hear the different points being made about conduct and things of that nature, do you feel, and I'm saying feel because we have to slightly speculate, although we do have a level of proof, that the women's conduct generally is unbecoming? Or do you think it's the men that are subjecting themselves to it or have the bad conduct first? Like, where do you err on?
I believe that this whole meanness thing, that it is women. Let me answer that first. Women do not look for mean men.
Okay.
But they're not looking for nice people neither. Nobody likes a nice person. I think the idea that people in general, men and women, looking for nice. Nobody wants niceness. They want somebody that's kind, have empathy, and not just just doing wrong things to people. And I think this idea that because a Pookie can get a girlfriend or a baby mother, we are not saying that just because you are doing something degenerate means that you won't get no woman. No, because there's degenerate women out there. We are not saying that it.
Could you agree that most women?
Wait.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick.
Hold on, JS Torres.
My bad. I thought it was done.
He midstream. What he did, he started addressing the nice and kind thing, and now he going into my question.
Yeah,
and you could jump in, good brother.
And so this whole degenerate version of women exist. So
minority of women degenerate.
Minority of women are degenerates.
Okay, go on.
Same thing like minority of men are degenerates.
Okay.
But the problem is we focus on because they are so loud and obnoxious that we focus on them a lot. However, majority of people are just right there in the middle. They go through life and they are normal human beings. They are right there in that 6 to 5 in crazy range. Right there in the middle.
So go ahead, Jay. So do you want to ask him something, or does that clarify a point? Because I want to ask Ali of a question. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, so and this is to anybody really, but Sharon, would you agree with most women will want, I say this too, and it's kind of a joke, but I also am kind of serious about it as well. Would you say that most women want a nice asshole?
No.
Yes.
Wait, no?
No.
So then that contradicts your whole point that you just said.
No, because so being a nice asshole is a double-minded man, and most women do not want a double-minded man. They want a man that is very straightforward. He know who he is. He does not flip-flop because 1 minute he's nice and then 1 minute he's an asshole. No, she want to know who she gets at all times. See, men are really rewarded when they are
you're not understanding.
Men get rewarded when they mundane. So because men are we could wear the same exact clothes every day, wake up at 5 in the morning, put that same outfit on, come home, bring the same amount of money, be home at a certain time. That's what women are adjusted to. So as soon as you start breaking your routine, and now you was coming home at 5 and now you coming home at 6 or 7, she's like, what's going on? Is something happening? You got a new girlfriend? This is where all the strange thoughts happens in her mind because you are not moving the way how you supposed to move.
One more question.
Ali, before you
go, so let me just land it. So women look for stability in a man, not a double-mindedness.
But that's what Torres said. They want the asshole to be a nice guy to them. That's why women are continuing.
There it is.
They want the odd school
Cass said it earlier.
They want the man that is capable of violence and that is mean to everybody, but he's sweet.
Exactly.
hold on, hey, real quick. So, hey, Hamp,
I think
Hamp,
Sharon
share my
agreed.
screen, right?
The
Yeah,
definition,
So,
the
so
definition
share
of
the
the
screen.
black on the suit exists for a reason.
So I mixed
Yeah.
up. So I mixed up the two things I was talking about, right?
Okay.
So this only got
It's not
200,000.
double minded.
But what I was talking about was, and I can't show it on here. We can't show it on here because what it's got Dolce. So Dolce is what I was talking about.
Wait,
Dolce is a
show this or
female.
don't show this?
No,
Put
show
it on
this.
the,
You can show
put it
this.
on the
Show
private
this.
chat.
Huh? Oh yeah, I bet. So here we go. This is what I was. So
Yeah, you
I'll
can
put
put
it
it
in
on the
private
private
chat.
chat. It's fine.
Yeah. So Dolce is what I was talking about. They had the 3 million views. It's got 15 million now, right? But Dolce had 3 million views the other day of a boyfriend putting GUN to her head and pulling the trigger. Now it's at 15 million. So
Doesn't
my
it
bad.
say? Doesn't it say 155,000
No,
views?
you're right, but I just told you what it was. So I mixed up the 2 points. So, but here you go.
So what was the point? What was the point that you're clarifying now?
The point I was making is that black women love this fucking bullshit.
Dolce pulled a fake, like what you said.
No,
What
not pulled a
happened?
fake anything. She let her boyfriend put a gun to her head.
In like Russian roulette, or was he
No,
didn't
no,
have
no.
no
I guess it
bullets?
was
in it?
empty.
It's
It
on the
was
back.
empty.
It's on the back.
It's in the back.
Where's the 2 million that you was talking about?
I just told you it's 15 million now. I mixed up the two things. So my bad.
Why
But I
would he be
can't
called
show.
a liar if majority of the time he provides solid stats? If he
No, it's
mistakenly,
cool. And I'm telling you what I mixed up
does
with.
that make him a liar?
No, it's cool. I don't care. I mean, I don't value.
No,
I don't value
just for
Sharon's
hating. Why?
point.
Just for fun. Does that make him?
Yeah,
a
I
liar?
That's fine if he.
Yeah, I
if he
don't value Sharon's
or he
opinion.
missed, or he exaggerated. That's fine.
I didn't exaggerate anything. Actually,
Well,
made it worse.
he mixed it up. He mixed it up. It has 15 million views. It was a mix up there. Right.
And it's and the proofs in the back chat. I
No,
can
but
put it
you
in the
said,
box.
but you said 2 million likes. Anyway, you know what?
No views.
I don't think it matters. I don't think it really matters.
views.
Go ahead. It
Never
doesn't
said
But
matter.
it's got 52,000 likes and 15.7 million views. Okay.
Yeah, I never said likes. I said views.
All right.
No, you literally said.
You said
you
2
know
million
what?
likes.
You said 2 million likes.
Can I start a new premise
Yeah,
real quick?
Yeah, that's all it was. All right. So
I don't know why they be acting like I'm trying to do something I'm not. Like,
Can I start a new premise real quick, Ham?
I just wanted so now this, like, yes, you can. Yes, sir. All right. I just want to ask this to Ali. And I want to get Terrence and see if he got any thoughts, and then you can start the new premise, right? We got 45 minutes. Now, Ali, if Sharon is saying the minority of both men and women are degenerate, let's say 30%, 30%, right? Do his solutions or what he proposed make more sense under the guise that 70% of both men and women are trying to do the right thing?
What is the solution still? He's talking about telling a woman to go talk to somebody.
Well, maybe that one.
Which solution? No, because it's still. Because
Sorry.
the
So let me ask a better question, and you can answer how you please. All right, that's my fault. So you know all the solutions. You may know even more than me, right? But if he's thinking, generally speaking, most people are, and I'm scared to use words. Oh, Mr. Penguin, I could say it. Okay, good, right? And we had the whole conversation, right? For the sake of the conversation, most people just trying to do the right thing. 70%, 70%. Do these solutions and presentations, even like what Strada's saying, does it make more sense that they see it that way if the majority of people they see is just trying to do the right thing?
No, because we can't conflate trying to do the right thing with the relationship. So I agree that most people are civil and law-abiding citizens.
But even in terms of the relation, I think that was what he was saying.
No,
Okay.
no. Most women cannot take correction, cannot take instruction, cannot take no demand from a man. If they're not acquiescing to the woman, that's where the issue starts. So even if you apply his solution to saying, tell a woman to go tell a woman, no, that's not happening. Women are not correcting women as a whole. What's funny is though, if women do correct women, they may pretend to be receptive of it. When you hear Queen Maker telling women, what 3K in her chats? I don't know how many K. Y'all are liars. Y'all are wicked. Y'all are evil. You're trying to make slaves of men. Men are trying to acquiesce to you, and you still are not satisfied with men. No one can make you happy. You think you're the center of the universe, and women are still listening to her. So women will listen to women, and she'll also say that women want a female in a man's body, but it proves when she dresses like a man, she's doing what she does to get the support of the people of the cult that's following her, because she's a woman that acts like a man.
One more question. Because I just want to understand the ideology as a whole, right? Do do people generally do that? Like listen to people they like? And here's what I don't know if you I don't think you saw my I think Fatty. You might have been in the chat, Ali, on Friday. I'm not sure. But I put up what Crimson Cure was saying, and then I put up what Cream Maker was saying. And they were damn near saying the thing. Different terminology, obviously, but they were just talking about women's baseline. And so I'm looking in the chat, right? When Crimson's saying it, the ladies are like, mammy, right? But then when Queen Maker was saying it, they like, I agree. So what is that? Big baby, say excuse me.
Baby.
This big baby right here. Say hi, big baby.
So it's depending on who. You remember we said that if
hey Ali, say hi to big baby.
Hey, hey, baby. How you doing, baby? Hey.
Night. So, but you see what I'm saying? Like, if it depends on the person so much, what's going on?
So if they like you, they agree with you. If they don't like you, they disagree with you. If you could say the same thing, but typically, if your message is something they agree with, that's who they follow. People will think the messenger is more important than the message, but the message is more important than the messenger. People follow the people that say what they want to hear. That's who they like surrounding themselves with. So if someone says something sometimes that people don't disagree with, in that moment, they'll agree with them because they follow them. Like you'll hear people discredit people for not being married, but then they support the same person that they like for not being married. So it depends on the situation and the moment. But for the most time, people support the message more than they do support the messenger.
A good example is the getting bitches thing. Oh, you are a playboy. This is why we don't listen to you. You get no bitches. This is why we don't listen to you. Same. It's literally going to depend on the person that is saying it. And respectfully, if you have a track record, like when we're talking with Sharon, I don't believe what Sharon is saying because Sharon told this story before. Sharon was not a good guy. Sharon was not a nice guy. We know Sharon was on his 20s. Sharon had 2 women pregnant. Sharon had a bunch of things now. And now that he's respectful, he's getting less women.
But no, I think
single married men, single childless men are now the incels, but single childless women are killing it. And Sharon did a show about it. So if you're single and childless, you're an incel. No woman wants you, respects you, loves you. But if you're a woman, you're killing it, and your worth is too high. You know, you're too good for these men. They change it. They change the message.
Okay. Well, I think J.S. Torres. Now, I do think Sharon knew exactly what he meant by nice asshole for sure. Because Sharon has that. That's his vibration.
That's right.
Sharon don't
believe
that.
Really?
Sharon talk shit.
Okay.
He don't give a fuck. You can't hurt his feelings. Like, because he an asshole. But he could be cool whenever he want to be. That's
Sharon goes.
That's exactly what I was asking him.
Yeah, it just that you got your, you know what it was? You got your chest out. Niggas can't really, you know what I mean?
Sharon get upset, he goes, Sharon gets mad, he goes full red pit. He'll tell you exactly how you feel.
Torres, you know, ask Sharon how much pussy was he getting when he was wearing t-shirts saying "I love pussy" on nightclubs. Ask him. The good guy.
I would answer it so this way we could just end this whole idea that I was just some mean.
Not mean, Sharon.
Because I was never a mean person to him. So listen, I only have the women that I created children with. Those are the women that I ever had sex with. I got
so 3, so only 3. Okay.
Only 3, Sharon.
Yes.
And to a woman, that's like, oh, you only got 3 bodies. You ain't experienced enough for me.
Hey, Ham, that's my story.
Hey, Torres, you know what's funny? This is one thing that I learned about Americans. They will use their street cred here and there to make sure that they tell you how hard you was and how they were on the streets and all that. But as soon as they put the polo on, I'm a corporate. I don't do that, and you shouldn't be mean, even though all my history from 14 to 27 said that.
Hey, man, listen, he reset his bodies, man. Fuck it.
Hey, yeah.
I can never reset my body, bro. There is no button for that.
All right, so let me do this real quick because I want to make sure we make the most of this next. Because hey, man, there's a lot of gems though, regardless if we disagree. Terrence, you want to add any commentary? I know you've been chilling, and then we probably wanted to paint a new premise.
It's going back probably about 15 minutes in conversation.
Go ahead.
When Fatty was speaking about if the man doesn't care and he has a woman with a child, you know what I'm saying, then it's going to be easier on him. On the contrary, if he does care, she'll use it against him. And I think that's I'm saying this to speak against Sharon's disagreement to that, because I do agree with that statement. But it is situational. It's not an absolute. It's not white and black. Right.
Damn. You were almost there.
We almost got him. We almost
there.
But the reason why I say the reason why I say that is because I've seen it with a lot of different situations where the guy would do something or she would do something, and then they get into their heated argument, and he's all about the kids, but she's using that as a weapon against him. You know what I'm saying? And you see guys crumble over stuff like that. But then on the same flip side, I've seen it where it works perfectly fine, right? And on the same sense, when the guy doesn't care, there's really no leverage there, and that's when things like child support or some sort of controlling mechanism will get put into play.
Yeah,
and I just want to speak to that.
You know, Terrence, you're right. And the fellas said it. They said it before the interview I had, but it was said that the person who cares the least runs the relationship.
Yes.
So that just in terms of what you're saying, just trying to illustrate it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
100%. Because they can't leverage it over you if you don't care.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing, specifically, I dialed into it specifically because this is right when they said Ali was writing a paper on it. And I'm all for stuff like that. I got a bias. You know, if you're writing, I'm all ears. But and we were speaking about the lying. I think for certain men, women teach them to lie to them, right? So women teach men to lie to them. Whereas if a guy is coming out with the truth and he tells her the truth, then there's a rebuttal, or there's something that makes him want to go back into himself and be like, okay, next time I'm just going to lie so I don't deal with this situation. Right. But that's only for a certain kind of guy. Right. And the reason why I say a certain kind of guy is because if he decides to lie after he told her the truth about something he know he should or should not have done based on who he is, then damn, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah,
if he knows that he's coming to her with the truth and she's going to respond with, you know, anger, and he does it again but decides to lie, that means he's lacking confidence, right? And he's lacking confidence and he fears losing that woman, so he's keeping her entangled in that relationship, continuing to lie to avoid any type of negative situation, but also stay in the relationship.
So Terrence, you missed the premise, right? And I sometimes I say things because I'm just tired of explaining, right? When I say lie, is just to equal the playing field. I don't want men to go with the knife to a gunfight, right? Let me give you an example of what I'm saying. Do most women that marry 30 lie about their body count? Do most of them like they be outside? You know, do they lie about their count? Are they honest and say, yes, my body count is 33? Do they lie
people,
about it?
Yeah. People, they'll at the very least omit, right?
They won't meet. So this is what I'm saying, right? If women like to get into relationships, if women literally lie to men and say, I will love you forever, I will do these things for you, I will follow you, I'll be submissive until something along happens and all of them are out of the table, I want men to do what works too. Because what women doing is working. They are getting into marriages, they are getting the bag, they are getting the divorce settlements, they are getting the kids. It's working. So I'm not saying maliciously lie to a woman that is good to you, nice to you, actually is meaning what she says and say what you're meaning. I'm saying that on the balance of probabilities, I'm going to cuff a hoe, you are going to cuff another one. If you're actually going to get a 30, something like that. So if these women are lying to get what you want, you need to be lying to actually get what you want for you, for the betterment of your family, and for your betterment of everybody that is on the household. Because you know what they're going to remember? They're not going to remember if Terrence was a liar or he was telling the truth. Did this work? Are your kids actually functioning adults? Did your woman stay with you for 30 years? And a lot of times the best way that you keep woman is to mix in the truth with some lies so she can actually keep afloat and she keeps going.
Yeah, and that's where we have a conflict of ideology. And I understand where you're coming from in regards to the desired end result, right? In hopes that you meet that end result. But to get to that point, there's so much manipulation and tactics and games at play. At any given point in time, this happy ending, right? When truth comes to the picture, it's gonna explode. I've seen it time and time again. I've went through it. I've seen it with my boys. I've seen it with other females. Like we can paint the narrative to try and make it seem like, okay, let's lie so we can get to this end result. Let's lie so we can get to this. Let's lie so we can get to this fairy tale, right?
No, but what
Let's
type of examples?
hold on. Let's manipulate until we can get to this fairy tale, until truth is on the table. And once truth is on the table, then everything that was explodes. You see what I'm saying? And it explodes. It explodes because the two people that are lying to each other wouldn't be together if there weren't lies. They're operating in delusion. It's like a fake ass world.
But Terrence, this is why
Terrence, this is what
I'm talking. If you are going to be pragmatic about it, relationships are manipulation and leverage. True and true, with your friends, with your kids. Oh, Dad, it's too much. How much? We're already almost there, baby. We're almost there, baby. You are telling them to appease them because it's what it works.
We're conflating
Just one
manipulation and
second,
deceit.
just one
They're
second,
two
Terrence.
completely different things.
No, but just one second, Terrence. Because this is why I like the coach example. And MP's here so he can help. Amp has bad kids probably on his team and he has good kids on his team. I'm not telling him to actually treat the good kids and the guys that always in time are honest about doing the homework and all that, to treat them like that. But if they have a batch of bad kids that actually need instruction, redirection, and sometimes you have to either lie to them or give them certain instructions that are not all the way there without explaining exactly what the goal is, so they can get to the end of the goal and you said, you see, this is what I wanted you to do. Congratulations. You actually you're not a bad kid anymore. You actually are a good kid. Why not doing this with our woman if we actually come to the point of view that most of them are not good women? Why not do
you? I hear you, but I also think lying sets self short and lowers the individual standard. And I say that because it limits our ability to articulate ourselves in a way to relay the same message without lying. A well-placed truth, and this I got this from Andre Taylor. As a matter of fact, from the last show, a lot of the stuff I was saying came straight from him, right? But a well-placed truth is better than any lie.
Yes. And can I reply just 1 second? Hey, Terrence, if our woman told the truth to us tomorrow, they sit on the table and said the true and the old true and nothing but the true, all of us will be divorced. Some of us will be on the newspaper and like, you don't know them. They don't tell you the truth. They actually will tell you their feelings. Their version of the truth is not the truth at all. Like you are talking to a person that if has this distorted way of being the truth because she filters the shit to her feelings. So respectfully, if we know that our women are omitting shit from us, not telling us the whole side of the story, making sure that they only tell us the necessary so they can actually have a functioning relationship and we can move on for 20 years. Why do men have to be open books and tell the truth and blah, blah, blah? No, do the same shit.
Yeah, and so do you believe men are leaders?
Yes.
Okay, so what you just described is a follower, right?
No, because
the reason why I say that, the reason why I say that, you said if the woman is doing this, then the man should do this also, which means he's following her lead.
No, Terrence, you missed something.
Hold on.
No, because you missed something. You are simply constructing your argument. I believe that men should be leaders. I believe they don't. I believe the man should be the designated driver because he's the sober one. He doesn't get his emotions beyond his feelings and all that. I believe that in most relationships, the drunk driver, which is the person with the feelings, is the one that actually is driving the car. Because if you don't go where she wants to go, she will opt out of it. So it's two different things. They should be leaders. Absolutely. They are not. And we all on the eggshells because you don't want to say to the drunk driver that he shouldn't drive the car because he's drunk. We compete to him. We do everything he wants because we're afraid to lose him. That's
yeah, and that makes perfect sense.
I got a question.
It's still the issue with it is if a man should lead, then the message we're expressing to the masses is putting them in a following position.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So now we're catering to now we're catering to their lower self. Now we're catering to a level below, I think, what we would all standardized as a man, and that's operating in truth, right?
What's the
Yeah.
highest? Can we walk this down slow?
Well, hold on, Ali. I just because EBD said he had a question. I just want to make sure.
I just had a question about the lying, right? Because I think that as our baseline as men, we have to be as honest and as truthful as possible, right? So what I'm about to ask is, in any relationship, I'm not sure who can relate, but have you ever had a woman ask you, you know, straight up, like, hey, do you love me or do you still love me? And you had to actually either dig down and either get back to her or lie and just say yes to get through it.
Those are tough conversations, bro. Those are different kind of problems.
No, I know, but have you ever been put in that situation in a relationship where a woman asks sincerely if you love her or how you feel about her, and because you can't articulate it or don't know the answer, you lie?
Me personally, I'm not a punk, so no, that I never did that.
So you never. This is so much cap. You
This
guys
is-
say, "I love you forever." All of your relationship failed. Only one actually succeeded.
I
You
think
are lying.
intentionality, I think, is the key behind it. So, Terrence, this is what I want to understand. Maybe under the lines of what EBD's asking, right? So, hypothetically speaking, I go to the doctor. I could potentially got what you call a terminal diagnosis, right? But I have to wait for the results. When I get home, I'm not telling my wife about that. I'm saying it's straight. I got to go back. I'm not going to alert her by saying, hey, I potentially might be up out of here in 6 months. Right. So I'm omitting the information for the purpose of, right, just, the reaction until I get the actual results. What do you think about that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it whatsoever. I don't think there's anything wrong with it whatsoever. Right. But we're talking about two completely different things.
Okay.
Right. That's withholding information about you dying. Right. That's until you get the final results. Once you get the final results, right, then you can relay that information however you deem fit. What you're doing at that point, and here's the difference between manipulation and deceit. There is no lie, right? The manipulation comes into play because in your mind, it's in your wife's best interest to not let her know before you get the final results. There's no ill intent intended behind it, right?
Can we get the
So, I
same
mean,
question?
that's
but
like
dial it
the ethical game. That's
Terrence, can you dial it down the question? The woman comes to you as Amp, your woman comes to you. Are you okay, baby? Yes, baby, I am.
Cool.
You are not okay. Something is going on. You are not okay. Is that acceptable?
Say that again now.
A woman comes to her husband. Imagine Amp wife comes to him, he's streaming a long time, have a very rough day, whatever. Something happened, Airbnb, something happened, he's not okay. Come to him, hey baby, are you okay? Amp says, yes, baby, I'm okay, I got this. Is that acceptable or not?
Well, we'd have to go off the context of his narrative, right? Hamp, in that narrative, are you okay? Are you mentally okay? Are you physically
He's not okay. I literally told him he's not okay.
Okay,
His
then that's a lie.
Airbnb fucked up. There was a flood and he has to spend $30,000 on that shit to rent it again.
Then-
He's not okay. Is that okay for him to lie to her and says, yeah, baby, I got you. I'm out. I got you, dog. I'm okay.
That is a lie. I've been in a situation like this, not to that extreme.
Is that
right?
okay?
But
to lie?
No, I'm not okay.
Terrence,
And I'm not talking about it right now.
Wait, I have a question. I have another question. I got another question.
No, stop.
Hold up.
Let him get through it.
Conversation.
No, Terrence.
I
We are
mean,
asking you if he's okay for
I don't
him
think
to lie. Yes, like if he's okay for him to
I already
lie and say,
answered that
I'm
question.
okay. Huh?
I already answered that question.
No, you didn't.
I said no. It's not okay, and it's
It's
not
not
okay.
okay.
It's
Okay.
not okay to lie in that situation because he's not okay.
No. Who? So you are okay with him giving a false, not mentioning the diagnosis that little can get him out of here because he wants to protect his family
There's
and
no
their feelings.
diagnosis.
This is so.
So I guess he's saying the omission of in the term of diagnosis because we still have to wait on the results, right? I think this one I'm literally not okay in that instance. I'm not waiting for anything, and if I lie right then and there, omitting that information doesn't make no sense, and the repercussion is usually worse than just being honest, I guess.
like omission versus deception. Deception being this is not true, even though I know it is, versus omission where I left something out that has yet to be determined. But what I was going to ask Terrence, is about this is what I'm saying. Like, if are men responsible to protect women even from their feelings?
I think it's a good idea to guide women through their feelings, right?
But is it our responsibility to protect
playing,
them from their feelings?
But,
Is it our
Terrence, now you gotta don't change the word because God is different.
But I'm also not playing
before this reason why I have to interject here because I like the question a lot, to be honest. So you have to answer it and then give us the context. So he said, what was your question, EBD?
The question is, as men, isn't our responsibility to protect women even from their feelings?
Here's my answer to that, right? If there's like an emotional, let's say it's an emotional roller coaster, right? And she's dealing with a man who has a sound mind, right? And he can guide her through those emotions. Okay. Sure. Can it be done in excess to where it becomes a game and she's literally acting like a child to not be able to handle her own emotions? Absolutely. And in that case, absolutely not. I'm not playing those games.
Let's try this. Your daughter's in a beauty pageant. She didn't win. She's number 2. You still think she's the most beautiful girl there. Is that okay to say? Even though she didn't win the pageant, she's not the most beautiful woman by every judge's standard or by the crowd standard or by the audience participation. But to you, she's your daughter. She won second place. She didn't win, but you think she's the most, you're going to tell her she's the most beautiful one there, regardless.
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
But that's lying.
If I think my daughter's the most beautiful person on stage, absolutely.
And
I got
you.
Yeah, I don't even know why these are questions, but like if we're looking on stage,
I'm hoping everybody understands what I'm getting at.
If we're looking at a panel full of women
wrong
on
the
the
Black
stage,
Dragon. What if she's actually not the prettiest woman there? There's actually
okay. If we're looking at a panel full of women on the stage, and there is a specific standard and guidelines to win this, whatever it is, I will tell my daughter, baby, you didn't reach the guidelines and standards that are there. That does not make you who you are. Your value as a person and the beauty that you hold isn't surface level.
Yeah,
the mind that you come here with, I guarantee you'll tear them all apart.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, because you can.
Ain't no way I'm
the
setting my daughter up for no failure like that.
You can switch out the judges and she can win. They went under the guise that she could win the pageant. So he's not gonna say he could maybe say the judges didn't think so, but if he's gonna tell her that she's the most beautiful, that's what she's there for. So I don't know if that would make.
But what if she's not?
Let me say,
are you going to tell that your baby is the most beautiful when you know that you're not? But actually, when you have an ugly daughter or an ugly sister, are you going to tell, hey man, you are the ugliest one in the lineup? No, you're going to lie.
But if you're willing to die on the hill, there's nothing that can take you
Hey,
out.
Triple Black, good evening.
Good evening, man. What's happening, man?
What's popping? Let me do this real quick because we got limited. I wanted to hear what Strada wanted to pose real quick.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I think that when we stay in hypothetical land, this is what makes us look like we're not helping our cause if we want understanding for women, or even if we want to put them under the guise of leadership. But I wanted to say this. In this conversation, what I learned is there's only 3 paths forward. Either you're going to be right, you're going to get results, and then there's a small fraction of people that'll righteously get results. Choose your fucking path, fellas. Either you're going to be right and you're going to die on the hill of being right, and people are contradictory, and women are exactly what we know them to be, or this shit is frustrating, or fuck it, and you're gonna be right with or you're gonna have the results the way you understand everything to be true, and with your understanding, you apply your knowledge and wisdom while you outside touching grass. And again, you have those that can do both. They can walk and chew gum. They can righteously get their results.
That's what
that's it. That's all we got. If you're gonna be right, you're gonna get results. Or you have righteous results. That's all I got, bro.
Tell me what I got and what men gonna keep telling their sons in the future. Nothing about this is for men. And the only time man gets peace is when he release. Because in a relationship, nothing about what y'all said was for men in a relationship, when he's single, or in a marriage. Everything is how much you can do for a woman to get her to cooperate or help her with her feelings. None of this is for men. Nothing. So the only time why men is smash and dash and worry about getting sex is the only time they get peace when they release. What about what we talked about is for men? Like what is for us? Can somebody tell me what is the benefit of a man in today, 2025, to be in a relationship outside of trying to fight a woman to cooperate with you and fight to pay her bills? What were we talking about right now, y'all? Like what? No, I didn't ask you that. What benefits a man from everything we talked about? What benefits a man to be in a relationship?
It's gonna take us down another hypothetical, Ali.
It ain't no hypothetical. I'm asking you.
Listen,
No.
I'm gonna tell you why I would. When I give you my answer, if it contradicts anything I said earlier, we're gonna focus on the contradiction. That's why.
So what do you get? So what do you get? No, I'm asking you. What do you get?
What? From women?
What do we get?
From
what do we get? We're teaching men how to support women's feelings, how to lie to women to make them feel good, how to protect them from themselves. We're teaching men how to be the men that women are looking for. What do men get out of all of this? Is what I'm asking.
You can't be righteous.
This is so hard. This is such hard work, man. We are doing all this for them. So I'm asking you, for all this hard work we doing to try to conform to their feelings and help them out. What does a man get?
In-house pussy,
access, vagina.
You get.
No,
legacy.
I think
legacy, bro.
I think at the end of the day, it's a battle of righteousness. Like you don't have the righteous niggas, the righteous guys that they get results, and then you got the unrighteous people that get results.
No, hey, so Triple Black. I'm sure you can take it right off my mouth. You can rebuttal. The only time. And I'm gonna keep telling y'all this: the men get submission is in the bedroom from women. That's the only time you get submission and some type of peace from women. And that's why brothers don't get into relationships or try to do anything anymore to try to. Older men, younger men are still trying to go through it, even though they're getting to this conclusion as well too. The only time you get submission and peace from women is in the bedroom. And all the women that sit here and lie, whether they're in the chat or on this platform, there's nothing they're coming over here that's telling you why what benefits a man to get in a relationship other than sex.
So
we were talking about baselines, though. We were talking about baselines.
No, I'm asking you, what is it? So Triple Black, what does a man get then? You tell me. You keep saying baseline, my brother. Well, so what is it though? Can you answer my question?
On the baseline, if you're unrighteous, you're gonna get a whole load of stuff from women. If you're righteous, you're not probably gonna get nothing from women.
Okay, if you're righteous, what do you get from? If you're righteous, what
you're not gonna get nothing from them.
And if you're unrighteous. And when you're righteous, what do you get?
You get everything.
You get something. I don't know if you get everything, but you get
everything. You get everything.
Go ahead, my man.
No, I was just saying this. Like, remember when I came on the conversation and says, why do we need to be extraordinary to judge shitty people, mediocre people? This is the conversation that we're having. We're telling men to strive to be better, to do this, to do that, to get this, to get that, to get that, just to get the same results as the guy that got none of that. He got nothing. He literally got nothing of that, and he's still getting this. He's getting the same treatment. So why am I working 16 hours to get the ad of the guy that works 8 just to get divorced because I'm not present enough? Why? Like, what is the purpose of this? And remember, the only reason we are having this conversation is because we refuse to actually engage with the woman.
So what's the answer? What's the answer, Fatty? Should based on what you said, if the amount of effort doesn't always guarantee an outcome,
yes,
should the answer and the reaction that it be men do nothing and walk away from women totally?
No.
I'm
gonna
tell you why I pose it that way. I'm gonna tell you why I did it that way, because I think that when having a conversation with y'all, because y'all are great debaters, I think that y'all really do lean heavily on it being black and white, which ain't a bad thing, right?
Does you work or not?
Life is so nuanced. Because life is so nuanced, you'll always find contradiction in these conversations, and no one's going to be perfect, right? So that's why I asked you, based on the point you're trying to make, which isn't a wrong point.
Yes.
Based on your point, if we're getting the same outcomes, is your answer, and the logical answer, would that be, well, since the man that gives a bunch of effort and the man that's lying getting the same result, is your answer to this be men stop fucking with women altogether? Is that what y'all are telling men to do? Is that the answer?
No.
What we're telling is that no matter what woman, like either you get the unicorn or every time you engage into a relationship, with most of us are going to do it anyway, this is what you need to expect. Because the successful men go through that, the shitty men go through that, the middle of the path men go through that. So it's not you, brother. It's not you getting better and chasing the bag and be on your purpose. It's them. It's them. It's them. Because if M goes through it, Ali goes through it, Sharon goes through it, Strada is divorced, 90s goes through it. If all men come around and says, you know what? I don't get why my woman gets all my feelings and everything I say to her goes from one ear and goes to the other one. I really don't get it. Oh, you too? You too? You too? Is us? No, it's the person that is in front of you. So respectfully, and this is why we love women that have a parent, a father at the house, that have multiple brothers that talk to them and all that shit. You actually need to put this woman to the growing thing like we do. We grow from 20 to 30 to 35 to 40 to 50. Well, they'll engage with men. They actually absorb the information that we give to them so they can understand better the world. If you don't change the way that women look at the world, the way that woman prioritize feelings, and now over the 5 years, the 10 years, you can change nothing, because you are going to get God sooner or later. That's the me thing, the now thing. What have you done for me lately? You're working too much. I'm working for you in 5 years. You're going to have a beautiful wife, a beautiful life in 10 years, and you're literally telling me to work less so I can literally prioritize you now when I'm prioritizing you at 45 and not at 35. This is what I'm talking about. We are not ready to have this conversation.
I'll answer your question, Strada. I'll answer it.
Let me just say one thing. Y'all been on here a long ass time. The beacon of success is usually associated with some type of business, right? Name one business that doesn't have a lot of fucking waste in it. Name one business that they don't take fucking L's. Give me one business that you can get into to where there's no fucking waste. There's no L's.
You talking about waste or risk?
Risk, waste, or whatever, where it's all beautiful. Name one business.
None.
Yeah, none.
Right. Dealing with women, you're always going to have that shitty factor. You know what I'm saying? And we need to admit the shit. You know what I'm saying? Either you can overcome it or just lay the fuck down.
Strahd, I have an answer for you for how, like, because I think as I keep hearing you re-engage in the conversation, you're looking for the conclusion, and I think you're finding the conclusion in the conversation. So it's like, well, what's the answer? Because what I'm hearing is this. So as I'm hearing you say that, you're looking for a conclusion for everybody to take home. So I would say this, because I've said this before, like, if we want to fix the issue with dating, our women or dealing with difficult women, older men would have to start looking for younger women to start dating and to start like creating this new paradigm of a standard that says this is acceptable behavior of a wife and this is not. What makes you a good partner in a relationship for a girlfriend or boyfriend is different than what makes you a wife or a husband. And if we standardize basically what is tolerable and intolerable behavior from here to here, and say you're not getting the ring unless you're like this girl or that girl or this girl or that girl, because all of y'all can stay outside. We don't have to. We have a different option. We can go to different ethnicities or nationalities if we'd like, and still get the standard that we want. But we have to apply that to our own women, younger women, because older women are stuck in their ways. They're not going to change and they don't want to. It's the younger women who have the option to say, do I want to be an older woman who's single, or do I want to be married like that woman over there? The younger women will have that different mindset, not the older women or the current women now.
Okay.
Man. Hey, what you get from your wife is companionship. You get a partner, you get a lifelong person that you get to have a conversation with, to build with. I don't know why people don't understand the importance of having your other person next to you that always have your back at all times, somebody that's willing to die for you just as well as you willing to die for them. This idea that wives is not willing to die for their husbands is insanity. Wives is not just gonna let their husband just something happen to them. They're not gonna attempt to do something, even if it's just call police, whatever is the best fitting for the time. If you train your woman to told the damn thing, she's going to use it to protect your life just as much as you are. This whole idea that women is only for vagina and and creating children is asinine. Majority of men that are successful, they got a woman that's next to them, not behind them. They woman is right next to them, going through all the business ideas. He is using her not even always for her to give feedback, but just so he can hear his own thoughts out in the real world. So he's going to speak to his woman. How does it sound? Did I present this properly? And so do I have a coherent thought is what we are doing when we are speaking to her. We might not be saying those words, but that is what we're doing when we are speaking to our woman. We are making sure that our thought is manifested in a proper way and you can express it. So a woman is way more than just some damn vagina. This is insanity.
Okay,
This is
name a
insanity.
scenario. No, Sharon, name a scenario where your woman is gonna jump in front of a fucking bullet to save your ass.
It's wild.
All right, let's do some final thoughts and get up out of here.
That's insanity.
That
don't make no sense what you just asked me.
It makes perfect sense. It came out of your fucking mouth, though.
You said women are down for men. Go ahead, Ham. Women ain't down for men, Sharon. That was crazy.
Yes, I said your wife is willing to die for her husband.
She not gonna die for you either, and we not requiring her to die for us.
She literally, if she's having your child, she's literally trying to. This is insanity.
Well, Sharon, I mean, it's inconsequential because generally speaking, men not putting their wives in that situation, right? And I think the wives understand that. You know, if I get angry, there's a couple times I've been angry outside. What I'm gonna do is what I'm gonna do. Only thing my wife will ever do, she put her hand on on my back. She don't grab me or no whatever it is I'm gonna do, right? Because I think they understand their place, especially when bullets start firing and people start punching, you know. So I understand that they love us. I think they love us extremely, but that part is just not their job. So it's no shade against them, but it's just not even their job.
Right. But we're not talking about a job. We know for a fact that our women, if need to, they will absolutely do what they got to do for their husband.
I think they will do. I think you're right in terms of they'll go to the lengths in which they're expected. They'll go to the lengths, maybe a little bit beyond what the expectation is, but that isn't the expectation, and it's fine though. See, I think that I don't want to keep conflating like what we're responsible for and what they're responsible for. It's fine that that's what we built like that.
Right. That is fine. That is our job, like just like taking out the trash. But nobody's gonna look at their wife strange if you wasn't home all day and she takes out the trash. Say, hey babe, don't take out the trash ever. It's just not realistic. However, when we are minding out, when people actually love each other and they willing to do whatever and they put in full trust in another human being, and you are willing to die for your effing friend, what makes you think that your wife is not going to be willing to? This is insanity.
No,
you're saying that men is willing to die for a friend that they don't have no kind of intimacy with, but your wife ain't trying to. Come on.
I think you illustrating the depth, right? I just want to make sure we frame it well, right? Because this whole entire world is starting to mix men and women a little bit too much, you know, just in terms of.
Right, and that's why I preface it as husband and wife, because husbands and wives that actually build with each other, they look at life completely different than how these men are looking at it just as the generality of how men and women react with each other. It's insanity. It's a completely difference. Men that are having successful relationships with their woman for an extended period of time, they speak to their woman all the time. They actually care about, even when a woman is talking about nonsense, they just talking about their favorite TV show. Okay, babe, yeah, you watching? Okay. Because we still care about our woman and we not going to just brush them on the shoulder because I'm thinking about how to make some money. Right now, I'm trying to put something together. Guess what? I just emailed it to my wife so she could finish putting the project together.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So like,
I think here's the thing, right? I think when we look at cooperation, submission, and things of that nature, right? I think, and I was talking to Omar. I don't know if y'all know Omar, right? And as he says something that just made so much sense to me. He's like, we focus on little shit and we'll say that she's uncooperative, right? He tell his wife to go do what she's supposed to do. He don't give a fuck if she slammed the door going out to do what he told her to do, right? But then they'll be like, oh, she slammed the door. Oh, you ain't cooperative. She going to do what he told her to do. He don't get caught up in the minutia of slamming the door, right? Because we have to deal with the ideologies in this earth. So the behaviors aren't going to be, you know, as meek as maybe they used to be yesteryear. But the cooperation is still there, but we overblow some things that maybe would be considered smaller, but we make them larger.
If I wish I could just turn the camera to my wife right now. If I say, babe, I need some cucumbers cut for me right now, you think she's going to just jump up with a smile? Oh, Thank you. Oh yeah, honey. I couldn't wait to cut you cucumbers tonight. I'm like, okay, I got you, babe. What the fuck have you? You want
And the thing about it is the end, right? The result, she going to cut him, sucking her teeth and all that, right? You know what I'm saying? So okay.
But now,
All right,
now that you said like that, she's laughing. So maybe I could get her to cut it with a smile. So actually,
oh,
so.
she'll be laughing and cutting, and then she gonna cut her fingers and be mad again. So she'll be happy. Prime with the $5 says, can someone answer why we are the only race who think men aren't supposed to check women? Where has that gotten the black community? Seems weak. I don't think. Well, I don't agree with that sentiment. I think that they definitely need checking.
That's Sharon and company sentiments. That's what
Salute
they say.
you
say that.
Salute to my brother Caesar's Palace, gifted the $100. Caesar always, man, always holding me down, man. Since there was 20 people in this goddamn chat, man. Salute, man. I love you, bro. We met the extension. Oh, and Rel and my brother Romello. And there's one more. I'm gonna look it up real quick. So I appreciate everybody. Prime with the $5 says, just by observation alone, it seems like black women choose wrong no matter what race they man is. HQ with the $10 says, being mean means saying no to her sometimes. Ellipsis question mark. That might be true. Being mean, like standing her up for another woman, never taking her calls, calling her names. Heck no. That ain't never gonna work long term. I don't know. HQ, like dating, especially being too available, is sometimes a deterrent. That's the crazy part. And I don't even use sometimes. But I've seen that, like, if you too available to us, like, there's no mystique to you, you know.
But she right about that. She right about that. No,
Yeah.
and that's how you know if your woman really loyal and cooperate with you is when you say no. That no is very important. You mean if you say no, but if your woman still cooperate with you and listen to the fact that you say no, she locked in.
Yeah.
Hey, give me an example for what you got to say no to your woman for.
Can I buy this? No.
Right.
Ali?
Can we go on vacation in 2 weeks to Cancun? No.
Yeah, regular
good try, Sharon.
Yeah, that wasn't even hard, Sharon.
It's not a try. I just want people to start visualizing.
Sharon, is there a time?
Hold on, let me be clear.
No, it's my turn. Oh no, I'm asking the question.
No, you answer my question. I'm trying.
But I'm my turn to ask the question. Is my turn to ask the question? No.
He got a good camera now, Sharon. You can't tell him nothing.
I got a good camera now too.
That boy shiny as hell.
Is yes man respected by women?
A yes man?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And what I'm saying is that
there goes your nice guy theory.
I didn't checkmate you. So I didn't check.
There goes your stability theory.
Let him reply so I can read these. Go ahead, Sharon. Reply real quick so I can read these.
So what I'm saying is that even when we say no to our women, it's usually because it's some kind of financial thing, right? Like, hey, this is not a good time to go buy that. Oh, this is not a good time. No, because we can't go on this vacation because of X, Y, Z. We men don't usually really say no to our women like that. It is no reason to, because our woman, if she's really ours, she know what we could afford. She's been there. She knows my worth. She knows how much money I made this year, last year, so on and so forth. This whole idea that we got to always be telling our woman no, most likely that's going to happen because she knows our temperament. She knows what she can get away with already.
So we going
to agree with HQ. He said, because she said sometimes she's like,
study Sharon. Sharon is the king of red herrings and straw mans. He always makes an argument nobody makes, and most people would agree to you. If your woman know you, most times you don't want to say no to your woman, but there may be times that when you say no, and if she truly love you, she's loyal to you, Sharon. Stop making arguments nobody made. We love you, brother. Stop that. It's unhealthy.
My wife be finding these Groupons. I'm gonna take the kids here. I don't want to fucking go, bro.
We love saying yes. We love saying yes to our women. We love saying yes to our women. Stop making arguments that we not making, my brother.
So now then, that's a real one right there. It's like, hey, because my wife, she's like, oh, we going to this place where it got lights up. You want to come? Nope, I ain't going.
Here you go. Hey, here you go. You should be supportive and do what your woman's asking, man. You're supposed to be there for the family, man. Be nice.
They're gonna call you a meanie.
I'm not nice. I'm not a nice person.
Okay.
Come on, be a yes
man. Let me read these. All right, Dr. G with the $5 says no. Fact check each and every stat Mr. Fantastic gives from now on. He may just be mistaken. Go ahead, Dr. G. HQ with the $5 says she is the degenerate women Sharon talked about. Majority of women being like that and liking that is a lie. I think talking about the stats we're looking at are the Twitter shit. Arnold Allen with the $2 says they said be honest, but stop complaining. Omar Smith with the $5 says, did Abraham tell permissible lies in the Bible here? There are 3 times permissible to lie. What did the Bible say? Well, I think you might be thinking about the Quran, but Joshua 2, Rahab actually lies to protect people. That's a couple times when it happens. They reiterate that in Hebrews 11. So there are times where people are being protected and therefore they lie. Even Exodus 1.
How about Isaac with the promise, with his hair, his arm being hair? Was it Isaac whose arm was hair? And he lied to his daddy that it was him, so he would get his brother's promise. Who was that one?
Oh
Was it
yeah,
Isaac?
Esau and Jacob.
And God permitted that so that he would get the promise.
Yeah, he tricked his daddy because his daddy was blind.
That verse didn't bother you?
No. It wasn't for that. If it wasn't for him, nigga, we still be God willing, baby. Most high willing.
All praise. All praise.
See, the $1,000 with the $5 says, I see why these guys are called the untouchables. Flawless again. Great questions being asked by you guys. Nobility, what up though? With the $10 says, we just got 12 inches of snow in Ohio! Exclamation point. Damn. The amount of women asking for help to dig out the cars was astounding. The silence of the men was more resounding. Men are delegating those jobs to the husband. Damn, man. That should be.
Weak ass man. God damn, can't help your damn neighbor out. Listen, my neighbor across the street, she an old lady, she about 56.
Help the old ladies out.
I did.
Yeah, hell yeah. Niggas do that. Like, yeah, like in the neighborhood, 100%. If you know the family's old, even if there's a man, if he older, everybody shovel that shit. That happens a lot more. I don't know. It'd be so hyperbolic, but niggas do that without a
question.
Yeah. All the
Even
time.
she 42.
42?
I'm a Florida boy, so I don't know nothing about
No. I think one tradition. I think one tradition that's been passed down is the fact that older people get help from younger people, like no questions asked. That's not something you even have to be.
And that's the thing. I don't want to discredit us, right? See, no, I think men do that shit 100%. Like even little shit. Like Mr. Fantastic said, he gave somebody jumper cables the other day. You know what I'm saying? The older lady. You know what I mean? Like,
EBD, so do the young people in your neighborhood help you since you're so much older?
Yeah, they're out in the kids that are out in the street. I'm taking out my recyclables, and I got to do it by hand. I ain't got no bags, but stuff drops and stuff. Them kids are right there picking it up and putting it. I don't have to ask. They do.
You might need to lift a little more weight. Nobody help me carry shit. Nobody don't come over to me be like, hey, you want me to help me carry something? Nobody never.
Nah, man, I'm just dropping my recyclables, my plastic bottles, or whatever the hell it is. But yeah,
I'm waiting for somebody to do the Mr. Fantastic. Say, man, Sharon, you only about 120 pounds. Let me help you with those bags. I'm waiting for that day.
All right, man, I gotta go, man. Hey, Knight, man, you got the floor. Any final thoughts? What's popping, man?
You say she don't like you, and this is not helping, right? If she don't like you, stop wasting any energy, I guess.
That ain't named Mike.
Triple Black.
Same sentiments, man. If she don't fuck with you, don't fuck with her.
So solid. What's popping, my boy?
What's good, man? I came up to kick it. I'm too late, but my last words is you know what I'm saying? She ain't fucking with you. Don't fuck with her, like bro said. It's not that simple. I mean, it's not that serious, bro. Like, let these hoes do what they do. I agree with all the red pill talking points, most of them, but I just don't agree. I just don't agree with arguing with a woman. I just really don't. If she ain't close to you, she probably ain't gonna listen to you. And why I'm gonna waste my words on her? You know what I'm saying? So I don't agree with the arguing, but yeah, carry on.
Indeed.
And if she close to you, you might not listen either.
Trigger?
No, man, dope topic. That might be one of the issues that people have is that they think they're
Hold on now.
entitled.
You took a deep breath. This final thought.
I did.
Yeah. All right.
But I just got here.
Get out of
No,
here.
you're definitely not entitled to anybody, and I think men will have way more success if they focus on women that's actually giving them energy. I mean, you're doing all of this for one woman. All you need is one. So, you out here trying to think that you deserve something, it's going to fall flat every time, So, yes, definitely put energy in a woman that's putting energy into you. Reciprocity is actually love. So that chick you think that you're going after, that you got to chase, you ain't going to end up liking her at the end of the day.
Word. Strada.
Yeah.
Good shit today, Playboy. Any
Appreciate
final
you.
thoughts?
Final thoughts, man. I think that you gotta focus on what it is you want. Find those that have the desires, outcomes you want. Don't seek perfection out of your mentors. Just look for the right path for you.
Word. Sharon, you got that Shannon Sharp haircut, baby boy. Any final thoughts?
As long as I don't wear that green outfit.
That's crazy.
I will be cooking up some people in the morning show tomorrow. Just letting you know. Shout out to everybody here. We had a great back and forth. It was awesome. It didn't get to no extraness. We just really was passionate about our points of views. That was awesome. Salute to all the men that hit the panel. That was freaking awesome that everybody was able to hold it to a conversation. Salute to everybody. I appreciate y'all.
I agree, man. For sure.
But tomorrow,
putting this shit on private. Nah, it'll be up there. EBD, any final thoughts, Playboy?
Look, Skip. Let me take off my Shannon Sharp glasses. Nah, it was a dope discussion. I caught most of the gist of it. I like the diversity of thought of everyone who contributed, and Strata, man, shout out because if what you're looking for is either a conclusion or a solution, we kind of talk about that too. I mean, we don't always talk about it here, but I do. You know what I mean? I like to walk away with something that somebody can take away from when they watch this episode. So, yeah, I got you. I'm glad that you're asking these questions about. Okay, I hear everything you just said. What do we do about it? Where do we go from here? Because that's an important thing that we need to discuss. So, hey, man, for real.
Word. Ali, good shit today, Playboy. Any final thoughts?
Thank you, family. Don't listen to nothing that women say. If you a true man, you should already know what she needs and wants. If she's not trying to live for you, then don't be out here trying to die for her. Because if she's not doing any of that, it just means it's not your girl. It's your turn.
That was game.
Man, I think the conversation was amazing today, man. I think it just showed the level of oration that can be had, when people like we just talking about what we talking about. The without the ad hominem, just stand on your point, right? And if someone makes a point, I think there's another thing that I want us to, and I got to do a better job too, and I try to. Concessions, right? There may be something good in what that person said, right? And if you can have a takeaway at all from anything, anywhere, I think you'd be better for it, But I think this shit was awesome. I would behoove the chat as well, man. Like, I know people have sentiments about certain people, they align with others, but just listen as objectively as possible. Because there's no way every time one of these intelligent brothers talk, you can dismiss everything they're saying. That's just unrealistic. So I think we benefit more in that way, right? The men here seemingly don't all have a negative agenda. But if you hear a lot of the same sentiments, and let's say you're a woman and they're talking about women, consider it. Write it on your whiteboard, disprove it. If you can't disprove it, then implement. Right? But don't just dismiss it because you don't like the person it's coming from. That's obtuse, that's ignorant. And that's why they say it's easy to hide shit from us as people. Let's do it, man. Hey, great bill. I'm proud of y'all. I'm blessed by y'all presence today. Feel me? Everybody, I hope y'all go back and look at the stream Sherelle and I did. If you didn't know, her sister was one of the 15 victims that got killed in New Orleans, And oftentimes we always assume that stuff, Buffalo, remember the church shooting in South Carolina, the shooting in Las Vegas, remember on the roof. We always think these things are so far from us. Regardless of how you feel about the person, y'all very familiar with that person. And that was one of their people. Her sister was the last person identified. So if you've seen all the interviews with the people, like the people of the people who passed, they've been knowing for a week. Her family just found out 2 days ago, So, the stages of grief and etc. It used to be 6 degrees of separation through people, right? But now with media, it's like 3 with social media and things of that nature. So you'd be how close you are to certain things that are happening. We are so desensitized to those things. But I just want us to be kind when we can. I think that's the most important thing. You can't always, but when you can, do so, So, send the prayers up if you pray. I don't think they have a GoFundMe or anything, but if they do, I'll be sure to post it. And every little bit helps, right? We know none of that shit is cheap. And so let's hope that if that does come about, we can assist in any way possible, man. But love on who you're supposed to love on, be kind when you can. All
And
praises
get
to
your
the Most High.
spaghetti.
And
Get your spaghetti, man.
So solid.
Yeah.
Your timing, baby boy. Not great.
Sorry.
All right. So but get your spaghetti, fellas. God damn it. Even if she cook it while sucking her teeth, right? Sure. As long as she cook that shit. So, and get your guns too, God damn it. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out.